Chapter 1989. Many thanks for Senior Zhu's help. Xiao Hua bowed and said. All right, Xiao Hua, go back and meditate. Make preparations for your departure. After we discuss it, we will inform you as soon as we have a schedule, Chen Yi instructed. Xiao Hua knew that the four of them were going to discuss something, so he bowed and left. After returning to the pavilion, Xiao Hua sneered. How could he not know? Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yifeng had the lowest cultivation among the four of them. If there were any trivial matters or dangerous things to do, they would definitely go first. Now that Xiao Hua was here, he would be the one probing them. They would be a bit safer. As for Chen Yi, Xiao Hua had already thought it through, so he didn't feel like thinking about it anymore. You guys can laugh secretly. Xiao Hua secretly said, I don't know who will have the last laugh. However, this Senior Zhu has a good heart. He repeatedly stopped me from going. Unfortunately, he can't stop the other three. I have to give up. Xiao Hua had a good impression of Zhu Qinghe. But, where are they going? What treasure are they looking for? How do they know there is sky-yin grass? Knowing the difficulty of this trip, Xiao Hua put all his doubts in the bottom of his heart. Taking advantage of the last bit of leisure, he practiced the soul stab technique to perfection. After another 10 days, Chen Yi came with Chen Kuei to call Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua arrived in front of the mountain gate of Burial Flower Manor, Zhu Qinghe and the other three were already standing in front. Seeing Xiao Hua come over, Chen Yi asked, Xiao Hua, are you ready? We are going to leave now. If you regret it, it's not too late. You just have to wait for me in the manor. Junior has already thought it over. Senior Chang is right. Asking for help is better than asking for help. Junior will go with you seniors. I hope you seniors will help me. Xiao Hua bowed and replied. Since it's like this, let's go. Chen Yi waved her hand, and a mirror-like brilliance flashed in her hand. It quickly rushed into the air, and a ripple of water appeared in front of her. Chen Yi raised her leg, stepped over the water, and disappeared in the air. Xiao Hua, our trip to that place this time is very secretive. You must pay attention to keeping it a secret. Along the way, you must listen to our instructions. You must not send any messages to the outside and reveal our whereabouts, Zhu Qinghe said coldly. If this old master finds anything inappropriate, don't blame this old master for being ruthless. Junior understands. Junior will follow Senior Zhu's words. Xiao Hua was scared and quickly bowed. Zhu Qinghe ignored him, and also stepped over the water. Let's go, young man. Xie Zhiqian glanced at Xiao Hua with a smile, and then left with Chang Yifeng. Xiao Hua tilted his head slightly and looked at the door of Burial Flower Manor again. He also walked out of the formation. He was a little puzzled in his heart. The beauty-retaining grass was poisoned. He didn't know if Chen Yi had found the culprit, but she left Burial Flower Manor so easily. If that person, for example, the Sun Qian that Chen Yi mentioned, came to make trouble again, would Burial Flower Manor be able to withstand it? The more chaotic it is, the better. Xiao Hua curled his lips, and acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. When they came out of the magic array of Burial Flower Manor, there was a flying boat among the flowers and plants. This flying boat was different from the drifting cloud flying boat. There was a bulging part on it, like a cabin. Seeing that Chen Yi and others were already standing on it, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up and silently stood beside Xie Zhiqian, and was very respectful. We are going to set off. Zhu Qinghe seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be talking to the others. With a wave of his hand, a multicolored light flew out from his sleeve and landed on the entire airship. The airship suddenly rose up, circled in the air, and then flew toward the east. As the airship ascended into the sky, it gradually became invisible and disappeared. About 1,000 feet away from the flying boat, between a cluster of verdant green leaves, there was a mountain rock that was about 10 feet wide that emitted a faint yellow light. It was like melting snow, and the figure of a cultivator appeared from the mountain rock. As the cultivator took off his cloak, the female cultivator with wrinkled skin and white hair was revealed. She was the Sun Qian that Chen Yi mentioned. Strange. Chen Yi, that slut, actually ignored the safety of Burial Flower Manor and followed a few strange cultivators. That little foundation establishment cultivator also followed them. Sun Qian was very puzzled, and her gaze fell on the magic array of Burial Flower Manor. Could it be that she has something important to do? Or, she just set up a trap for this old woman? Alas, it's a pity that this old woman's cultivation in magic arrays is still inferior to Chen Yi's. She already found the only flaw in the magic array of Burial Flower Manor. This time, fortunately, this old woman took advantage of the flaw, otherwise, with Chen Yi's power, this old woman would have been captured by her. What a pity, even if this old woman has another chance to go in, whether I can come out is another matter. Humph. But this old woman destroyed her beauty-retaining grass. How can she survive in the cultivation world of the country of Shi? Burial Flower Manor will really become the place of burial flower. Sun Qian thought for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to go to Burial Flower Manor. She quietly used the 5 elements escape technique to escape far away. Xiao Hua stood on the flying boat. Seeing the faint brilliance of the flying boat blocking the astral wind in the sky, he was very envious. His flying skill was excellent, but this kind of long-distance travel consumed a lot of spiritual power. It was far less convenient than using a flying magic tool. If he had this flying boat, he would have already arrived at the seaside with Xue Xue, and he wouldn't have encountered so many things. There are quiet rooms on the flying boat. You can each find one to meditate. This trip will only last for a few days. I can control the flying boat alone. Zhu Qinghe stood with his hands in his sleeves and said coldly. It seemed that he still had a grudge against the 3 people who agreed to let Xiao Hua follow them. Well, I still have some magic arts to comprehend, so I won't accompany fellow Zhu. Chen Yi chuckled and went into the cabin first. Hee, I'll accompany fellow Zhu for a while. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, I can't do anything in a few days. It's better to chat with fellow Zhu. Xiao Hua, you go and cultivate. Xie Zhiqian glanced at Xiao Hua and said, this trip is very dangerous. If you can improve a little more, you can save your life a little more. Yes, thank you senior for your guidance. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked him. However, this junior wants to ask, where are we going this time? Since we have already set off, can this junior make some preparations? Where? Hee. Zhu Qinghe sneered, Mo Zhao Black Forest. Ah. Mo Zhao Black Forest. Xiao Hua's face turned slightly pale. Mo Zhao Black Forest was the first dangerous place he heard of. At that time, Ma Qingcheng, who was abandoned by heaven, told him that hundreds of individual cultivators in the qi refining stage died at the edge of Mo Zhao Black Forest. They only obtained the remains of a cultivation method and magic weapon, which gave Xiao Hua an extremely dangerous impression. Later, Xiao Hua further learned that Mo Zhao Black Forest was more dangerous than Flame Forest Swamp, Mingxi, Weimeng Mountains, and Rising Dawn Mountains. In other places, except for Flame Forest Swamp, Xiao Hua went a little deeper with Zhen Yi and others, and Mingxi went a little deeper with Sun Shu's guidance. The other places were just a little bit outside. The other dangerous places were so dangerous, so Mo Zhao Black Forest was definitely not a good place. According to ordinary cultivators, it was a place where gold core cultivators could enter. What do you think? It's too late to regret now. Zhu Qinghe said mockingly. Chapter 1990. Take a rest first. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, with fellow Taoist Zhu leading the way and us watching over you, you don't have to be afraid. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Hua's face relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and stepped into the cabin. Inside the cabin, as Zhu Qinghe said, there were several small quiet rooms on both sides. Xiao Hua randomly picked a room, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged with a calm face as he quietly pondered. After a while, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he swept the room with his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip. It was the contents of the jade slip he had copied from Zhen Qing. Immediately after, he immersed his divine sense into it and carefully examined it for a long time. A smile appeared on his face, but soon after, he was startled and revealed a trace of astonishment. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip again and seemed to have discovered something special. Time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, several days had already passed. Xiao Hua had already stored the jade slip into his space. He was still practicing the soul-piercing technique. On this day, the hull of the boat suddenly shook violently. Then, it stopped. Huh? Have we arrived? Xiao Hua stood up and thought to himself, however, I don't know if this place is close to the place Marshal Uncle Zhen gave me. Xiao Hua walked out of the quiet room, but before he could speak, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The place in front of him was a continuous mountain range. This mountain range was overgrown with forests. It was emerald green, and countless faint clouds lingered on it. It was incomparably beautiful. However, in this place, there were thousands of cultivators who were divided into two groups and confronting each other. Each of them had activated their yellow talismans, magic tools, magic weapons, and other treasures. Not only were there brilliant lights lingering around, but all kinds of sounds were incessant. Both sides were extremely fierce and didn't leave the other side any way out. Screams were accompanied by the sound of magic tools colliding with each other. Bloody light met the light of magic tools, and a tyrannical and terrifying aura filled the entire mountain range. Senior Zhu. What's going on? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. How would this old master know? Zhu Qinghe scolded angrily. When the airboat was about 10 miles away from here, it was stopped by someone and could neither leave nor move forward. This old man wants to ask about it. Xiao Hua didn't dare to ask again and could only stand next to Xie Zhiqian and watch. Sure enough, there were several golden core cultivators standing in the air 1,000 feet in front of the flying cloud ship. They all held magic treasures in their hands and coldly looked around. There was also a rhombus-shaped flying magic tool several miles away from the flying cloud ship. These cultivators seemed to be disciples of the splendid sect. Chen Yi was experienced and knowledgeable. She said in a low voice, one of them looks very familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. What are the cultivators of the magnificent flower sect doing in the vicinity of Inkcloud Black Forest? Who are their opponents? Zhu Qinghe was somewhat puzzled. His eyes flickered. We just happened to be here. Could it be? As he spoke, he looked at the golden core cultivators in the distance. I'm afraid we won't be able to force our way in. Chang Yifeng smiled bitterly. These people are all at the middle stage of the gold core realm, and the other two are at the late stage of the gold core realm. Motherfucker, these old monsters are about to be pregnant. Why are they still out here? What do they want to do? Boom! There was a loud sound. In a place slightly closer to the flying cloud ship, an early-stage golden core cultivator took out a magic treasure. Countless huge rolling logs flew out from the magic treasure. These rolling logs flashed with a strong green brilliance and smashed towards his opponent. His opponent was holding a flat magic treasure the size of a palm. Drops of true water also flew out from the magic treasure, trying to block the huge logs. However, it was clear that the power of the giant tree was beyond his imagination. The waves formed by the primordial water were smashed into pieces by the giant tree, and he himself was also hit by the giant tree. Although his body flashed with a protective blue light, he was still smashed into a bloody mess and fell from the sky. Strange. Xiao Hua was a little shocked. They are all golden core cultivators. Their magic treasures are not too different. With the protection of the defensive brilliance, it is impossible to kill them directly. How can this splendid sect disciple kill his opponent directly? Could it be that this disciple's cultivation is close to the nascent soul stage? Obviously, Zhu Chenghe and the others also noticed the strange scene. Their faces were very gloomy. Xie Zhiqian smiled bitterly and said, "The splendid sect is indeed a famous sect in the country of Xi. I'm afraid my immortal ascension sect is not as good as them." Chang Yefeng didn't say anything, but Chen Yi frowned and looked around as if she was looking for something. "Fellow Taoists, secretly release your divine sense." After a moment, Chen Yi whispered, "See if the spiritual energy here is a bit strange." Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't stand out. He quietly watched. Sure enough, after a short while, Zhu Qinghe sneered and said, "It really is slightly strange. The wood element spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here is extraordinarily abundant, and it's simply comparable to an abode. Under such circumstances, how could a water element magic treasure resist a wood element magic treasure? If the splendid sect disciple has a little secret technique, it is not strange that he can directly kill a cultivator of the same cultivation level. But the question is, why is the spiritual energy here so rich? Why does the splendid sect want to kill these opponents?" Chen Yi bit her lips and said, "Moreover, since we have encountered this matter, if it were up to me, those golden core cultivators of the splendid sect should have killed us long ago to prevent this matter from spreading out. But they didn't do it and just didn't allow us to intervene. In other words, they didn't mind us watching. The matter here is really interesting. I'm afraid the splendid sect has taken a fancy to this paradise and wants to drive away the cultivators here." Chang Yefeng didn't know the situation in the country of Xi and guessed. Xie Zhiqian shook his head slightly. "I don't know what kind of sect is here. Although foundation establishment cultivators make up the majority, but, such a force is definitely not a cultivation family. Spirit stone vein." This thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. He had just left Tianmen Mountain and had a deep memory of the rise and fall of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family. It was very easy for him to think of this. A sharp sound came from a magic treasure in the hand of a splendid sect golden core cultivator who was watching from afar. Following the sound of the golden core cultivator, the disciples of the splendid sect who were fighting withdrew their magic power at the same time and escaped from the battle. They flew back more than 10 feet and then began to fly in different directions. From afar, they looked like scattered but orderly flies. Formation attack. Xiao Hua understood at a glance. He had already seen this formation when he was in Mingxi. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, several hundred cultivators had already formed a formation in picturesque disorder. Looking at the cultivators on the other side, they were also flustered and impatiently flying in formation. However, compared to the order of the splendid sect, they were still far inferior. The golden core cultivator angrily shouted. Following his hand gesture, the magic treasure he took out screeched in the air and rushed into the formation of the cultivators on the other side. At the same time, as if issuing a command, all the disciples of the splendid sect roared in unison. The magic treasures, and yellow talismans in their hands all attacked together. These things actually formed the shape of a fist and attacked the cultivators on the other side in an orderly manner. In contrast to the cultivators of the splendid sect, the cultivators on the other side reacted somewhat hastily and even somewhat disorderly. The magic treasures and other things that were sent flying didn't even reach half of the distance before they were suppressed by the magic power of the fist formed by the magic treasures of the splendid sect. Their speed and power gradually decreased. Good heavens, this is a powerful method. Xiao Hua saw that this method of attack was simply incomparable to the cultivators of Mingxi. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. If he encountered such a formation in Mingxi, he definitely wouldn't be able to charge through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fist knocked down the scattered magic treasures. The cultivators on the other side all fell from the air. Among them, 30% of the cultivators never flew again. The other cultivators scattered like birds and beasts and fled in panic. Hey, where did this cultivator come from? You dare to bully my fallen deer mountain? With a roar, a rainbow-like brilliance flew over from the distance. However, when the brilliance dissipated, a middle-stage golden core old man with disheveled hair and a red face appeared. He looked at the several golden core cultivators on Xiao Hua's side in astonishment. Clearly, he didn't notice these people with his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Kong. The old man's eyes were somewhat alarmed. He stared at one of the golden core cultivators and asked in disbelief, "Why does your splendid sect covet my fallen deer mountain's foundation?" Fellow Taoist Ming. The so-called fellow Taoist Kong unhurriedly took several steps forward and sneered, "I didn't expect you to remember me after meeting me in Flame Forest Swamp. However, since you and I are fated to meet, I'll give you a word of advice. The Spirit Stone Mine in Liaoming Mountain Range already belongs to my splendid sect. If fellow Taoist Ming is tactful, I won't be ruthless. Take these fallen deer mountain disciples and quickly leave. Liaoming Mountain Range is my fallen deer mountain's foundation. How can you give it away just because of a few words from your splendid sect?" The cultivator surnamed Ming was somewhat indignant and unwilling. "Fellow Taoist Ming, whether you leave or not is up to you. That's all I have to say." The cultivator surnamed Kong ignored him and retreated with a flick of his sleeve. The cultivator surnamed Ming's eyes narrowed. He looked at the golden core cultivators on guard and then looked at the fleeing fallen deer mountain disciples who were looking at him in an extremely sorry state. He sighed and turned his head. Once again, he transformed into a rainbow and quickly flew in the direction he came from. The other fallen deer mountain disciples also flew up and followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ming. However, many of them were unwilling to give up and looked back. The weak are prey to the strong. This was the only thought in Xiao Hua's mind. Spirit Stone Mine. The fallen deer mountain cultivator's voice wasn't soft. Chen Yi, Zhu Qinghe, and the others also heard him. They looked at each other with shock and even greed on their faces. Soon after, the several hundred splendid sect disciples landed in the mountain range and disappeared. The cultivators blocking the flying ship also left without paying any attention to Zhu Qinghe and the others. Chapter 1991. How could Shanghua sect forcibly occupy Deer Descent Mountain's Spirit Stone Vein? The flying boat flew for a long time before everyone finally calmed down. Although the battle just now was not too big, the situation was really strange. Zhu Qinghe unconsciously frowned and looked at Chen Yi. Indeed. The Spirit Stone Vein in the country of Shi is so small that it has long been controlled by various large sections. Moreover, for hundreds of thousands of years, a kind of balance has been formed. Shanghua sect is not likely to act rashly. Chen Yi was also puzzled. I'm afraid Shanghua sect is coveting Deer Descent Mountain. Chang Yifeng asked hesitantly. Impossible. If Shanghua sect wants to annex Deer Descent Mountain, Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect will be the first to disagree. Chen Yi shook her head. Moreover, Shanghua sect did not kill the disciples of Deer Descent Mountain. Even that cultivator surnamed Ming was released by Shanghua sect. It seems like their target is the Spirit Stone Vein. Snatching the Spirit Stone Vein will definitely cause an imbalance between the three cultivation sects in the country of Shi. Zhu Qinghe said curiously, Shanghua sect is drinking poison to quench their thirst. Not necessarily. Chen Yi sneered. She looked at the darkness far away from the astral winds. Perhaps other sects have the same idea. Zhu Qinghe and the others were not as confused as Xiao Hua. Even Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian understood something from this sentence. They were shocked and secretly cried out in their hearts. Then, they fell silent, as if thinking about something. Xiao Hua could not think of too many disputes. Seeing that the four of them were silent, he did not ask anything. He only thought about how to protect himself when he reached Ink Cloud Black Forest. Several hours later, the darkness in the distance was getting closer. Xiao Hua could see clearly that the darkness did not only cover the mountain rocks and trees, but also the air was faintly filled with a black fog. Even the sunlight that shone into the depths of Ink Cloud Black Forest reflected a faint black light. A kind of solemnity, a kind of sadness, a kind of fear, and even a kind of fear quietly emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Fellow Zhu, we are about to reach the Ink Cloud Black Forest. Are we going to enter from the edge? Chen Yi's expression had returned to normal as she asked with a smile. What can we do if we don't enter from the edge? Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. If Manor Head Chen has a shortcut, that would be the best. You don't say, I do have a small secret path. Chen Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Really? Zhu Qinghe was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, I'm afraid the edge of the Ink Cloud Black Forest is hundreds of miles long, and there are dangers lurking everywhere. Although it's nothing for Gold Core Realm practitioners like us, it's still troublesome. If Manor Head Chen has a shortcut to enter the forest, it's great that we can concentrate on dealing with the dangers inside. What about my share? Can I have an extra portion? Chen Yi widened her eyes and asked with watery eyes. Manor Lord Chen, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a secret path into Ink Cloud Black Forest? Chang Yefeng was a little displeased. We've already discussed all the details. Isn't it a little too much for the Manor Lord to suddenly make a request when we're already here? Is that so? Forget it. Chen Yi was not angry. She smiled and said, Fellow Zhu didn't mention it at that time, and I didn't think about it. Now I just remembered that if Fellow Zhu doesn't agree, we'll follow Fellow Zhu and enter the forest according to the route he took last time. How about this? Zhu Qinghe thought for a while and said, Last time I entered the edge of the Ink Cloud Black Forest, it took me a lot of effort. Now that there are more people, it will be more troublesome. Since I asked too little, I'll give half of my share to Manor Head Chen. What do you think? That's great. Chen Yi wasn't courteous and agreed with a smile, and then she clapped her hand and took out a crystalline jade spoon before she said to Zhu Qinghe, Fellow Taoist Zhu, stop the flying boat. I'll find the location of the secret path. When Zhu Qinghe stopped the flying boat, everyone got out of the flying boat. They saw Chen Yi's hands forming a wonderful incantation. Every finger seemed to be dancing beautifully. As the spiritual power passed, the jade spoon turned into a woman less than 3 inches tall wearing a seamless heavenly robe. The woman's eyebrows were clear and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure flew with the brilliance, fluttering her sleeves as she flew toward the dark place in the distance. Her speed was not inferior to a cultivator at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Let's go. Seeing Jade Maiden fly, countless lights scattered in the air and turned into specks of flowers, Chen Yi revealed a smile. Her figure was actually the same as Jade Maiden's. She waved her Taoist robe and chased after her. Let's go. Zhu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi's narcissistic appearance and slightly shook his head. He waved his sleeves and led everyone to fly down. Xiao Hua leisurely followed beside Xie Zhiqian. He slightly released his Buddhist sense and carefully guarded against everything in the vicinity. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Zhu Qinghe and others arranged everything. The division of the 4 people was also completely agreed. Only the heavenly Yin grass was left for Xiao Hua. As the jade girl flew closer to the Ink Cloud Black Forest, Xiao Hua felt his eyes gradually darkening. Although the sun was really high up in the sky, there seemed to be something in the sky near the Ink Cloud Black Forest that could not pass through light. It could even be said that it was something that could absorb light, blocking the light. But Xiao Hua carefully examined it. Not only his divine sense, but also his Buddhist sense could not see anything. Even if he used his Dharma eye to examine it, he could only see a little bit of dark thing. It was exactly the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. After a while, Xiaohua felt somewhat strange. Usually, his true essence flowed smoothly in his meridians, but here, his true essence was unexpectedly somewhat obscure. It was as if sand was mixed in the river. Although it did not affect the river water, it always had a kind of heavy feeling. No wonder only Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators can come to the Yingxiao Black Forest. Xiaohua somewhat understood, qi refining cultivators' meridians are filled with true qi. When these black things enter the body, it is like a huge rock blocking the true qi, affecting the use of magic power. And in the body of Foundation Establishment cultivators, it can only be treated as gravel. As for Golden Core cultivators, all of their magic power is in the Golden Core. These black things may not necessarily enter the body. However, Xiaohua's true essence was originally filled with many black spots of earth crystal Yao milk. When these inexplicable things entered his meridians, it only made Xiaohua somewhat obscure. It actually did not have any effect. Even these black spots were absorbed by the earth crystal Yao milk, increasing little by little. Fellow Taoist Jew, it should be here. When the jade girl flew to a certain distance from the Yingxiao Black Forest, it stopped. It hovered in the air and did not move forward. Chen Yi covered it with her sleeve, and the jade girl turned back into a jade spoon and fell into her hand. Chapter 1992. This place doesn't look any different. Xiao Huayu looked around and saw that the coarse soil was suffused with a dim light. Low, clawing vines clung tightly to the ground. The thumb-sized leaves on them were uneven, and there were all kinds of shapes. The thick trees in front of them were so thick that several people could wrap their arms around them. The trees were not perfectly straight. Some were twisted, some were slanted, and the branches were crisscrossed. Strange birdsong could be heard from the sides or in front of them, rising and falling one after another. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind, lifting up the branches and leaves, making one feel a chill. Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and a green light flew out from his storage bag. It was a palm-sized jade flask. Under the activation of his dermic powers, the jade flask spewed out a silvery white light. The light was like a fountain that poured down from the top of Zhu Qinghe's head, protecting him. Xiaohua could clearly see that the light was slightly wrinkled and reflected light. It was actually in the form of granules, which seemed to be able to block out the black things in the Yingxiao Black Forest. Xiaohua, the ink sand in the Yingxiao Black Forest is very strange. The deeper you go, the more there are. Not only does the ink sand drill into your meridians, but it can also block the circulation of true essence and even corrode it. It also seeps into your meridians, making your entire body heavier. In the end, your entire body won't be able to move. Xie Zhiqian reminded Xiaohua from the side, normal protective light can't block the ink sand. You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so if you're not of the lightning attribute, then you're of the fire attribute. If you release your protective lightning or fire, it should be effective. As he spoke, Xie Zhiqian also clapped his hand, and a strange magic tool that looked like a gourd appeared. A layer of faint, flame-like spirit light protected Xie Zhiqian. Seeing everyone take out their methods, Xiaohua felt bitter. He only knew that he was coming to the Yingxiao Black Forest on the flying boat, so he didn't make any preparations. In the burial flower manner, there was clearly time to explain, but no one said a word to him. Now that he was here, they wanted him to take out his methods. It was clearly bullying. Gij Chen Yi was wearing a tricolored robe, and the cloud-like mist enveloped her inside. She flew to Xiaohua's side and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want to remind you, but I thought that this place was hidden and I couldn't let you out of burial flower manor. Since you can't go out, what's the use of telling you? If you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them for now. Otherwise, I have a Yu Sha that can block Mo Sha as well." After saying that, Chen Yi took out a thin robe and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua knew that since a golden core cultivator had to take out a magic weapon to protect himself seriously, his own flame might not necessarily be of use. Thus, he didn't hold back and reached out to grab the silk cloth and put it on with a flip of his hand. He saw that the silk cloth was thin and tight, producing a faint brilliance that blocked the ink sand, making it seem as if he wasn't wearing it at all. "Thank you, Manor Lord Chen." Xiao Hua bows and says, "Kid, I really don't have any protective magic treasures here." "Yes, just remember it in your heart." Chen Yi smiled and looked into the ink shadow black forest. "Manor Lord Chen, please lead the way," Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice after releasing his divine sense and looking for a moment. Chen Yi didn't hold back and waved her hand, saying, "Fellow cultivators, please follow me." Then, as if to remind them, she says, "This secret path was discovered by a fellow cultivator by chance. He just told me the general direction and route. This is the first time I've entered it. The secret path is about 100 feet from the ground and about 10 feet in radius. If your divine sense is strong enough, you should be able to find some clues. However, although there is a secret path and we can fly in it, we'd better not go too fast. It is said that the outer diameter of the secret path is very thin. If we attract too much spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the secret path will be destroyed." "What? We can fly in the secret path? We can't fly outside?" Xiao Hua is a little surprised and looks at the dark forest in the distance. The Mo Sha can enter the meridians with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Although the Mo Sha disappears after leaving the ink shadow black forest, it is obvious that the magic power of ordinary cultivators is greatly reduced in the ink shadow black forest. No wonder ordinary cultivators can't enter it. As for those rogue cultivators, they can only swim in the periphery. While Xiao Hua is thinking, he has already followed Xie Zhiqian into the ink shadow black forest for more than 100 feet. Xiao Hua has a feeling that he is trying to escape through the sand. A faintly discernible repelling force is produced, as if it is trying to squeeze him out of the ink shadow black forest. When no one was paying attention, Xiao Hua opened his Dharma eyes. Just as Chen Yi had said, the black sand around them was much lighter. It looked like a passageway, about 30 meters above the ground. The edges of the passageway swayed slightly, like seaweed swaying in the water. Motherfucker, how were these passageways discovered? Do other people have the same Dharma eyes as I do? Xiao Hua is a little speechless. After flying for another hour, because they are not flying fast and the passage is not leading directly to the inside of the ink shadow black forest, there are some twists and turns, like a small path in the forest. Although it leads to a secluded place, it is still a winding path. Fellow Zhu, don't worry. Although we can fly in this secret passage, it seems to be a little long. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Her voice is very loud in the dark, and the crisp chirps in the surroundings are much fainter now, indicating that they have entered the depths of the ink shadow black forest. Well, it's not bad. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, although I went in directly last time, I didn't fly so fast or so easily, and I used a lot of magic power. Although this secret passage is a long detour, it is better in that it is easy. Alas, if I came to the ink shadow black forest alone, even if I know that the Sword Immortal's remains are inside, I may not dare to break into the inner layer of the ink shadow black forest. Chang Yifeng sighed in a low voice. The Sword Immortal's remains. Xiao Hua's body trembles, and his eyes are filled with disbelief, looking at Xie Zhiqian beside him. Xie Zhiqian coughed and said in a low voice, Fellow Chang, you should be careful with your words. He, we are already at the edge of the ink shadow black forest. Even if Xiao Hua wants to leave, he needs to have the courage to do so. Chang Yifeng sneered, even if he wants to leave, can I let him leave at will? Well, since we are here, I guess fellow Chang also has doubts in your heart, and you want me to explain the reason? Zhu Qinghe understood Chang Yifeng's meaning and thought that Xiao Hua didn't know the truth, so he nodded slightly and said. Then, he looked at the darkness in the distance and said, since Manor Lord Chen found this secret passage, and we have some free time, let's just kill some time. I will tell you everything, so that you won't be confused. Senior Zhu, thank you for your explanation. Xiao Hua said respectfully, this junior is indeed confused, and I don't know why you came to this dangerous place. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, this junior will just follow you inside. I didn't tell you before because this matter is too secretive and has something to do with our cultivation. If others knew, especially the cultivators of the 7 skills sect who use flying swords, I'm afraid we wouldn't have a chance. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, on the contrary, I know that not many of the cultivators of your Imperial Thunder sect are good at using flying swords, so I'm not afraid to tell you. This is why I agreed to let you come. Xiao Hua despised him in his heart. If Chen Yi and the others didn't have ulterior motives, Zhu Qinghe wouldn't have let him come. However, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Zhu Qinghe said, Xiao Hua, do you know about sword cultivators? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and shook his head slightly. This junior was previously a loose cultivator in my country of Shi. My cultivation was very shallow and my knowledge was also very limited. I only wanted to cultivate to the 10th layer of Qi refining and enter a cultivation sect. In fact, this junior always wanted to enter the Huanhua sect, but who knew that I would enter the Imperial Thunder sect by accident. However, after entering the Imperial Thunder sect, I discovered that the cultivation sect wasn't a pure land, so this junior buried himself in cultivation. Now that I finally reached foundation establishment, I have the opportunity to come out and experience the world. I won't hide it from Senior. Presumably, Senior also knows about this junior's junior sister's matter. This junior only cares about matters related to himself, so this junior doesn't know much about sword cultivators. Seeing Xiao Hua's sincere words, as if he was confessing, Zhu Qinghe smiled and nodded. He didn't comment and said, that day when fellow Daoists tested your sword light, did you know? Isn't that a flying sword? This junior naturally knows. Xiao Hua admitted honestly, this junior used a flying sword talisman when I was Qi refining, and there's also a flying sword talisman in my storage pouch. As he spoke, Xiao Hua clapped his hands, as if he was going to take out a flying sword talisman from his storage pouch. There's no need. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, the flying sword talisman is only a yellow talisman. It can't be compared to a real flying sword, let alone a spirit sword. Yes, please dispel my doubts, Senior Zhu. Xiao Hua replied in a well-behaved manner. Actually, on my Xiaoyu continent, besides Daoist techniques, there are also sword cultivators, soul cultivators, beast cultivators, and so on. Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, could it be that your master didn't tell you about it? Ah. Zhu Qinghe suddenly asked, causing Xiao Hua to be stunned. He slightly opened his mouth and said awkwardly, this junior also asked about it before I reached foundation establishment, but my master said that I only needed to know and cultivate well. First, I had to reach foundation establishment, and then I wouldn't ask about anything else. When this junior reached foundation establishment, he wanted to introduce this junior to the senior sisters of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why didn't this junior just escape? At this point, Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and his forehead was almost covered in sweat. That day, he had told Chen Yi about the Feather Immortal Assembly at the Burial Flower Manor, but he didn't seem to have mentioned the matter of Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly, and he repeatedly thought about it. Seeing that Chen Yi's flying figure didn't change, he finally relaxed. What a sentimental person. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Chen Yi and said, sword cultivators are sword cultivators. All of their techniques are related to a flying sword. Then, Zhu Qinghe roughly explained the matter of sword cultivators, and finally said, actually, sword cultivators and Daoist techniques aren't completely separated. Within my Dao sect, there are also many cultivators whose magic tools or magic treasures are flying swords. For example, fellow Daoists Ye, fellow Daoist Chang, and I. Moreover, my Dao sect's flying sword technique isn't inferior to sword cultivators' flying swords. Even as early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were nascent soul stage experts who went to the Huan country to challenge sword cultivators. Chapter 1993. Huan Country. Xiao Hua pretended to be confused. The three cultivation countries are Xi, Meng, and Lian. This Huan country is the land of sword cultivators. Zhu Qinghe glared at Xiao Hua and muttered, "Which pedantic foundation establishment cultivator is your master? He didn't even tell you this. No wonder he can only be a foundation establishment cultivator." Hee hee. Xiao Hua didn't dare to say more and simply pretended to be ignorant. That cultivator from my Dao sect is very powerful with his flying sword. He actually won all 9 battles in Huan country and returned victorious. Zhu Qinghe said proudly. Ah. Really? This was the first time Xiao Hua heard of this. He was shocked. If he defeated a sword cultivator with a Dao technique, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he actually won with a flying sword. This was a disgrace to sword cultivators. Which sect is this senior from? He's so powerful. Xiao Hua asked. Which sect can he be from? Zhu Qinghe sighed, 7 Skills sect. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Zhu Qinghe glared at him and said, "Do you think only your Shi country's 7 Skills sect knows about flying swords?" Hee, I'm just a frog in a well. Senior, please enlighten me. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's Meng country's Changbai sect. Chen Yi said clearly, 7 Skills sect's flying sword is only because the current sect master, Lu Ni, is good at it. Therefore, many disciples cultivate flying swords. However, Changbai sect is established with flying swords. Other Dao techniques are just vassals. So it's like that. Xiao Hua easily thought of Lu Weigang, the Qi refinement disciple who used a flying sword to chase after Sun Shu during the Feather Immortal gathering. He thought, no wonder. Yes, it's Changbai sect from Meng country. Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, that senior's name is Reverend Bright Sword. He should have been an early nascent soul cultivator at that time. Senior Zhu, did you come to Mo Zhao Black Forest to find the remains of Reverend Bright Sword? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Hee, don't worry. Zhu Qinghe smiled and said, after Reverend Bright Sword returned from Huan country, he became famous in Meng country and became the next leader of Changbai sect. As for the Huan kingdom's sword cultivators, they were dejected. Many people began to have doubts about sword cultivators. Of course, Huan country also has spiritual sword and divine sword swordsmen. They can't possibly attack Reverend Bright Sword who has a low cultivation level, so they can only think of other methods. However, Reverend Bright Sword is indeed powerful. Not only are first-grade sword transformation stage cultivators unable to be his match, even in the final battle against a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, who is equivalent to a mid-Yuanying stage cultivator, he was still slightly superior. In an instant, he broke the myth that a sword cultivator's attack power is stronger than a Dao cultivator of the same level. However, it's not like Huan country doesn't have any geniuses. At that time, there was a rising star in Huan country called Li Xiubai. His cultivation was similar to Reverend Bright Sword's, and he was also a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. This Li Xiubai's innate talent is unrivaled. Since he was young, he had spiritual energy and perseverance. Others only nurture one sword pill. Some extremely powerful ones only nurture 3 at most. They are called the 3 stars glorious sun, but he actually nurtured 9 sword pills in one go. Ah! 9! Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. Wasn't this number the 9 shattered sword pellets he obtained from the deafening Thunder Palace? What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Zhu Qinghe asked curiously. AI, this sword cultivator senior, if my master was here, he would definitely reprimand him. Biting off more than you can chew. Xiao Hua had a bitter smile on his face. He said empathetically, others cultivating 3 is already the limit, but he actually wants to cultivate 9. This is really beyond this junior's expectations. However, since senior said so, senior Li Xiubai's 9 flying swords must have been cultivated. This kind of rare genius, this junior, really can't imagine. Humph, not only you, even I find it hard to understand. Zhu Qinghe sneered, other people's 3 sword pills are 3 stars glorious sun, but his 9 sword pills are transit of the sun 9 stars transit of the sun, ah. That's an extremely high realm among sword cultivators. It's the legendary divine sword realm's sword immortal. Since childhood, Li Xiubai's goal was to cultivate to the divine sword realm and become a sword immortal. Chen Yi's face was filled with longing as she said, moreover, under his tenacious nature, under his heaven-gifted genius, those 9 sword pills were born by him one by one. He named them Fledgling Star, Morning Star, Emblem Star, Brilliant Star, Dual Star, Dark Star, Star Destroyer, Star Extinction, and Star Creation. AI, heaven knows, it's already difficult for a sword cultivator to control 3 flying swords, how could he control 9 great spirit swords? That's right, Reverend Bright Sword went to Huan country to challenge Li Xiubai. Unfortunately, he went at the wrong time. Li Xiubai actually went to Million Mountains to train. He didn't meet Reverend Bright Sword. Zhu Qinghe continued, when he returned to Flame Bamboo Sword sect and learned about Reverend Bright Sword, he was extremely angry and immediately came to Meng country to challenge Reverend Bright Sword at Changbai sect. Good, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance as he praised, that will definitely be a battle that will shock the entire Xiaoyu continent. That's right. At that time, the cultivators of the 3 cultivation countries all heard the news and immediately moved. They wanted to see this battle of sword and Dao that is hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Zhu Qinghe's face was also filled with longing as he said, all the big sects, big clans, and many famous cities were all eagerly waiting for news about the time and location of the battle to come. Unfortunately, Li Xiubai aggressively went to Meng country and even rushed to Changbai sect. However, Reverend Bright Sword of Changbai sect treated Li Xiubai with respect and was very humble. However, once Li Xiubai entered Changbai sect, there was no more news, as if he didn't even appear. Chen Yi said softly in front of them, until half a year later, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiubai announced to the world on Changbai Peak that the 2 of them agreed to duel in a secret place. Moreover, they agreed to never announce the result of the duel to the public. At that time, whether it was the 3 cultivation countries or Huan country, all the sword cultivators were in an uproar. Huan country's Flame Bamboo Sword sect even sent an elder to Changbai sect in Meng country, as if to urge senior Li Xiubai. Zhu Qinghe's face was filled with reminiscence as he said, however, when the Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder came to Changbai sect, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiubai were both gone. Li Xiubai left a jade slip and said that he was going to duel with Reverend Bright Sword. As for where he went, Changbai sect master and elders also didn't know. Flame Bamboo Sword sect originally thought that Li Xiubai had been used a secret technique by Changbai sect, but when they saw Li Xiubai's jade slip, they naturally had nothing to say and could only wait on Changbai Peak. This wait lasted for another half a year. Zhu Qinghe sighed and said, until one day, Reverend Bright Sword's disciple saw that there was some movement in the sect's messaging secret array. After recognizing that it was Reverend Bright Sword who sent the message, he immediately informed the sect master and Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder. At this time, Reverend Bright Sword's life tablet in Changbai sect was also damaged. When Changbai sect master and Flame Bamboo Sword sect's elder saw Reverend Bright Sword's nascent soul image transmission, they knew that the duel had already ended. Reverend Bright Sword really kept his promise and didn't say a word about the result of the duel. He only arranged some matters in the sect and then turned off the image transmission. Chapter 1994. However, Immortal Bright Sword's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, indicating that he had died. Even his nascent soul could not escape. At first, the Elder of Flame Bamboo Sword sect thought that Li Xiubai could win, but after waiting for a long time, Li Xiubai did not return, so he hurried back to Huan country. It is said that Li Xiubai's natal spiritual tablet also had a crack. The two of them actually perished together. Immortal Bright Sword's last words were not completely spread, but there was a sentence that all the sword cultivators in Meng country knew. Without waiting for Zhu Qinghe to finish, Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian both said in unison, "Sword Dao has no regrets." Yes, it is this sentence. Zhu Qinghe nodded. Although our Taoist sect uses flying swords as magic tools, unlike sword cultivators who use their lives to nurture their swords, they still use their swords as their lives. Immortal Bright Sword sentence really hit the bottom of my heart. Yes, for this battle, all the sects have their own guesses, and there are records in their own ancient books. Chang Yifeng nodded, but what actually happened, no one knows. In order to find the truth, all the sects sent out their forces, first in Meng country, then in Shi country and Lian country, and even in Huan country. We didn't find any trace of it. Zhu Qinghe said again, however, in the end, the head of Changbai sect found clues from Immortal Bright Sword's nascent soul and concluded that it was in Shi country's Mo Zhao Black Forest. It may even be in the core. So, Changbai sect secretly searched Mo Zhao Black Forest, and lost a lot of experts, but still found no trace. Later, this news was discovered by some people, and it was completely leaked, attracting many sword cultivators to come here to search. What was the result? Xiao Hua suddenly asked a seemingly extremely stupid question. Chen Yi said with a smile, "If they found it, why would we come here today?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "What I mean is, Mo Zhao Black Forest is so big, and there are thousands of cultivators in Shi country, how could they not find it? Even if Mo Zhao Black Forest is dangerous, what about Fenshan stage seniors? What about Deshang stage seniors? Can't you just ask any one of them?" "Huh, little friend Xiao, you still don't understand." Xie Zhiqian smiled and said, "I heard that there is a famous rogue cultivator in your country of Shi. I think he is called Old Man Bai Zhang. His cultivation technique can be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, which is a great temptation to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators are looking for him. You must have had such a plan back then, right? But if the current you were to ask you to search for his orthodoxy, would you go?" "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. Daoist Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai are indeed handsome for a while and can be considered world-shaking. But in front of these seniors, they are still nothing. "Yes, that's one thing," Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. On the other hand, in the three kingdoms of cultivation, Daoist magic cultivation is still the priority. There are few cultivators who practice flying swords, so no one will invest more in the whereabouts of these two people. Enlightened Master Bright Sword's orthodoxy was in the Changbai sect. Li Xiubai's orthodoxy was also in the Flame Bamboo Sword sect. What he needed to find was Reverend Bright Sword's longsword and Li Xiubai's 9 stars transit. However, since the two of them had already perished together, their flying swords might not be intact. Even if they were found, it would be useless for sword transformation swordsmen and nascent soul cultivators. "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "For seniors are looking for these 10 flying swords, as well as the remains of the 2 seniors and their storage bags. Yes, for us golden core cultivators, these things are the most attractive." Zhu Qinghe did not hide it and nodded. "If we can obtain their legacy, it will be extremely useful for us to break through to the nascent soul realm. It might even be our only chance." Then, Zhu Qinghe glanced at Chang Yifeng and said, although the various sects have their own guesses and have their own opinions about the place of their duel, they have overlooked one point. This is also something that I suddenly realized when I saw that place. What point? Chang Yifeng asked. That's right. Fellow Daoist Zhu, what point is it? Xie Zhiqian was also eager to know. After all, he also did not understand how Zhu Qinghe could know about such a secret place. Hehe, I'll keep you in suspense for now. Zhu Qinghe laughed and said, when you see it, you will naturally understand. At that time, I didn't think too much about it until I saw the strange scene there. However, it was also because of this that I felt that I didn't have much confidence in breaking in, so I retreated to find the three of you to help me. Then, he glanced at Xiaohua and said, I didn't see the heavenly yin grass, but according to my guess and the sect's records, it should be there in that environment. Yes, I hope Senior's guess is correct. At this time, Xiaohua's heart was far less bitter than before. Since he knew that Zhu Qinghe and the others were looking for 10 flying swords, and that it was related to sword cultivation, Xiaohua was already eager to try. Even if there was no heavenly yin grass, this trip might still have a harvest. The heavenly yin grass's nature is neutral, its nature is neutral and yin and yang. Chen Yi was very familiar with spiritual herbs and whispered. Who, at this time, a divine sense swept over from afar, sweeping past everyone and immediately locking them. Zhu Qinghe was extremely embarrassed and angry, and with a light rebuke, his divine sense also rushed out. Fellow Daoist, help me. A slightly old voice transmitted from where the divine sense swept over, and the tone was very anxious. This is bad. Zhu Qinghe's divine sense swept over and immediately knew the origin of the matter. His face was slightly shocked, and he whispered, this is that shameless cultivator. He couldn't get rid of Mo Zhao himself, so he actually led him to us. Quickly get out, don't let that guy find out about the secret passage here. Chen Yi's divine sense was not inferior to Zhu Qinghe's, and she immediately urged. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they quickly followed Zhu Qinghe out of the secret passage. Just as they escaped the range of the secret passage, Xiaohua felt a kind of pressure on his body, forcing him to land on the ground. Moreover, a thick black thing rushed towards his body like a swarm of bees, and the Yusha could only block a small part of it. Looking at Chen Yi and the others again, their bodies were flashing with light, as if the light around them was blocking the black thing around them, and they were still flying about 10 feet away. Xiaohua, can you fly? Xie Zhiqian asked, this is really strange, this is only the edge of the Yingxiao Black Forest, how did Mo Zhao fly out from the middle to the outside? Junior can fly, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Xiaohua said with a wry smile, Junior had better try his best to fly below, and I hope to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. Let's go. We'll go and meet him. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and said. Yes. Chang Yifeng and the others responded, and they all flew up. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist consciousness, and his divine sense was obviously limited in the Yingxiao Black Forest, so he naturally had to hide his strength. After flying for a few miles, Zhu Qinghe waved his hand, and Chen Yi and the others hid on a tall black tree, while Xiaohua half flew and half crawled on a black tree. Roar! A roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a wolf's howl could be heard from a few miles away. The voice of the cultivator who was running for his life could also be heard. My fellow cultivators, there are 2 Mo Zhao behind me. I only came here because I had no other choice. If you help me kill these 2 Mo Zhao, I won't take anything from you. In fact, I would like to thank you for your help. Humph. Zhu Qinghe snorted and didn't answer. In less than half a cup of tea's time, waves of black waves rose up in front of them, and the black thing unique to the Yingxiao Black Forest was thrown into the air as if it was swept up by a hurricane. The Black Forest, which looked calm just a moment ago, was now swaying from side to side, as if it was split by a huge wave. Xiaohua could even hear the sound of trees falling to the ground in the distance. Hiss! When a cultivator in a light green robe flew over, Xiao Hua saw the Mo Zhao that was chasing the cultivator, and he couldn't help but gasp. The Mo Zhao was as black as its name. Its whole body was pitch black, and it was even darker than the black trees around it. Moreover, there was a kind of glossy gloss in the darkness, and it was obvious that the skin of the Mo Zhao was extremely hard. Moreover, the Mo Zhao was 30 feet long and 3 feet thick. Its body was like a black snake, but it was different from a black snake. The front part of the Mo Zhao's head had an additional membrane, and there were bony forks protruding from the membrane. At this time, it was swaying back and forth, as if it was angry. The other parts of the Mo Zhao's head were similar to a snake's head, but its fangs were protruding out, and its fist-sized eyes were flashing with red light. Looking at the tail of the Mo Zhao, it was indeed similar to a python's. It was slightly thick, and it was in the shape of a fish's fin. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that there was a pair of 1-foot-long wings in the middle of the Mo Zhao's body. At this time, it was flapping up and down, and a strong wind was stirring up above the pitch-black membrane. It was somewhat similar to the wings of a thunder beast. Roar! The Mo Zhao in front roared angrily, and its tail swayed violently, hitting the black trees around it. The extremely hard black trees were like firewood in the face of the Mo Zhao's tail, and they were easily overturned. The Mo Zhao flew into the air, and with the flap of its wings, it flew far away, tsk. Xiao Hua was very impressed. He thought to himself, this Mo Zhao is indeed a natural spiritual creature. Mo Zhao Black Forest, Mo Zhao Black Forest, this is the nest of the Mo Zhao. I don't know what kind of amazing magical powers it has. Just as Xiao Hua thought to himself, Mo Zhao, who was tailing them, also roared and raised his head high. Then, he suddenly stretched his head forward and spat out a swirling mass of black gas, which shot straight at the cultivator who was fleeing in front of him. Oh my, it's so powerful! Xiao Hua's divine thoughts swept through the area, and he could see clearly that the pitch-black mass of air was not only condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but more importantly, the special black thing in the Mo Zhao Black Forest had filled the entire mass of air. Moreover, balls of different sizes were condensed in the mass of air, colliding and rotating with each other. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts seemed to be attracted by the black thing in the mass of air. Chapter 1995. When the cultivator who was being chased saw Mo Zhao spit out a strange mass of black gas, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a magic treasure that looked like a lotus flew out of his hand. It turned into a tricolored arc that protected his back. However, as soon as the magic treasure left his hand, the black things in the surroundings swarmed toward it as if they were attracted to it. In just a moment, the tricolored arc absorbed a lot of the black things, and its brilliance became somewhat dim. Mo Zhao's mass of black gas was like a fish swimming in the dark forest, and it quickly dived into the tricolored arc. With a loud bang, the tricolored arc collided with the mass of black gas, and a huge force stretched the arc extremely long. With another bang, the mass of black gas broke through the arc and smashed into the cultivator's back like a meteor. My fellow cultivator, help me. When the cultivator saw that his magic treasure was easily destroyed, he panicked. However, it was obvious that this was not the first time it had been destroyed. Therefore, he turned his body nimbly and pounced on Zhu Qinghe, who was standing on his left. The mass of black gas was originally going to pounce on the cultivator, but because of the sudden change in the cultivator's body, it could not completely catch up with him. Instead, it made a slight turn and smashed into Zhu Qinghe. Damn it! Zhu Qinghe did not expect the cultivator to be so insidious. He did not even wait for the cultivator's name to be introduced, and he did not even give any warning. The cultivator brought the disaster to him, and he could not help but feel angry. However, when the mass of black gas was about to hit him, he could not care less. He shook his Taoist robe and raised his right hand from it. At this time, Zhu Qinghe's right hand had a faint golden color, which was particularly obvious in the dark forest. This faint golden color repelled the black things outside, and it could not be absorbed. Kill! Zhu Qinghe shouted in a low voice and swung his right arm straight down. A golden brilliance appeared from his hand like a sword, and it slashed directly at the mass of black gas that was coming toward him. A buzzing sound was heard as the sword light struck the black gas. It sounded like the buzzing of a hornet. The golden brilliance circulated at an extremely fast speed. It was as if the sword light was cutting the black gas with a saw. At the same time, the force of the mass of black gas bent the sword light. Zhu Qinghe's Taoist robe and hair were blown backward. His right arm trembled slightly, and his whole body was moving back inch by inch. Villa Head Chen, help me. Zhu Qinghe's Dharma power was rapidly depleted. When he saw the other Emo Zhao in the distance raised her head high again, he knew that things were not going well, and he immediately shouted. Fellow cultivator Zhu, wait a moment. When Chen Yi heard Zhu Qinghe's cry for help, she waved her hand. After a ray of light flashed, a string of floating flower petals flashed in the air and fell on the mass of air like a fairy scattering flowers. When the petals touched the mass of black gas, all the petals turned into rotating flying swords, stabbing into the mass of black gas from all directions. Boom boom boom, there was another burst of noise. After the roaring noise subsided, there was a soft, poof sound. First, it came from Zhu Qinghe's sword light. Then, the air mass seemed to be pierced everywhere. Pa 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 sounds were incessant. At the same time, the black things that had condensed into black clumps once again flew out in all directions. Not only did they attack Zhu Qinghe and Chen Yi, but they also attacked the cultivator who had lured the source of the trouble to the side. Go! Zhu Qinghe and others roared, and the flying swords in their hands were waved again. The flying swords turned into stars and stabbed on the black balls. These black balls were much easier to deal with than the mass of black gas. After the sword light passed, they turned into black fog and scattered in the air of the black forest. Zhu Qinghe scanned the fleeing cultivator with his divine sense. The cultivator didn't even look back. With a wave of his sleeve, a faint green brilliance spread out. A wooden stick flashed and scattered the black balls. His figure continued to fly behind Zhu Qinghe and the others, as if he didn't care about the situation Zhu Qinghe and the others were in. Zhu Qinghe was furious. He had thought of this long ago, but he was afraid that the secret path would be exposed, so he had no choice but to come out and help. At this time, he was with Chen Yi and others. They were too big of a target, and they could not be compared with the fleeing cultivator. They would definitely be chased by Emo Zhao. Villa Master Chen, fellow cultivator Chang, fellow cultivator Xie. Zhu Qinghe did not think too much and said, since we have met Emo Zhao, it is a chance. We are confident that we can defeat him. Well said. Chen Yi squinted her eyes when she saw Emo Zhao. She knew that Emo Zhao was full of treasures. Usually, Emo Zhao would hide in the depths of the black forest, and she would not dare to enter. How could she not be happy when Emo Zhao delivered himself to her? I will team up with fellow cultivator Chang. Chen Yi shouted and flew forward. She waved her hands, and clusters of flowers flew out. The flowers were rainbows formed by the sword light. Okay. Chang Yifeng, who was not far away from Chen Yi, was already on guard. When he heard Chen Yi's words, he did not say anything. He coordinated with Chen Yi's angle, and the huge sword in his hand, which was more than 10 feet long and half a foot wide, slashed through the air. It was like a door plank, and slashed toward Emo Zhao, who was closest to them. I am coming too. Xie Zhiqian shouted and flew up with Zhu Qinghe. A flying sword flew out from his hand like a meteor, and pierced the right eye of the other Emo Zhao. Roar. The two Emo Zhao were angry. The Emo Zhao that had been accumulating power flapped its wings and opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of black gas toward Chen Yi. The other Mo Zhao opened its mouth and spat out 2 clouds of black venom, which turned into sharp arrows, toward the flying sword that was coming toward them. Don't take it head-on. Zhu Qinghe quickly reminded Xie Zhiqian when he saw that the flying sword was close to the venom. Fellow cultivator Zhu, please know that I's flying sword has. Xie Zhiqian did not take it seriously. He smiled and was about to explain when he heard a sizzling sound. Xie Zhiqian was shocked when he saw that the Mo Zhao's venom had eroded the brilliance around the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword had become much dimmer. Keep. Xie Zhiqian did not dare to be careless. He recited the sword formula and retrieved the flying sword. He scanned it with his divine thought and saw that the 3-inch-long flying sword was covered with black spots. It looked like a rusty iron sword. Fellow cultivator Xie, the Mo Zhao's venom is mixed with the black sand in the black forest. It is extraordinary. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. It is the nemesis of my flying sword. If it were not for the fact that the Mo Zhao could not spit out too much venom, we would have to run away. As Zhu Qinghe spoke, 2 clouds of brilliance flew out from his hand and blocked in front of him and Xie Zhiqian. The brilliance was slowly annihilated by the Mo Zhao's venom. However, due to the brilliance, the venom was completely consumed. Quick! Mo Zhao seems to be trying to escape. Zhu Qinghe was about to talk to Xie Zhiqian when he scanned the area with his divine thought. As expected, Mo Zhao, who had spat out the venom earlier, saw that both the venom and the air mass were ineffective. Moreover, there were 4 powerful cultivators in front of him. He quickly flapped his wings and turned his body nimbly as if he was about to fly away. Chapter 1996. Zhu Qinghe had noticed it, and Chen Yi was even more aware of it. Her flying swords had already landed on Mo Zhao's body. The flying swords created a series of sparks on Mo Zhao's black body, but they could not hurt Mo Zhao at all. Go! Chen Yi could not allow the fatty meat in her mouth to escape. She rubbed her hands, and more peanuts flew out. Moreover, Chen Yi opened her mouth and spat out a cloud of pink mist. It suddenly expanded in the air and turned into a light veil. It covered Mo Zhao from top to bottom. Mo Zhao flapped his wings and flew away. However, as soon as he cast out the light muslin, a strong restrictive force was generated and firmly restrained them. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed them. Roar! Mo Zhao was furious. He tried his best to twist his body. His 2 fin-like tails were suddenly lifted up and drew 2 black shadows in the air. He almost swept the black wood that Xiao Hua was climbing and hit the light veil's magical weapon from the side. Puff, puff. 2 soft sounds rang out as the 2 hammers smashed into the veil. The light on the veil immediately dimmed, and Chen Yi's face flushed red. Don't worry, Villa Master Chen. I will help you. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly in his heart. Chen Yi was too greedy. Not only did she not wait for him to take out his Dharma treasure, but she also wanted to trap the 2 Mo Zhao. That was why she was hit by the powerful force of the Mo Zhao. However, the moment Zhu Qinghe activated the 3 Dharma treasures in his storage bag, Mo Zhao did not fly away. Instead, he dived into the ground and disappeared into the dark ground in a flash of light as he dived into the ground. Earth escape. Xiao Hua was stunned. Go after him. Chen Yi waved her hand, and the pink veil fell into her hand. She shouted softly, and the colorful light around her body flashed. It seemed that she was going to chase after Mo Zhao. Villa Master Chen. Zhu Qinghe whispered, the 5 elements escape skill is useless in Mo Zhao Black Forest. Alas, Chen Yi suddenly came to an understanding when she heard this, and she slapped herself on the forehead and laughed bitterly. I was in a hurry and forgot about this matter. Immediately after, the 5-colored brilliance around Chen Yi gradually disappeared, revealing Chen Yi's embarrassed and angry expression. Ahem. Zhu Qinghe coughed and said, even if Villa Master Chen knows the rare 5 elements escape skill, I'm afraid that he is no match for Imo Zhao, who is born with the earth escape skill. We are not fated to fight Imo Zhao today. Hehe, Manor Lord Chen, you don't have to regret it. Chang Yefeng held the giant sword in his hand and said with a smile, Imo Zhao is rarely captured in the Black Forest because it can escape. Unless you use the talisman that condenses the ground into toughness at the very beginning. Who would have prepared for Imo Zhao's sudden appearance? Xie Zhiqian smiled bitterly. At this point, everyone thought of the cultivator who lured Imo Zhao here and looked in the direction that the cultivator had fled. Unfortunately, other than the pitch-black sky and the branches of the black tree, where were the figures of cultivators? Let's go. Zhu Qinghe raised his head to look at Xiaohua and said, just treat it as being a good person this time. Humph, if I see this cultivator next time, I will definitely kill him without saying anything. Chen Yi said angrily. However, before she could finish her words, a familiar voice came from afar. Fellow cultivator, help me, ah. Xiaohua was stunned. Wasn't that the cultivator who had escaped just now? This guy dares to come back. Xiaohua was extremely surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a shameless cultivator in the world. However, before Xiaohua could speak or look at the expressions of Chen Yi and the others, Zhu Qinghe's countenance instantly went ghastly pale. He slapped his hand and withdrew 4 jade slips from his storage pouch, and his divine sense swiftly wrote something on them. After that, he waved his hand and the jade slips flew towards Chen Yi and the others, and he cried out. Fellow Taoists, this is the place we're heading to. If any fellow Taoist escapes this calamity, then you can meet up here. Everyone, please take care of yourselves. After that, Zhu Qinghe took the lead and flew toward the place where Imo Zhao had disappeared. Zhu Qinghe was very fast, but Chen Yi and Chang Yefeng were not slow either. The two of them also scanned the distance with their divine senses, and an incredulous expression appeared on their faces. Before Zhu Qinghe could throw the jade slip to them, they had already flown into the air, grabbed the jade slip with their hands, and put it into their storage bags without even looking at it. Then, they turned into streaks of light, disregarding the dangers of Ink Shadow Black Forest, and left. Xiaohua took the jade slips and immediately released his Buddhist thought. However, before his Buddhist thought could reach far, a suffocating feeling came from afar. It was like the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping in the air. Ah! Xiaohua trembled. He knew that there must be a change in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. When he released his Buddhist thought for more than 10 miles, he saw that there seemed to be a huge wave in the Black Forest. The black sand was lifted high. Was it more than 10 feet high? Moreover, under the waves of the black sand, many spirit beasts and even spirit birds, and some cultivators were fleeing in panic. While Xiaohua was watching, 2 cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment were swallowed by the black sand in the blink of an eye because their flying speed was not fast enough. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the waves of the black sand was extremely chaotic. Xiaohua's Buddhist thought could not penetrate it, so he could not see whether the cultivators were dead or alive. The black sand moved very fast, as if following the flow of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it rushed several miles in an instant. At this time, the panicked Xie Zhiqian released his divine thought and found the abnormality, Mo Zhao. Why did I encounter something that would not happen in tens of thousands of years? After saying that, he did not even greet Xiaohua. His figure followed Chen Yi and the others and chased after them. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. His figure also swept up, but he still flew very low, following behind Xie Zhiqian. He flew while observing Mo Zhao. The ink storm was like an ocean wave, surging forward violently. Wherever it went, everything in the Black Forest would be engulfed. Moreover, the ink storm was like a hurricane, stirring up all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. All the withered branches and leaves in the black forest were swept up high into the sky. Xiao Hua observed for a moment and had a plan in his heart. Although Mo Zhao was powerful, his speed was still slower than his bright thunder escape. If he used all his strength, escaping would not be a problem. However, Chen Yi and the others were in front of him. If he ran too fast, it was inevitable that he would be discovered. Therefore, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and his direction was slightly slanted, flying in another direction. Damn it, the world is really strange. A small foundation establishment cultivator actually ran to the inner layer of the black forest. Are you not afraid of being eaten by Mo Zhao? A voice sounded from above Xiao Hua's head. Needless to say, it was the cultivator who lured Mo Zhao here. Xiao Hua did not pay much attention to him. He only turned his head slightly and saw that it was a short and fat gold core cultivator. His face was shriveled and flat, like a rotten persimmon. Moreover, his eyes were extremely small and were embedded in the persimmon, as if they could not be seen. Give me your storage pouch, I will give you a ride. The cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and sneered, with your flying speed, you will be swallowed by Mo Zhao sooner or later. Not only will your true origin be eroded, your storage pouch will also be destroyed. I will show you kindness and give you a ride. If you are fated to escape, it is better than your cultivation being crippled and becoming an ordinary person. Instead of letting others benefit from this storage pouch, why not let me benefit from it? Hee hee. Xiao Hua roughly understood and sneered, that is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Even if I throw my storage pouch here and let other cultivators benefit, I will not give it to a scoundrel who wants to take advantage of the situation. When the cultivator heard this, not only was he not angry, but he laughed instead, rotten wood can't be carved. You don't understand shit. Didn't I just lead Mo Zhao to your teacher's place? Think with your ass, if your teacher did not fight with Mo Zhao, you would have encountered Mo Zhao long ago, wouldn't you? Didn't you die in Mo Zhao long ago? How can you still talk to me here? Seeing such a shameless cultivator, Xiao Hua sighed inwardly and ignored him. His body tilted and flew in another direction. Why are you flying there? You can only escape by flying straight. The short and fat cultivator said curiously. Then, he swept back with his divine thought and rolled his bean-sized eyes. He rubbed his hands and threw a spell at Xiao Hua. At the same time, his other hand grabbed at the void, trying to scare away the storage pouch in Xiao Hua's eyes. You really don't want to live anymore. Xiao Hua was not as panicked as the short and fat cultivator imagined, nor was he flying around absent-mindedly. His Buddhist sense saw that the cultivator was actually trying to kill him behind his back without a trace of the demeanor of a senior, and he could not help but be furious. His body suddenly stopped in midair and he waved his hand, using the earth condensation technique. Immediately, an oppressive force swarmed from all around the cultivator, squeezing the cultivator tightly. Oh, young man, your temper is not small. The cultivator was not afraid of Xiao Hua's spell at all and only urged the magic power in his hand. He believed that Xiao Hua's magic power was definitely not as deep as his, and definitely not as fast as his spell. However, the instant the cultivator's great confinement art smashed onto Xiao Hua, a burst of brilliant light flickered all over Xiao Hua's body. It was precisely the activation of the protective brilliance. Moreover, just outside the brilliance, a layer of earth-yellow armor suddenly formed. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly shot up, as fast as a messaging talisman. The great confinement technique only smashed into Xiao Hua's lower body, clearly hitting nothing but air. Ah, protective brilliance. The cultivator was stunned, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. He hurriedly shook his two arms outwards, as if he also wanted to urge the protective brilliance to break free from Xiao Hua's earth condensation technique. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the cultivator suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if an awl had pierced into his brain. His divine thought involuntarily contracted, and the magic power in his body also went out of control at the same time. Therefore, the cultivator could not help but cry out, "Oh!" His two hands tried to support his head. Chapter 1997. Heh heh. Xiao Hua sneered. The earth condensation technique had already hit the cultivator. The surrounding earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual chi swarmed over, binding the cultivator tightly. Xiao Hua's figure swept towards the cultivator again. He reached out and pulled down two huge storage bags from the waist of the cultivator, who fell from the air. He turned around and was about to escape. At this moment, Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw a green silk ribbon on the cultivator's neck. At this moment, the cultivator was panicking. The protective brilliance around his body flickered as soon as it was suppressed. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He reached out and pulled out the green silk ribbon. On the green silk ribbon, there was a doll-like doll tied to it. That doll was only the size of a thumb. Its entire body was faintly green. A layer of faintly discernible green seal text appeared from time to time. It seemed to be floating on the outer layer, but also seemed to be hidden inside the doll. Looking at the doll again, its features were clear. Its eyes were tightly closed, and there was a trace of sadness at the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be full of sorrow. Sorcerer puppet. Xiao Hua was stunned. His eyes almost shrank. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. However, even if he saw the green seal text, he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, sorcerer puppets were legendary ancient objects. He had only seen them in Huang Yi's imprint. He couldn't be sure. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't even think and hid the doll in his arms. He didn't even look at the cultivator who fell on the ground. He turned around and fled. The eyes of the cultivator who fell on the ground were filled with regret. Not only for provoking Xiao Hua, but also for his carelessness. He panicked because of his escape. In fact, his cultivation wasn't weaker than Xiao Hua's. It was only because of his carelessness that he felt that dealing with a baby like Xiao Hua didn't require much effort. But he really didn't expect Xiao Hua to have soul stab and earth condensation technique. He didn't care about dealing with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua was serious. He used a secret technique right from the start. Who was stronger and who was weaker, naturally it was clear. However, the cultivator simply didn't have much time to regret, nor did he have much time to break through Xiao Hua's earth condensation technique. The ink storm came charging over like it was covering the sky and covering the earth. Countless ink sand hit the cultivator's meridians like it was real, hitting the true essence within the meridians, and the golden core that was the source of the true essence within the dantian. The golden core was originally a faint yellow color, and it revolved in his dantian. However, when a large amount of ink entered the golden core, the outer layer of the golden core was instantly dyed black. Soon after, a layer of fine black powder appeared on the surface of the golden core. When the black powder came into contact with the spirit chi, it immediately formed bubbles. The bubbles quickly burst, layer after layer. As the bubbles burst, the golden core shrank slightly. The cultivator was still struggling with all his might, but after being annihilated by the ink storm, his breath and surroundings were completely filled with the tyrannical ink sand. He was unable to extract the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and could only use his Jindan to activate his mana. But at this moment, his Jindan had also been invaded by the ink sand. Not to mention that the vital essence in his meridians had been completely blocked by the ink sand, unable to activate his mana. Even if his meridians were intact, his Jindan would not be able to provide vital essence. As a result, the cultivator's face was deathly pale, and he no longer wanted to struggle. However, at this moment, the cultivator's body loosened. Xiao Hua's earth condensation technique was still unable to resist the might of the ink storm, and it collapsed under the might of heaven and earth. The cultivator suddenly rejoiced, and a trace of hope rose in his heart. However, before he could crawl up from the ground, a wind howled, and a piece of black wood as thick as a duck's egg flew through the hurricane, striking the cultivator's temple. The cultivator faintly glanced to the side, not panicking in the slightest. He waved his left hand, and an extremely simple object controlling technique was used, wanting to knock the black wood away. However, he extended his hand, but his mana was gone. His technique was nothing more than a superficial struggle. With a bang, that black wood struck the cultivator's temple, and a wisp of dark red blood flowed down from the cultivator's forehead. The cultivator's body swayed twice, and he fell to the ground, never to crawl up again. A golden core cultivator was killed by a black wood just like that. Xiao Hua took the other party's doll, and threw the two huge storage bags into the space. His figure no longer hesitated, and he flew forward slightly crookedly. However, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. The amount of ink sand in the air was increasing, and with the agitation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the ink sand seemed to be affected. Moreover, as Xiao Hua flew, the surrounding black wood became thicker, and from time to time, there were some black vines baring their fangs and brandishing their claws from the black wood, as if to block Xiao Hua. This is bad. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that he was flying in the wrong direction again. The place where Chen Yi flew to should be outside of the ink cloud black forest, and in order to avoid their eyes and ears, he diverted. Wasn't he flying to the middle of the ink cloud black forest? However, seeing that the ink cloud black forest was becoming more and more violent, and had the power to sweep everything away, Xiao Hua wanted to fly in front of the ink cloud black forest again. My goodness, what should I do now? Xiao Hua's heart trembled slightly. On one hand, he was desperately trying to escape into the depths of the ink cloud black forest, and on the other hand, his mind was spinning like a windmill, trying to find a way to escape. However, after thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua still could not think of a way to escape from the ink cloud black forest even though Mo Bao's momentum and speed were increasing exponentially. Damn it, am I going to be buried in the ink cloud black forest? Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, but at this moment, a ray of light flashed in his heart. Ink cloud. That's right, where did the ink cloud black forest go? I have been in the ink cloud black forest for a long time, but why haven't I seen a single ink cloud black forest? If there is no ink cloud black forest, will it still be a dangerous place? Xiao Hua came to his senses and lowered his head to look at the pitch black ground. Ha ha ha. They are all underground. Xiao Hua's divine sense could not reach far, so when he used his Buddhist awareness to check, he really saw that under the pitch black ground, there were many ink cloud black forests that were like hibernating snakes. They curled up into a coil and wrapped themselves with their fleshy wings. Well, the ground can block divine sense, so it should be able to block most of the ink cloud black forest. Since the ink cloud black forest has spread its fleshy wings, the fleshy wings should be able to block a part of the ink cloud black forest. As for the remaining ink cloud black forest, the ink cloud black forest should not be afraid of it. Xiao Hua understood and his heart immediately calmed down. He formed a seal with his hands and used the earth escape technique. His body escaped into the pitch black ground. However, in just a moment, Xiao Hua flew out from the ground again and said with a smile, I am stupid. The ink cloud black forest is extremely dangerous. Even a gold core stage cultivator has to be careful in fear of being attacked by the ink cloud black forest or other ferocious creatures. Now, because of the ink cloud black forest, all the ferocious creatures have escaped. Before the ink cloud black forest, who would dare not to escape? Isn't this a good time for me to go deep into the ink cloud black forest? If we don't go in now, what are we waiting for? Chapter 1998. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out the maze again and put it on his body. His body stuck close to the ground and flew towards the depths of the black forest. Of course, Xiao Hua was also prepared. The 100 talismans in the rabbit array were already in his hand. He was only waiting for the time when he couldn't escape, then he would go deep into the ground and lay out the array. Xiao Hua's bright thunder escape was indeed powerful. He quickly rushed in front of Mo Bao like a warrior surfing the waves, standing on top of the waves. Those hiding under the ground were not only Mo Zhao and other monsters, but also Gold Core Stage and Nascent Soul Stage cultivators. These cultivators left their spirit sense outside to observe Mo Bao's whereabouts. At this time, they actually saw Xiaohua's figure that was like a meteor. They couldn't help but be shocked. None of them didn't want to see Xiaohua's true face. Unfortunately, their spirit sense didn't dare to be too far away. Moreover, Xiaohua's maze also blocked their spirit sense. Even if they wanted to see, they couldn't. This. Which expert is this? He actually dares to fly like this in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. And his flying speed is so fast. The cultivators started to guess. Some were spirit-severing stage cultivators, some were nascent soul stage cultivators, and some even guessed that it was the Imperial Thunder sect. However, they never thought that under the maze, it was just a small Imperial Thunder sect, and a small foundation establishment stage cultivator in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Buzz, buzz, it seemed to be the sound of mountains shaking and the earth quaking, coming from the front of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua tried his best to probe out with his Buddhist consciousness, but he could not find any clues. However, Xiaohua understood in his heart that the ink cloud black forest must have produced an ink storm in the depths of the forest and was pushing out in all directions. Therefore, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He formed a seal and drilled into the ground. Moreover, he used all his spirit sense to go as deep as possible. After passing by dozens of Mo Zhao of different sizes, Xiaohua finally felt a huge force starting to support him. He knew that he had almost reached the deepest part of the earth escape, so he didn't waste any more spirit sense to go down. Instead, he hurriedly threw out the 100 talismans to lay out the rabbit array. Just after Xiaohua threw out most of the talismans, a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city rushed over from above. Good. It's still so powerful even though it's so far from the ground. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He activated the magic power in his hand and waved it continuously. Finally, as the ink sand fell one after another, he grabbed his hand. The rabbit spell formation was activated one after another and blocked the oppressive aura. However, the formation was only able to block the majority of the ink sand. There was still an extremely small amount of ink sand that was able to penetrate through the gaps in the formation. It was sucked onto Xiaohua's body. However, at this moment, the ink sand was not much worse than the ink sand that Xiaohua had encountered at the edge of the ink cloud black forest. After entering his meridians, it was absorbed by the Yao milk. Although Xiaohua did not release his Buddhist consciousness from the magic circle, he could see the flickering brilliance above the magic circle. It seemed like a lonely lamp in the waves that wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Naturally, he also knew the brutality of the ink violence on the ground. Thus, he sighed and clapped his hand, taking out the doll that looked like a wizard puppet. Although it looks the same as the sorcerer puppet, I can't be sure. Xiaohua stared at the doll and thought to himself, but this doll is obviously written in green seal script, it must be related to witchcraft. However, that cultivator is only at the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He has not reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Where did he get the sorcerer puppet? Unfortunately, that cultivator was submerged by the ink violence. Now, I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Humph, such a shameless cultivator. He won't even let go of a small foundation establishment cultivator like me. What's the use of keeping him alive in this world? Xiaohua immediately curled his lips and placed the sorcerer puppet aside. Then, he took out the 2 storage pouches that he had taken from that cultivator from the space. When he opened the storage pouches to take a look, he could not help but be stunned. There were a lot of things in the bag of holding, but there were no spirit stones, no medicinal pills, and no spirit herbs. There were only a lot of broken jade slips, some worn-out magic tools, magic treasures, and some inexplicable things. I understand. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "This guy is the same as the cultivator abandoned by the heavens. He came to the ink cloud black forest to look for cultivation techniques or magic treasure remains. It's just that this guy is really amazing. He actually collected so many things. Presumably, that sorcerer puppet was also found by him in the ink cloud black forest. Since that cultivator said that all storage pouches cannot escape the ink violence, then the ink sand must be able to corrode storage pouches. These things cannot be left in storage pouches. They must be exposed in the ink cloud black forest. Moreover, the ink sand will attack at any time. It is impossible for all magic tools and magic treasures to be intact. However, this cultivator is self-taught. He hid the sorcerer puppet close to his body. Xiao Hua glanced at the doll again and said with a smile, "It's just a pity that he doesn't know the method to refine the sorcerer puppet. It is useless for him to keep it. On the contrary, it is giving this young master a life." Xiao Hua had seen the introduction and method to refine the sorcerer puppet from Huang Yi's ghost cultivation inheritance. He knew that this sorcerer puppet was an object refined by ancient witchcraft. It was incomparably miraculous. After refining it, it could be kept close to the body and could die once in place of the cultivator. As for why it was like this and how it was refined, in this day and age where witchcraft had long been lost, who would know? Even ghost cultivators with hundreds of thousands or millions of years of inheritance did not know. 2 white bones. Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense, and he saw 2 extremely long and thick white bones among the pile of junk. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the white bones from his storage pouch. He held them in his hands and observed them carefully. The white bones were extremely thick. Xiao Hua's 2 hands could not close together. Moreover, the white bones were extremely long. Xiao Hua was already tall and thin, but the white bones were actually more than twice as tall as him. Good heavens, these 2 white bones are actually compatible with the giant head in the space. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. The true samadhi fire in his hands was ignited and burned the 2 white bones. As Xiao Hua expected, not long after, strings of tadpole-like green seal characters emerged from the white bones. They floated in the air for a moment and then flew into the space with Xiao Hua's mind. They slowly revolved around reverse light. Thus, pieces of green seal characters and pictures were reflected in Xiao Hua's mind. After the time of 2 meals, the green seal characters gradually dimmed and disappeared. Everything was stored in Xiao Hua's mind. Alas, even with the ghost cultivator's inheritance, this young master still does not understand these green seal characters. Xiao Hua sighed. Moreover, according to the ghost cultivator's inheritance, this talisman curse technique came from the immemorial witchcraft. It's just that it's much more shallow. I wonder when this young master will be able to understand these green seal characters. Thinking of the green seal characters, Xiao Hua remembered the Confucian words on the tortoise shell. Those were the inscriptions on the armor, which also originated from the immemorial era. However, they were used by Confucian cultivators to record cultivation techniques. Looking at the vivid green seal characters, Xiao Hua sighed again. He swept his mind again and the 2 white bones flew into the space. Sure enough, once the white bones entered the space, ka-cha-cha, sounds of thunder could be heard. The white bones automatically flew to the bottom of the previous white bones and lay down. They looked just like the calf bones of a giant. This young master understands now. Seeing the invisible connection between the white bones and the green lightning wrapped around the white bones, Xiao Hua smiled. This is the skeleton of an immemorial celestial. It's even related to lightning. If we can gather the skeleton of this celestial, maybe something fun will happen. As for what would be fun, Xiao Hua scratched his head and couldn't think of anything. Below the white bones, the lightning beast cub seemed to still be in a deep slumber. The lightning ball on the white bones also wrapped around it. Moreover, from time to time, lightning would be born from the white clouds in the air, striking the lightning beast cub. And, no matter what, this little cub can live. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the poison beauty-retaining grass. In this space, the beast poison seemed to have stopped, and the beauty-retaining grass had a strong vitality. Although Xiao Hua didn't expel the poison from the beauty-retaining grass, the originally dead beauty-retaining grass regained its vitality at this time. Moreover, it was fighting against the beast poison step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have time now, Xiao Hua wouldn't dare to take the beauty-retaining grass out of the space. He was afraid that the beast poison would wreak havoc again. If he didn't have the confidence to expel the poison, Xiao Hua would definitely take the beauty-retaining grass out of the space and see if he could use a secret method to save the beauty-retaining grass. Thinking about it, which female cultivator wouldn't like a spiritual grass that could make a person stay young forever? Thinking about it again, even the burial flower manor only had 4 stalks. If he planted them in the space, then the spirit stones, TSK, it wouldn't be any worse than a jade mine. Thinking about it, Xiao Hua unconsciously licked his dry lips. It's better not to think too much. Xiao Hua hurriedly pulled his consciousness out of the space and flipped through the ghost cultivator's inheritance. He carefully looked at the content of the shaman puppet and also looked at the details of the refining method of the shaman puppet. Oh, so this shaman puppet isn't omnipotent. The first time Xiao Hua looked at it, he didn't look at it carefully. Now that he looked at it word by word, he understood some deeper things. The power of the shaman puppet is related to the cultivation of the person refining it. It should be able to resist the attack of a cultivator who is 1 level higher than that. If there is more, the shaman puppet can't replace it. And, there's also the environment used, the magic tool used to kill it, and so on. The more Xiao Hua looked, the smaller the surprise in his heart. But thinking about it, if the shaman puppet had such great power, it could directly replace the death of a cultivator. If the almighty cultivator refined a few more shaman puppets, then wouldn't they be able to rest easy? Even if it was lightning tribulation, they wouldn't have to be afraid. Lightning tribulation, magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements, they can't be replaced by shaman puppets. Xiao Hua looked and laughed. The requirements are getting more and more stringent. Oh. What are magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements? Xiao Hua suddenly paused and looked forward. His eyes turned and he seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, in this inheritance, it only talks about magic tools. It doesn't talk about magic treasures or spirit treasures. It's probably because in ancient times, there were only magic tools. But after it reached the Tao sect, it started to divide them into different categories and increase the number of magic tools. However, I wonder what are magic tools that are part of the 5 elements. That's right, my great wisdom heavy sword, isn't it like this? Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 1999. When he thought about how he'd finally found the origin of the Great Wisdom Sword, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be overjoyed. He disregarded the refining of the shaman puppet and carefully looked through the inheritance of the ghost cultivators. After an hour, Xiao Hua frowned and flicked his hand, taking out the Great Wisdom Sword. The ghost cultivator's inheritance didn't say too much about magic tools that aren't part of the 5 elements. It only vaguely pointed out a few places. Xiao Hua was a bit distressed. I only know that this kind of magic tool can't be refined using ordinary refining methods. It can't be contaminated with items of the 5 elements. Although the towering flame can be used to refine tools, it clearly belongs to the fire of the 5 elements. It definitely can't be used to refine the Great Wisdom Sword. The true Samadhi fire is too gentle and isn't suitable for refining tools. Could it be that I have to use that spiritual fire? But thinking about how using just a bit of spiritual fire would exhaust half of his cultivation, Xiao Hua immediately became dejected. Damn it, if I want to refine the Great Wisdom Sword, I'm afraid I'll have to use 10 times, or even 100 times my current cultivation. I really don't know when I'll be able to refine it. Moreover, what kind of magic tool can I refine with the Great Wisdom Sword? Xiao Hua's mind was active again. The Great Wisdom Sword was originally a sword embryo. Presumably, it will be refined into a sword. But it can't be controlled by divine sense, so how can it fly? It can only be held in the hand. If it's held in the hand, how can it be used? I don't know any sword techniques that can be held in the hand. Usually, I only use it as a staff. After all, there's still a heavenly staff technique in my memories. Thinking here, Xiao Hua raised his brows again, seeming to have thought of something. He had no choice but to dig out the ghost cultivator's inheritance again. There was no other reason. The ghost cultivator's inheritance was really too much. It wasn't Xiao Hua's own memories. When he used it, he could only find it on the spot. After a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, 5 elements wishful heavenly staff. Isn't this the weapon you prepared for me? It turned out that in the ghost cultivator's inheritance, there was a staff-shaped magic tool used by immemorial celestials. Its size could be controlled by the heart, and it didn't belong to the 5 elements. Moreover, it was shockingly heavy. Wasn't this the staff that Xiao Hua was thinking? It's a pity that the inheritance only recorded this kind of magic weapon. It didn't record how to refine it or what materials were used to refine it. Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his index finger and said with a smile, presumably, with the spiritual bodies of ghosts, they are also afraid of this 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to record it down. Forget it, a celestial being's magical artifact isn't something I've seen before. Who knows, it might even be a primordial forging technique. That's something that only almighty beings possess. I'd better not covet it. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua was somewhat happy and somewhat melancholy as he put away the Great Wisdom Sword. With a wave of his hand, the Great Wisdom Sword was held in his hand. Immediately, he closed his eyes and carefully went through the method of refining the Great Wisdom Sword. Then, he used his thumb to point at the mark of the Great Wisdom Eye on his forehead and shouted, "Open." As Xiao Hua spat out the needle eye, the mark of the Great Wisdom Eye between his eyebrows gradually appeared. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and urged the soul cultivation technique. The soul strands extended out from the Great Wisdom Eye. Thread by thread, circle by circle, they wrapped around the Great Wisdom Sword according to the method of refining the Great Wisdom Sword. Following the strange winding method of the soul strands, the green seal characters on the Great Wisdom Sword began to slowly appear. One by one, they lit up, as if Xiao Hua was lighting them up one after another. When all the green seal characters lit up, Xiao Hua's soul strands began to fling out again. Each strand of soul strands touched a green seal character. Xiao Hua only felt the place where his soul strands were connected to tremble. For some reason, there was an indescribable feeling of comfort, or perhaps it was a strange feeling. It was as if he had somewhat understood the meaning of the green seal characters. But if he were to say it out loud, it would be extremely difficult. I understand. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. So this is how the green seal characters are practiced. It's definitely not the Great Wisdom Sword or the Great Wisdom Sword. The green seal characters themselves have the ability to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. So that's how it is. While thinking, Xiao Hua carefully pulled out his soul strands again. One by one, he touched all the green seal characters. However, what surprised him was that although there were many green seal characters, there were only 3 that could cause his soul to tremble. Could it be? Xiao Hua, while arranging the green seal characters according to the records, secretly guessed, there are only 3 useful green seal characters. And the green seal characters are all formed by these 3 green seal characters. Or perhaps, I can feel these 3 green seal characters, but I can't feel the others. Just as he was thinking about it, all of the green seal characters had finished assembling and were floating in the air, forming a slightly larger green seal character. It should be like this. Looking at this green seal character that was extremely similar to the other green seal characters, Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the green seal character. The green seal character suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Then, Xiaohua only felt a slight dizziness in his head. The green seal character returned to its faint green appearance and completely covered the shaman puppet. As the green seal text fell, the entire shaman puppet also emitted a green light, which disappeared in a flash. Although the shaman puppet's appearance didn't change, Xiaohua could clearly see that the shaman puppet's mouth was curled up, revealing a slight smile. Seeing this smile, Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. The shaman puppet couldn't be used infinitely. Each shaman puppet could only be used 3 times. Since Xiaohua succeeded in refining it and revealed a smiling face, it meant that the shaman puppet could still be used. The crying face from before must be the reason that Cultivator didn't know how to refine it. And, I wonder who that Cultivator is. His storage bag isn't at his waist. Xiaohua smiled and thought, presumably, everything in his storage bag has become the prey of others in the future. After refining the voodoo puppet, Xiaohua also found a silk ribbon and hung the voodoo puppet in front of his neck, placing it together with the phoenix auspicious jade talisman. Then, he slightly released his Buddhist consciousness to observe the Mo Bao outside the formation. Just as Xiaohua expected, the Mo Bao outside the formation was still rampant and showed no signs of stopping. Fine, then I'll use this free time to cultivate more. Xiaohua didn't regret it. What he lacked now was time. Wasn't it good to have free time? Immediately, Xiaohua closed his eyes and comprehended the mysteries of the soul spike. That ghost cultivator's soul spike was indeed powerful. It directly pierced into the Naiwan palace. It was definitely the nemesis of divine sense. Previously, when Xiaohua killed the short and fat cultivator, he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. He even prepared the dream execution, true samadhi fire, and a few other moves. However, once the soul spike was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. All of the other moves were useless. Therefore, Xiaohua very much liked this method that could restrain a Jindan cultivator's divine ability. Chapter 2000. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 days had passed. The ink storm outside the formation began to weaken, and Xiaohua's soul thorn had made great progress. Especially after the first use, Xiaohua combined it with practical use, and comprehended more. After another 20 days, the ink storm outside the magic formation finally calmed down, and no more ink sand seeped in from the flaws of the magic formation. However, in the past 50 days of cultivation, in Xiaohua's Jin Yuan, a lot of ink sand was wrapped around the earth crystal Yao milk. At first, Xiaohua didn't care, because the amount of ink sand was small, and he spent all his energy on comprehending the soul thorn, so he rarely refined the earth crystal Yao milk. However, in the last few days, when the soul thorn was completed and he began to refine the earth crystal Yao milk, he discovered a great secret. Because this earth crystal Yao milk was wrapped in ink sand, the ink sand seemed to be able to corrode the earth crystal Yao milk. However, the earth crystal Yao milk was an extremely condensed form of earth power. Therefore, the ink sand's corrosive effect was almost negligible. However, because of this negligible corrosive effect, the solid earth crystal Yao milk was turned into gaseous or liquid earth power. This effect was much better than Xiaohua's earth crystal Yao milk. Because Xiaohua could directly refine the spiritual energy, he didn't need to face the solid earth crystal Yao milk. Of course, when the ink sand corroded the earth crystal Yao milk, the earth element's spiritual energy was also damaged, but in front of the massive amount of earth crystal Yao milk, it was still insignificant. Ha! Xiaohua discovered this phenomenon, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. His cultivation speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Withdraw. Xiaohua saw that the ink storm outside the formation was gone, so he stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. His 5 fingers flashed with a faint light, and hundreds of talismans were instantly collected in his hand. Ah! After Xiaohua withdrew the formation, he scanned with his divine sense, and was stunned again. He saw that he was surrounded by 4 or 5 Mo Zhao, which were 3 times bigger than the Mo Zhao he encountered before. Each of them wrapped their wings around their bodies, and pairs of blue eyes stared at him. You're courting death. Xiaohua saw that 2 Mo Zhao were unwilling to be left out, and their bodies twisted and were about to pounce on him. He sneered and performed the soul thorn technique, stabbing at the 2 Mo Zhao. Roar! Roar! The 2 Mo Zhao opened their mouths and rolled on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. Since you're here, don't leave. Xiaohua had been eyeing Mo Zhao for a long time. He knew that they were more precious than any green python. If he did not get at least 1 or 2 Mo Zhao in the Black Forest, how could he say that he had been here before? Then, Xiaohua waved his hands and cast 2 earth condensation spells at Mo Zhao. The earth condensation spell had an advantage in this underground area where the earth's spiritual energy was abundant. While Mo Zhao was rolling on the ground, he did not put up any resistance and was immediately restrained by a layer of yellow light. Amitba. Xiaohua sighed. He was hesitant to kill Mo Zhao. However, after thinking for a while, he still took out his spirit storage bag and stored the 2 ink horseshoes. Don't kill if you can. After that, Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense again. He found that the Mo Zhao, who had been eyeing him covetously just a moment ago, now had a look of horror in their eyes. The black brilliance on the surface of their bodies flickered, and they slowly retreated. Judging from their cautious looks, it seemed that they were afraid of being discovered by Xiaohua. However, they were also afraid that they could not escape from Xiaohua's evil clutches. Humph! They are also afraid of the strong and bully the weak. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Then, he jumped up and flew toward the ground. Although there was no more ink storm in the depths of the ground, there was still a lot of ink storm near the surface. Xiaohua flew for a while and then stopped. After estimating the amount of ink storm was enough, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine the earth crystal Yao milk. After flying for more than 20 days, Xiaohua suddenly found that there were many Mo Zhao corpses near the surface. They must have been killed in the ink storm. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He released the 2 Mo Zhao from his spirit storage bag and collected the Mo Zhao's corpses. The harvest was far beyond Xiaohua's expectation. He had collected more than 1,000 Mo Zhao's corpses. I'm rich. I'm rich. Xiaohua, who had never seen the world, released his divine sense while he was underground. At the same time, he kept Mo Zhao, who had been scanned by his divine sense, into his space. He was beaming with joy, unable to close his mouth. Yes, Zhu Qinghe, Chen Yi, and the other 2 joined forces to kill 2 Mo Zhao, but they failed. However, he had collected more than 1,000 Mo Zhao in just half a day. If this was not a fortune, what was it? As for what the Mo Zhao could be used for and how to make a fortune, Xiaohua, a miser, did not care about it. As long as he could get what he wanted, this was the golden rule that Xiaohua followed in his heart. Where did this kid come from? How dare you steal my things? Xiaohua was excited about his harvest. Suddenly, he felt a spirit sense sweep over him from above. A nascent soul realm cultivator's spirit sense had firmly locked onto him. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he immediately flew underground, ignoring the Mo Zhao's corpses that were close to him. Still want to run? Damn it, I took a risk to dive underground and searched for a long time, but I couldn't find any Mo Zhao. It turns out that they were all taken by a little thief like you. A similarly tall and thin nascent soul realm cultivator appeared in the distance. His body flashed with a yellow light as he chased after Xiaohua at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua's eyes turned as he flew. He used the sky-pilfering sun-swapping technique and gradually changed his appearance. He did not want to be remembered by a nascent soul realm cultivator and be hunted down all day long. Ha! The nascent soul realm cultivator saw that Xiaohua was diving deeper and deeper, and his earth escape talisman was gradually reaching its limit. He couldn't help but be shocked. With a wave of his hand, he used the earth congealing technique and quickly smashed it towards Xiaohua. Damn it! This guy is too sinister. Xiaohua felt that the earth chi behind his spirit sense was becoming more and more stagnant. He cursed in his heart and no longer dared to dive deeper. He steeled his heart and rushed towards the surface again. Why are you flying up again? The nascent soul realm cultivator was stunned, and then he sneered. He knew that at this time, there was still Mo Zhao above the black forest. The Mo Zhao covered the sky and raged in the air. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator like him didn't dare to casually go out, for fear that the nascent soul in his dantian would be covered by the Mo Zhao's spirit sense and choke it to death. How could a little early foundation establishment realm cultivator like Xiaohua survive? However, this little cultivator's face is very unfamiliar. He's around 50 years old, but he can cultivate to the early foundation establishment realm. And I don't know where he got the earth escape talisman. The quality is better than mine. Which sect is he from? Who cares which sect he's from? I'll kill him and the Mo Zhao in his storage bag is mine. I took a risk to come out and just found 2 Mo Zhao. One of them was thrown away by that brat. He must have some more in his storage bag. But then, the nascent soul realm cultivator was bewildered. Xiaohua first dived down and then flew up. His entire body flew into the shape of a valley in front of him. The time and distance he took to do so was obviously longer than his own. Admittedly, he had rushed over from afar, but he had already escaped for such a long time. He should have caught up with Xiaohua long ago. However, in his spirit sense, the distance between him and Xiaohua didn't seem to have shortened at all. Could it be that a nascent soul realm enemy who hit his cultivation has set up a trap ahead? The nascent soul realm cultivator was somewhat hesitant. After all, Xiaohua's performance as a foundation establishment realm cultivator was too astonishing. It didn't conform to common sense. Just as the nascent soul realm cultivator was stunned for a moment, Xiaohua had already reached the same height as him. Moreover, he didn't stop and continued to escape upwards. Although there are many nascent soul realm cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent, I can recognize most of them. This brat. The nascent soul realm cultivator changed his mind and clapped his hand again. A shiny talisman appeared in his hand. It was the Earth Escape Talisman. When he clapped his hand, the dim yellow light around his body lit up again. The black ground of the Mo Zhao Black Forest is too strange. There are too many Mo sand. Ordinary 5 elements escape technique can't be used. If I didn't find this Earth Escape Talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape to such a deep place. If I hid on the ground like others, I would be able to escape the Mo Zhao, but I would also be able to obtain Mo Zhao's corpse. Thinking of Mo Zhao's corpse, the nascent soul realm cultivator's eyes lit up again. This Mo Zhao's magical use is something I found in an ancient book. I still have to test it. If it can be used, wouldn't my magic power increase by leaps and bounds? Mid-nascent soul realm is just around the corner. Besides, if I don't get more Mo Zhao's corpse now, wouldn't this Earth Escape Talisman be wasted? The nascent soul realm cultivator's divine sense had already scanned the surroundings. He didn't see any Mo Zhao's corpse, so he could only target Xiaohua. Xiaohua was too petty. If you left more than 10 Mo Zhao's corpse here, would the nascent soul realm cultivator chase you? Stay here. After the nascent soul realm cultivator finished thinking, he didn't hesitate anymore. He rubbed his hands together and released a dark green light. As the nascent soul realm cultivator waved his hands, the light turned into dozens of rope-like lights and chased after Xiaohua at an incomparable speed. Damn it! Xiaohua released his divine sense. He had already sensed the magic power in the light that was causing the true yuan in his meridians to stagnate. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, I'm just a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Is it worth it to chase after me like this? Yes, although Xiaohua had already mastered the bright thunder escape technique, he was only a gold core realm cultivator. Speaking of which, his flying speed was similar to a late gold core realm cultivator. It was far from being comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fortunately, he was now underground. The nascent soul realm cultivator used the earth escape talisman that he was not familiar with. If he was in midair, he would have already been captured by the nascent soul realm cultivator. Run for a while more. Xiaohua's divine sense had already touched a lot of Mo Zhao and he also felt the ferocity of Mo Bao on the ground. Although he didn't know whether he would live or die if he went deep into Mo Bao's body, he knew that as long as he fell into the hands of this nascent soul realm cultivator, his soul would definitely be searched. Chapter 2001. Xiaohua had already pushed his magic power to the limit. The true essence in his body rapidly rotated, and magic power rushed to the surface of Xiaohua's body as if it didn't need spirit stones. However, cultivation was cultivation, and there was no shortcut. Although Xiaohua had many secret manuals, in front of absolute strength, everything was nothing. Absolute nothingness. The rope-like radiance immediately flew to Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's mind was filled with thoughts. Spiritual fire, flying sword, true samadhi fire, soul thorn, and so on, seemed to be able to resist one or two of them. However, the radiance controlled the surrounding spiritual energy, completely killing any of his delusions. Xiaohua understood that the spiritual fire might be able to break through this radiance, but what about after two spiritual fires? Rather than that, it was better to keep it a secret. At this time, the more secret techniques he had, the more he would attract a fatal disaster. Zilala, just as Xiaohua gave up resisting, the radiance wrapped around Xiaohua's feet. In an instant, the magic power in his feet was frozen. Moreover, the radiance followed Xiaohua's body, and all of his magic power was incomparably stagnant. Even if Xiaohua activated the dragonization art, it had no effect. Humph, so it's a foundation establishment baby. The nascent soul cultivator in the distance snorted. His previous vigilance was completely gone. After all, Xiaohua's methods were not the reaction of a nascent soul cultivator, or even a golden core cultivator. However, at this time, from behind the nascent soul cultivator, there was a roar. Although it was much weaker than Mo Bao's, it was still incomparably strong. Together with a furious divine sense, it rushed straight towards the nascent soul cultivator. Ah! The nascent soul cultivator's divine sense swept back and was immediately shocked. He saw a 3 zhang thick and several zhang long giant Mo Bao flapping its huge wings and flying towards the nascent soul cultivator. Giant Mo Bao. The nascent soul cultivator was overjoyed. At this time, he couldn't care less about Xiaohua in front of him. His figure suddenly flew up, and while dodging the Mo Bao, he rubbed his hands together, and rays of light flew towards the giant Mo Bao. Unfortunately, the giant Mo Bao flapped its wings, and rays of black sand flew over, blocking the rays of light. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and balls of black air flew over like small fish blowing bubbles. These bubbles were bursting and melting the multicolored light. Seeing this, the nascent soul cultivator was somewhat discouraged. The giant ink centipede's body was too huge, and the black skin on the surface of its body had the characteristic of restraining the ink sand, so it was not afraid of the cultivator's magic. Although it was not difficult for the nascent soul cultivator to kill the giant ink centipede in the air of the ink centipede black forest, it would be somewhat difficult to do so on the ground. Just as the nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead and was about to summon his Dharma treasure, an unpleasant sound rang out from beneath his feet. The nascent soul cultivator scanned the area with his divine sense, and his face unconsciously turned ugly. Not far from his feet, a dozen or so giant ink puppets emerged from the ground. They flapped their wings and flew toward the cultivator. Damn it, why didn't I notice it just now? The nascent soul realm cultivator regretted his decision. However, he knew that Mo Zhao was a ferocious creature of the earth element. It was not easy for him to be discovered by a cultivator's divine sense if he hid underground. Let's go. The nascent soul cultivator made up his mind and flew toward Xiaohua. In his heart, he was still thinking about those Mo Zhao corpses that might exist, but in fact, they really do exist. However, as soon as he moved, Xiaohua's figure was even faster. He scuttled to the ground like a fleeing rabbit. Huh? How can this guy move again? The nascent soul cultivator was slightly stunned. Obviously, the ink sand from the giant ink centipede had blown onto Xiaohua's body. Under the corrosion of the ink sand and Xiaohua's enormous strength, the nascent soul cultivator's confinement Dharma treasure had just been broken free. Humph. The nascent soul cultivator rubbed his hands again without hesitation, wanting to confine Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the ink sand from the dozen or so giant ink centipede flew toward him. The nascent soul cultivator did not dare to not use a Dharma treasure to avoid it. When he dodged the huge amount of ink sand and chased after Xiaohua again, Xiaohua had already fled far away. Humph, this guy is definitely up to something. The nascent soul cultivator naturally would not let Xiaohua go. Seeing that Xiaohua was still quite a distance away from the ground, he waved his hand again. A rope-like Dharma treasure flashed with a brilliant brilliance and was about to attack Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the nascent soul cultivator's body began to flicker with an earth-yellow brilliance. The Earth Escape talisman seemed to be losing its effect. Damn it! The nascent soul cultivator couldn't help but curse inwardly. He stopped channeling his magic power and reached out to take out another talisman. By the time he placed the talisman on himself and was about to unleash his magic treasure, the dozen or so ink sand stream cultivators once again charged at him from all directions. Go! The nascent soul cultivator was furious. He pointed his finger and the Dharma treasure flew like a spirit snake toward the giant ink centipede closest to him. His figure swayed and he actually disappeared from his original position. In a moment, he reappeared about 10 zhang away. However, when he reappeared, the nascent soul cultivator's face was somewhat abnormal. Moreover, the Earth Escape talisman's brilliance had dimmed a bit. Seeing that his Dharma treasure was being pushed up high by the giant ink centipede's Dharma treasure and was unable to do anything, the nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead and instantly released his pressure. Not only did it rush toward the giant ink centipede, it also pressed down on Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua's figure was slightly sluggish, the nascent soul cultivator's divine sense suddenly felt a piercing pain like a nail. Ouch! The nascent soul cultivator could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. After a slight sluggishness, his figure once again shot up. Then, he endured the pain and spread out his divine sense. Strange. Seeing that there was no one nearby and only a dozen or so giant ink centipedes eyeing him covetously, the nascent soul cultivator unconsciously narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. Could it be that this little cultivator's body still has some secret technique? Since he had this kind of judgment, the nascent soul cultivator would not let Xiaohua go. He pointed his finger and the Dharma treasure once again flashed with brilliance and flew toward Xiaohua. While he was dealing with the giant ink centipede, he also flew toward Xiaohua. It's hard to escape this calamity. Seeing the Dharma treasure flying closer and the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth being completely controlled, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He opened his mouth and the scarlet spiritual fire slightly revolved in the air, turning into a thin thread and wrapping around the rope. Hiss. With a light sound, the brilliance on the rope flickered. The rope was like a dying frozen snake, stopping in midair. Hiss. The nascent soul cultivator was shocked. He did not expect that Xiao Hua would actually be able to injure his Dharma treasure. At the same time, the nascent soul cultivator was furious. Yes, he was really furious. In his divine sense, he had already seen that the Dharma treasure was almost completely destroyed. If he wanted to repair it, he did not know how much energy and materials he would have to spend. Humph. The nascent soul cultivator slapped his forehead. A large hand appeared from the top of his head and directly grabbed at Xiao Hua. Chapter 2002. When the hand reached out from the nascent soul cultivator's head, it was only a few feet long. Then, as it soared, it sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy. When it was not far from Xiao Hua, it had already grown to 10 feet long. Of course, Xiao Hua had seen this long ago. He was trying his best to escape above his head, but when the giant hand came down, the surrounding space suddenly gave birth to a kind of force that Xiao Hua couldn't resist. Not only did the true essence in Xiao Hua's meridians come to a standstill, unable to flow in the slightest, but even his body was grabbed, unable to move in the slightest. Forget it. Xiao Hua's expression was normal. He naturally knew that the nascent soul cultivator's methods were endless. He only wanted to sneak out of the ground. Being captured alive was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Moreover, at this time, the nascent soul cultivator's hand was quite powerful. It flashed with a faint green color. Not far away, the dozen or so giant ink puppets attacking the cultivator hesitated and stopped. Let's see where you can run to. The nascent soul cultivator sneered. He urged his magic power to escape and capture Xiao Hua. Coincidentally, with a loud, woo sound, a huge storm of ink sand suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth where there were already some aftershocks of the ink storm. It came rushing down from the surface of the earth. Swish swish swish. Countless ink storms quickly washed over the nascent soul cultivator's hand. The nascent soul cultivator did not dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and a dark green ring flew out from his storage bag. A thick layer of brilliance completely covered him. At this time, the nascent soul cultivator looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Xiao Hua's body actually moved, although it was only a slight movement. Then, he saw Xiao Hua spit out a red spark. This time, the spark turned into a thin line and burned Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's body flashed with little sparks, as if he was completely ignited by the spark. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he raised his hands and took out two huge demonic hammers. He crazily hammered his body for a while. What caused the nascent soul cultivator to be dumbstruck was that after Xiao Hua's crazy actions, his entire body broke free from the giant hand like a fish. Like a moth flying into a flame, he threw himself into the ink storm that was once again swarming over without hesitation. Is there something wrong with this cultivator's brain? The nascent soul cultivator was stunned. I just want to take Mo Zhao's corpse from him. I don't necessarily want to kill him. How could he commit suicide like this? Inside his storage bag, could there be an earth-shattering, unspeakable secret? He actually risked his life to charge into Mo Bao's territory, where even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to enter. He didn't want me to capture him. But as the nascent soul cultivator saw the ink swarm violently rushing towards his hand once more, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly retracted his hand, but at the same time, dozens of giant ink swarm pounced towards him once more, vowing that they wouldn't let him off. Damn it! All I did was take Mo Zhao's corpse. Why are all of you so desperate? That guy was so reckless just now. Did he take dozens of them? Why don't you go and vent your anger on him? Why are you looking for me? The nascent soul cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He understood that Mo Zhao was a ferocious beast. Once a Mo Zhao died, its corpse would be devoured by other Mo Zhao. This time, he didn't know how many Mo Zhao had died in the ink swarm. It was a good opportunity for these giant Mo Zhao to grow. It was precisely because of the corpse in his storage bag that the giant Mo Zhao coveted it. But the problem was, why didn't these giant Mo Zhao chase after Xiaohua? Could it be that I've wronged that guy? The nascent soul cultivator didn't want to waste his magic power. While escaping from the giant Mo Zhao, he thought. Unfortunately, even if the nascent soul cultivator was 100 times smarter, he would never be able to guess the number of Mo Zhao's corpses piled up like a mountain in Xiaohua's space. Yes, this was the real reason why the giant Mo Zhao chased after the nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua, who broke free from the nascent soul cultivator's shackles, was now like a tiny little bird in the ocean waves. He was lifted out from the ground by the ink swarm. In a situation where he struggled to no avail, he had no choice but to fly along with the waves of the ink swarm. The omnipresent ink swarm invaded Xiaohua's physical body, dharma body, meridians, blood vessels, and other places. In a short moment, Xiaohua's meridians were blocked. The ink swarm also gathered at the 13,200 million points of his physical body in dharma body. Moreover, as the ink swarm increased, it also became bigger. Damn it! Xiaohua felt the changes in his body. Naturally, he knew how powerful it was. He tried to urge his magic power, but only a sliver of it could be used. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Helpless, Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps. He was barely able to maintain a slight balance in the ink swarm. With a whang sound, a thick black wood flew out from Xiaohua's side and directly smashed towards his waist. Looking at the strength of the black wood, it should be at least 1,000 caddies. At this moment, Xiaohua, who did not have any magic power to protect his body, was hit by the black wood. He would definitely lose his life like the gold core old man from before. However, how could Xiaohua be such an ordinary cultivator? With a wave of his hand, he took out the devil hammer and waved it slightly. With a kacha sound, the thick black wood was broken into 2 pieces. The broken black wood brushed past Xiaohua's body and frantically flew to other places. Ha! Just as Xiaohua took out the devil hammer and his entire body landed, a bright light suddenly flashed in his mind. This devil hammer is so heavy, but it actually did not smash the black wood into pieces. This black wood, its texture is definitely not ordinary. Xiaohua came to a realization. Moreover, even Mo Zhao hid under the black forest to hide from Mo Zhao. What about the black wood? It has no legs, where could it hide? How could it not be destroyed by the ink swarm? Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the nearby black wood, which was already as big as a wall. Without any hesitation, he walked over to her. At this moment, the ink swarm was very fierce. The whistling wind blew away the branches and leaves of the black wood. Xiaohua held the incomparably heavy devil hammer and his entire body swayed in the ink swarm. Fortunately, it was only a few steps. Xiaohua waved his hand and the devil hammer returned to his space. In an instant, his body was blown up by the ink swarm and he directly pounced on the black wood in front of him. Seeing that the matter was settled, Xiaohua tried his best to urge the little bit of magic power he had left and used the wood escape technique. Xiaohua's body flashed with a light green brilliance and he disappeared into the black wood. Huff! Once he entered the black wood, Xiaohua felt as if he was in a different world. The entire world was peaceful. However, Xiaohua did not have any leisure mood at this moment. He even rejoiced that he managed to escape. Instead, he hurriedly used his inner vision to check his meridians. At this moment, Xiaohua's meridians were completely filled with black sand. All of his meridians were blocked and there was not a trace of true essence. Of course, Xiaohua used the spirit fire twice in succession underground, and the true essence in his body had long been completely consumed. The little bit he had left was used to use the wood escape technique. His true essence was not corroded by the black sand. However, the thing that worried Xiaohua the most was that his dantian was filled with ink sand as well, and the faint point from before had already been corroded by the ink sand at this moment and vanished. It was even to the extent that his entire dantian and meridians seemed to be filled with a feeling of numbness and itchiness, as if countless ants were lightly biting him. This was also Xiaohua. His meridians cultivated the dragon transformation art, and he had already been baptized by the lightning tribulation when he was building his foundation. He could be considered to have been reborn. At this moment, he was still able to endure the corrosion of the black sand. If it was someone else, they would have already suffered irreparable damage. Xiaohua wanted to use the spirit fire to see if it was effective against the black sand. However, he did not have the slightest bit of magic power and was simply powerless to urge it. After thinking for a moment, he urged the dragon transformation art. Like a huge dragon swinging its tail, he wanted to first eliminate the black sand that was corroding his meridians. However, right now, his entire meridians were filled with black sand. After getting rid of a layer, the rest of the black sand stuck to him, and there were countless of them. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed. At this moment, Xiaohua's entire body flickered with brilliance. Obviously, his magic power to support the wood escape technique was already insufficient. I'd better use the mental cultivation method first. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and immediately urged the earth expansion technique. He wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world to refine the earth crystal Yao milk. However, it was fine if he did not draw spiritual energy. Once he drew spiritual energy, he discovered that the entire black wood was filled with condensed black sand. That black sand was like a stubborn stone, blocking all the cracks. Not even the slightest bit of spiritual energy of heaven and earth could enter. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Of course, at every moment, the black wood was within the black sand. How could it not absorb the black sand? It was also because it absorbed an extremely large amount of black sand that the black wood was so hard and so calm inside. That was why the black sand could not invade. What should I do now? Xiaohua was again at his wit's end. Without true essence in his meridians, he could not urge his magic power. Without magic power, the wood escape technique could not last for long. He would definitely be squeezed out of the black wood. Facing the overflowing black sand, he was exposed to the black sand for a moment just now. All of his cultivation was knocked down, and he was completely supported by the dragon transformation art. If he stayed in the black sand for a long time, he would definitely be corroded by the black sand and become immortal. However, just as Xiaohua was in a hurry, the black sand in his meridians slightly loosened again. Xiaohua was overjoyed. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the corroded black sand near the earth crystal Yao milk disappeared a little. Moreover, even more earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually forming in Xiaohua's meridians. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. On one hand, he activated the dragon transformation art, and on the other, he hurriedly activated the mental cultivation method of earth expansion. When the spiritual energy seeped out from the gaps in the ink sand's meridians, he hurriedly refined the spiritual energy, turning it into threads of true essence. Before the brilliance of the wood escape technique flashed, he hurriedly replenished his magic power. Seeing the light green brilliance around Xiaohua gradually stabilizing, Xiaohua finally relaxed. He took the time to examine his body, bloodline, dharma body and other places. There is not a trace of black sand in my bloodline. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. Although there is some black sand in my body, it seems to be condensed together. It is somewhat similar to the black sand in the black wood. Dharma body. Xiaohua suddenly had some understanding. Chapter 2003. Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body was condensed from the wind of the netherworld, so it wasn't solid at all. At this time, when he saw the ink sand occupying the dharma body and not corroding the dharma body, he was enlightened. With a shake of his arms, the dharma body flew out of his body and out of the black wood. The phoenix dharma body was like the wind of the netherworld, so it did not seem to be blown away by the ink storm. It swayed as it flew to the top of the black tree. The black tree was huge, so the phoenix dharma body was not particularly obvious. As it spread its wings, the ink sand that was everywhere rushed into the dharma body. It quickly gathered at the 132 million points and expanded. Good. Xiaohua could not help but laugh again. I have this dharma body cast with ink sand. Even if I meet Huang Yi again, she can't just blow this dharma body away, right? Soon after, he no longer paid attention to the dharma body and concentrated on refining the spiritual qi. He wanted to remove the ink sand from his meridians as soon as possible. However, at the beginning, there was very little true qi. Xiaohua could only refine it bit by bit. He even had time to think about other things. For example, why didn't the ink sand seep into the black tree? For example, who was that nascent soul cultivator Xiaohua met? But after waiting for a few hours, when the ink sand in his meridians decreased by 10%, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. An unprecedented crisis seemed to quietly descend on Xiaohua's meridians. This was because, under the corrosion of the black sand, the earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual qi within the earth crystal Yao milk was released without any restraint. It was far from the orderly process when Xiaohua was refining it himself, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi was extremely abundant. This was only the beginning, but the heaven and earth spiritual qi was already so abundant that Xiaohua was somewhat overwhelmed. If in the future, there would definitely be a lot of spiritual qi being corroded by the ink sand. Then, Xiaohua would not be able to refine it. Not only would his meridians and dantian explode, even his physical body would be hard to protect. Damn it! Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What he had to do now was either to refine the spiritual qi or to stop the ink sand from corroding the earth crystal Yao milk. But what method did he have to stop the ink sand? Xiaohua even wanted to jump out of the black wood and let the ink sand block his meridians again. But obviously, Xiaohua understood that even if he went out now and the black sand continued to block his meridians, the amount of black sand corroding the earth crystal Yao milk would only increase, not decrease. In other words, before the earth crystal Yao milk was completely corroded, and before a huge amount of earth-attributed spiritual energy was released, Xiaohua would only have more chances to explode. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua couldn't think of any way to deal with such a huge crisis. Let's fight. This is also a great opportunity. Xiaohua was helpless. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and activated the dragon transformation art with all his might. At the same time, he immersed his mind into the space and connected to the primordial spirit brand in the heavenly Tao space. He hurriedly activated the earth expansion technique, hoping that he could use a stupid method before he thought of a way. Damn it, why am I so stupid? How could I possibly explode? Xiaohua just activated his cultivation method and wanted to curse himself. Because not long after his true essence was formed, it was immediately corroded by the black sand and disappeared. His meridians simply couldn't store true essence. Alas, what a pity for the earth crystal Yao milk. Xiaohua's heart calmed down a little, but his heart ached for his earth crystal Yao milk. However, his heart only ached for a moment, and he wanted to slap his own mouth again. How could things be as simple as he thought? Although his true essence was corroded, the amount of black sand that disappeared was not much. It seemed that this black sand was the nemesis of true essence. Moreover, in the space created by the disappearance of true essence, more spiritual energy gathered, and the volume was far greater than the amount of true essence that disappeared. What Xiaohua needed to do now was to refine the spiritual energy into true essence. There was no other way. Xiaohua's true essence had never flowed like this before. Circle after circle, it was like a small stream flowing down from the top of a mountain. It avoided the layers of black sand and flowed into the dantian where the black sand gathered. Xiaohua's dantian was also filled with black sand at this time. Every time a trace of true essence entered, it would be corroded by the black sand, and the amount of black sand would also decrease. Although there was a lot of black sand in his dantian, it couldn't stop Xiaohua's true essence from flowing like water. First it was a small stream, then it was a small river, and then it was like a river. After waiting for several hours, Xiaohua's head was full of sweat. He clenched his teeth and activated his cultivation method. When he was in a state of madness, the black sand in his dantian was finally emptied. And the moment the black sand was emptied, his entire dantian slightly trembled, as if everything had started anew. The true essence that was once again injected rapidly rushed into the dantian where the virtual dot disappeared. A brand new, even more condensed little dot, was born again. And after the true essence injected into the virtual dot suddenly disappeared, it reappeared. This time, it was different from before. The density of the true essence had more than doubled, and its volume had naturally shrunk again. And after the transformation, the majority of the true essence remained in the dantian, and a very small part once again rushed into the meridians. Obviously, Xiaohua's cultivation had made great progress after the destruction. But at this time, Xiaohua was anxiously refining the spiritual energy, paying attention to the growth of the spiritual energy with all his attention. He simply didn't notice the change in his true essence. Because at this time, the speed at which the black sand was disappearing couldn't compare to the speed at which the spiritual energy was being produced. Even though the true essence had shrunk by more than half, the spiritual energy contained in the earth crystal Yao milk was really too much. Now, only half of it had disappeared. What method, what method? Xiaohua was burning with impatience. On one hand, he was thinking of a method, and on the other hand, he had to calmly comprehend the heavenly Tao. He had to increase the speed of refining the spiritual energy as much as possible. It was really difficult for him. Right at this time, Xiaohua's dragon transformation art seemed to have some changes. His entire meridians began to tremble, and a faint dragon roar was produced in Xiaohua's body, as if his meridians were about to fly away. At first, it just so happened that it was in Xiaohua's middle dantian. Xiaohua felt that the dragon-like meridians didn't have a dragon head, or perhaps, the dragon head was in the middle dantian, and was tightly pressed down by an incomparably huge thing. The dragon-like meridians couldn't fly away. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. A kind of inexplicable uneasiness arose in his heart. Could it be? Could it be? Xiaohua mumbled for a long time, but still couldn't come up with anything. It seemed that apart from his middle dantian being imprisoned like the Naiwan palace, he couldn't think of any other reason. Dawn Rain Continent's martial arts were to cultivate the lower dantian, and didn't involve the middle dantian at all. All cultivators also wouldn't check the middle dantian. Of course, Xiaohua also didn't think of this at all. And at this time, he suddenly discovered that his middle dantian was actually different. How could he not be shocked? Chapter 2004. Could it be that I'm really a celestial from overseas? Xiaohua seemed to think of the legendary celestial clan. He heard that they were celestials who only cultivated and didn't practice magic, or cultivators who cultivated the middle dantian. Roar! Under the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua's meridians seemed to have expanded a lot, but it clearly wasn't the limit. However, his meridians were already somewhat unable to bear it. They were restless, as if trying to break free from the shackles of his middle dantian. Xiaohua had already sensed the previous danger, but he still didn't feel the danger in front of him. What he was facing was not only the risk of his meridians bursting, but also the middle dantian, where the dragon head of his meridians was, the black and white seal was emitting a faint brilliance. It was extremely easy to suppress the vibration of his meridians. Moreover, an incomparably valiant spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted from it, and, fortunately, although the ink storm in the Inkshao Black Forest was weakened, it was still ferocious. These spiritual energy fluctuations had just been emitted when they were corroded, worn down, and blocked by the nemesis of spiritual energy. Who exactly is this young master's enemy? Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, abnormally angry. Not only did they seal this young master's Naiwan palace, they even sealed this young master's middle dantian. Looks like this young master isn't an ordinary person who doesn't know how to cultivate. Moreover, this young master's cultivation is completely different from the cultivation methods of Xiaoyu continent. This young master's cultivation before being sealed might also be extremely high. The reason why this young master had to cultivate from the first level of qi refining, bit by bit, was because this young master's enemy completely sealed this young master's cultivation. However, after being angry for a moment, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Why just seal it? If it was an enemy, wouldn't it be fine if they just killed this young master or completely crippled this young master's cultivation? Why would they still waste a lot of energy to seal this young master? Could it be that they weren't afraid that this young master would cultivate again? Weren't they afraid that this young master would break the seal and kill his way back to take revenge on them? I know. They destroyed this young master's memory, wasn't it because they didn't want this young master to know who they were? Weren't they afraid that this young master would go back to take revenge? Xiao Hua coldly thought. In that case, this young master's previous cultivation was definitely not inferior to this enemy's. They couldn't kill this young master, so they had no choice but to use this method. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you all? Xiao Hua's viciousness grew from the side of his guts, and he fiercely said, this young master will definitely not die here. I must recover my memories, recover my magic power, and find out who my enemy is. However, after his lofty aspirations, Xiao Hua was only excited for a moment before he became dejected again. Not to mention that his enemy's cultivation was thousands of times higher than his, even in his current predicament, he didn't have any means to escape. What revenge was there to talk about? At this moment, his meridians shook a few more times. The shaking reached his middle dantian and stopped again. Right now, his meridians were probably more than 10 times larger than before. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in them had nowhere to go. Xiao Hua's meridians had the possibility of exploding at any moment. In the area where the earth crystal Yao milk was located, 30% of the black spots were still surrounded by a large amount of black sand. Jade blood pill heart refines. In his urgency, this arcane effort suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Damn it! I'm really a genius. Xiao Hua carefully examined the arcane effort that flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but smile. No matter what this arcane effort was, as long as it could consume the true essence in his meridians, it would be fine. Fight! Xiao Hua didn't have time to finish reading the arcane effort. He already knew that he had used it countless times before. He also didn't have time to consider the effects of touching his Naiwan palace. He hurriedly activated the Jade Blood Pill Heart Refines technique. Following the activation of Xiao Hua's arcane effort, a wisp of heart fire was born from Xiao Hua's true essence. This heart fire was like a single spark that started a prairie fire, igniting his entire meridians and even the true essence in his lower dantian. Hong! A light sound shook Xiao Hua's mind. The true essence in Xiao Hua's meridians had completely disappeared. Of course, when the true essence disappeared, the pain also came as expected. A feeling more painful than needles and thorns came from Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira's big belly. It came from Xiao Hua's sealed Naiwan palace. Moreover, the black and white seal outside the Naiwan palace was the same as the seal in his middle dantian. It also emitted a faint brilliance, and a valiant spiritual energy was immediately emitted. Good. Xiaohua didn't have time to care about the cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly activated his arcane effort to refine the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his meridians. 100 days passed. At the beginning, Xiaohua had to use the jade blood pill heart refines technique once every 12 hours to endure the inhumane torture. But as time passed, after less than 10 days, it was changed to every 10 hours. In the end, it was changed to every 1 hour. Damn it! If this continues, even if this young master doesn't die from this headache, this young master's enemies will come looking for me. After using the jade blood pill heart refines technique so many times, Xiaohua had already felt the slight changes in the seal on his Naiwen palace. He was very distressed as he thought, but fortunately, the earth crystal Yao milk has almost been completely refined by this young master. Although the meridians refined by the dragon transformation art have expanded several times, they are still wandering around the limit. I can barely cope with it. As long as I use the jade blood pill heart refines technique a few more times, it will be done. Xiaohua refined his Jin Yuan while releasing his divine sense. At this time, although the ink cloud black forest was covered with ink sand, it was already the end of the ink storm. It was no longer as devastating as before. Not good. Xiaohua saw that his Dharma body was still outside, and suddenly thought, other people's Dharma body is transformed from their blood vessels. This young master's Dharma body appeared when he cultivated the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Now that it has been filled with ink sand, can this young master still take it back? Even if I take it back, will it swallow my Jin Yuan? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly and carefully withdrew the phoenix celestial body. However, at this time, the phoenix celestial body was already half full. He saw that the 13,200 virtual points wrapped around this solid black sand, which was already as solid as black wood. Outside the black sand, there was also the swirling netherworld wind. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. I can still take it back. Xiaohua waited for the Dharma body to merge into his body, and there was no change. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, but then he complained, damn it, what is this? The Dharma body has been outside for more than 100 days, and it still hasn't been filled. This young master just went out for a moment and was already tormented to the point of death. This damned heavens, what are they thinking? Forget it, let's hurry up and clean up all the ink sand. Xiaohua complained, but in his heart, there was no neglect. He gathered his strength and used the jade blood pill heart refines technique several times in succession. After several hours, he completely cleaned up all the ink sand. Chapter 2005. However, what Xiaohua didn't know was that when Xiaohua activated the jade blood pill refining heart, the spiritual power fluctuation on the seal finally broke through the black sand of the ink Xiao black forest. It was extremely weak but extremely fast. It spread out at a speed that Xiaohua couldn't imagine, and the spiritual power actually spread in two different directions, in just half a day's time, in two cave residences that were extremely far away from the ink Xiao black forest. One was a white-haired old man with a youthful face, and the other was a dignified middle-aged cultivator. Both of them were in closed-door cultivation, and the spiritual power fluctuation easily broke through the restriction that they had set up. Obviously, this spiritual power fluctuation was extremely important. Almost at the same time, the two of them opened their eyes. Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly urged their magic power to change their hand seals. The two people's hand seals were different, but they were both incomparably complicated. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them let out a soft shout and struck the air. One of them had a mirror in front of him, the other had a misty color. However, both of them couldn't see anything after looking at it for a long time. They both frowned slightly. The middle-aged cultivator stood up and waved his hand, and a rainbow appeared. He said a few words to it, and then the rainbow flew away. The middle-aged cultivator wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, and he slightly paced. Strange, it seems like the fluctuation of the seal, but it seems like something is wrong. Could it be that it wasn't done by that old ghost? Well, it shouldn't be. That old ghost made a heart oath that he wouldn't act on his own accord. Could it be that kid who did it? However, it's only been a few decades. It's impossible for him to cultivate to such a high level. Could it be that the other old farts saw it? Even more impossible, right? They saw the seal and didn't know that it was done by us. Those with higher cultivation than us wouldn't act, and those with lower cultivation wouldn't even dare to act. Could it be that there are other changes? The white-haired old man paced back and forth, and he secretly said, however, looking at the spiritual power coming from the seal, there shouldn't be any problems with the seal. There shouldn't be any problems with the plan that we agreed on with that old fart. But, how can we not break the heart oath and not let that old ghost know? Alas, the heart oath that day was really strict. I'm afraid there are some problems. After smoking half a cigarette, both of their eyes lit up almost at the same time. Xiao Hua, who was far away in the Yingxiao Black Forest, naturally couldn't know this. At this time, he was shrouded in a thick layer of surprise, and had no time to care about other things. In the previous 100 days, he was in a race against time. He used the blood core refining heart technique to maintain the space in his meridians, meridian space meridians, for fear of the huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven's cores, and blood's heart's cultivation test hearts st be used s's meridians. Just a moment ago, when the last trace of ink sand corroded the earth-type heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven and earth, Xiao Hua used the blood core refining heart technique for the last time, transforming all the true essence in his body into a heart fire that directly rushed into his Naiwan palace. That was really the most painful piercing pain in the past 100 days, and the meridians in his body also returned to normal. Naturally, they were more than twice as big as before. Only at this time did Xiao Hua completely calm down. Then, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. Activating his heart technique, he once again refined the last trace of earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians. As the heaven and earth spirit chi of heaven and earth transformed into true essence, it once again flowed smoothly in his meridians, rushing into his lower dantian. When it rushed into that somewhat solid point, Xiao Hua shockingly discovered that he seemed to have already advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Good heavens, sure enough, there is a great terror between life and death. Xiao Hua was so surprised that he was speechless. Originally, I thought that if other people needed 30 years to reach the early stage of foundation establishment, I would need at least 40 years, or even 50 years. Therefore, I didn't concentrate on practicing the heart technique, and usually just did routine homework. Even in these 3 years, I only focused on formations. Who would have thought that in a mere 100 days in this Yingxiao Black Forest, I would finish what other people needed 30 years to do? Really. I don't know what to say. Is this young master a genius? Moreover, according to eldest senior brother, there is a bottleneck from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment. There must be comprehension and accumulation. How come this young master didn't have any? How come everything went so smoothly? It seems like, just now, I didn't have the slightest feeling of a breakthrough. However, my meridians and Dharma body have some improvements, but bone tempering, there are some problems. It seems like there is no feeling of improvement like before. Could it be? In fact, in the 1 year when Xiao Hua was in the early stage of foundation establishment, although he only focused on manipulating the spiritual fire, how could the spiritual fire be easily manipulated? Although Xiao Hua couldn't practice the heart technique, the circulation of the true essence and the operation of the heart technique were the micromanipulation of the Dharma power. Xiao Hua was very careful at every moment, and he constantly strived for perfection. His hard work in that 1 year was far more than other people's 5 years. Moreover, in Tianmen Mountain, the master who set up the formation was not an ordinary person. A formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator, the formation master was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Hua, with the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment, repaired the formation with the courtesy of the gold core cultivator, which was far beyond his own cultivation limit. Xiao Hua was able to repair all the formations in Tianmen Mountain in 3 years, and the hard work he put in was more than other people's 10 years of effort. Moreover, Huang Yi's painful experience gave Xiao Hua an essential understanding of the way of life and death in the way of heaven, which greatly promoted his cultivation. These factors piled up in the past, Xiao Hua's cultivation was bound to advance by leaps and bounds, but he just didn't have an opportunity. And the ink sand and ink bow in the ink Zhao Black Forest were exactly this opportunity. An opportunity to compress time, an opportunity to transform a huge amount of Earth's spiritual energy into true essence. Moreover, the early stage of foundation establishment was only the beginning of true cultivation. Xiao Hua was comprehending the way of heaven, so how could he encounter any bottlenecks? If the earth crystal Yao milk hadn't been corroded too much by the ink sand, Xiao Hua would have been close to the late stage of foundation establishment. Of course, if the earth crystal Yao milk hadn't been corroded by the ink sand and wasted a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy, Xiao Hua's meridians would have burst long ago. As for whether Xiao Hua could survive or not, that was another matter. In addition, if he used the earth crystal Yao milk in the ink Zhao Black Forest and tried to increase his cultivation by leaps and bounds again, Xiao Hua probably wouldn't agree even if he was killed on the spot. No matter what, Xiao Hua had already entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. This was something worthy of celebration. However, Xiao Hua, who had always been careful, didn't rejoice for too long. After all, he had entered the middle stage of foundation establishment in a hurry, so his realm was still unstable. He also didn't dare to be negligent. He still sat cross-legged, his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He focused his mind and calmly operated his mental cultivation method, cycle after cycle, carefully cultivating. In the depths of the ink Zhao Black Forest, there was a barren area. There weren't any black trees, nor were there any vines. In that extremely dark area, there was actually some light on the ground. Several strange spiritual beasts quickly flitted across it. Chapter 2006. These spirit beasts looked like monkeys, but they did not have tails. Their bodies were only covered with black animal skin, and there was no hair on their bodies. Although they had a pair of sharp eyes like monkeys on their leaf-like faces, their mouths were extremely wide, with 2 fangs sticking out of their mouths. They looked very ferocious. Squeak squeak, one of the spirit beasts that was flying in the air suddenly screeched and pounced on the pitch-black ground. Then, its long arms, which were over its knees, suddenly reached into the ground. Roar! Mo Zhao, who was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, was pulled out of the ground by the spirit beast. The spirit beast's arms had pierced into Mo Zhao's body, and black blood was flowing out of the ground. Once Mo Zhao was pulled out of the ground, its 2 fleshy wings flapped quickly, and it was about to fly into the sky. The spirit beast's body was also brought up into the sky. Squeak! Squeak! The other spirit beasts were delighted when they saw this. They flew up one by one and pounced on the other parts of Mo Zhao's body. Hiss! Mo Zhao hissed and opened his mouth to spit out a dark cloud of air. It was aimed at one of the spirit beasts. At the same time, Mo Zhao swept his tail towards another spirit beast. Something strange happened. Mo Zhao's powerful mass of air, which even a gold core adept could not deal with, did not alert the spirit beast at all. When the mass of air was close to it, the spirit beast quickly stretched out its arm, revealing a palm with only 3 fingers. It reached into the mass of air as if it was searching for the moon at the bottom of the ocean. The 3 fingers of the spirit beast flickered with a dim light and easily pierced through the mass of air. A few balls of black sand in the mass of air hit the spirit beast's body in a flash. Although the spirit beast was pushed back a few times, it did not seem to be injured at all. When the spirit beast broke through the mass of air, Mo Zhao's tail had already hit another spirit beast. Although the spirit beast suddenly flew up, it was not as fast as Mo Zhao's tail. Bang! The spirit beast's waist was hit. Squeak! Squeak! The spirit beast stretched out its arms and stabbed into Mo Zhao's tail. Black blood flowed out, and Mo Zhao swung his tail up and down in pain, trying to get rid of the spirit beast. However, no matter how hard Mo Zhao struggled, the spirit beast would not let go. Its arms stabbed deeper into Mo Zhao's tail. Since the two spirit beasts were fighting like this, the other spirit beasts were having a much easier time. Two spirit beasts landed on Mo Zhao's wings, and another one landed on Mo Zhao's head. All three spirit beasts stretched out their extremely sharp fingers and stabbed into Mo Zhao's body skillfully. Roar! Roar! Mo Zhao screamed in pain. He did not have time to fight back, and he struggled to escape. However, Mo Zhao could only let out a few screams before his wings were dug out by the two spiritual beasts. They were thrown onto the ground with blood all over. Mo Zhao also fell to the ground from midair. In just a few minutes, the spirit beast on Mo Zhao's head lifted its hand with all its might, and there was a big hole in Mo Zhao's head. Hot, fragrant brain matter flowed out of the big hole. Several spirit beasts cruelly ate the brain matter of Mo Zhao, who was barely breathing, and flew away excitedly. Mo Zhao, who had lost his wings, was left rolling on the ground for an hour before he died. After another hour, a cold wind blew, and no other spirit beasts appeared in the black forest. After a faint wave of light flashed on a hill about 1,000 feet away from Mo Zhao's body, 3 human figures appeared. They were Chen Yi, Chang Yifeng, and Xie Zhiqian, who had taken off their invisibility talismans. The 3 of them looked pale, and their robes were slightly messy. They were looking greedily at Mo Zhao's body in the distance. Sure enough, there is always something to overcome something. Chen Yi sighed and said, Mo Zhao is the master of the Black Forest. He is everywhere in the Black Forest. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, are afraid of him. However, in this place, Mo Zhao is just the food of the golden armored centipede. Mo Zhao must have accidentally bumped into the Black Forest. The golden armored centipede did not have any golden threads on its body, so it is obviously still underage. Even so, Mo Zhao was still eaten alive by the golden armored centipede. Yes, it is such a dangerous place. I can't imagine how fellow cultivator Zhu Qinghe found it. Chang Yifeng also sighed and said, we avoided Mo Bao and waited outside the Black Forest for nearly a year before we came here. Now, we have waited for 3 days. Why haven't we seen fellow cultivator Zhu yet? How would I know? Chen Yi stared at Mo Zhao's corpse and said absent-mindedly, Brother Zhu disappeared when Mo Bao was born. He did not even reply to the messaging charm that he sent outside the Black Forest. I'm afraid that he stayed in the Black Forest. There must be a lot of treasures in the Black Forest after Mo Bao. Xie Zhiqian licked his lips and said, there must be a lot of magic treasures and jade slips. There must be a lot of Mo Zhao's body. Fellow cultivator Xie, don't think too much. Fellow cultivator Zhu was able to enter the Black Forest safely last time, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve that we don't know about. We don't have fellow cultivator Zhu's skills in cultivation, so let's just look at what is in front of us. Chen Yi rolled her eyes and looked at Xie Zhiqian. She pointed at Mo Zhao's body and said with a smile, this is really a gift from God. It is a reward for us to go into the depths of the Black Forest. Fellow cultivator Xie, fellow cultivator Chang and I will guard the area for you. You go and bring Mo Zhao's body here so that we can divide it. Xie Zhiqian frowned slightly and looked to the left. He could only extend his divine sense for about 10 feet. He was worried that he could not extend it further. However, when he saw Chen Yi and Chang Yifeng smiling at him, Xie Zhiqian forced a smile and said, "Fellow cultivators, please wait for a moment." As he spoke, his body floated up and slowly flew toward Mo Zhao's corpse. They were in the depths of the ink-cloud black forest, close to the core. Although the amount of ink cloud in the air seemed to be much lesser, the ink cloud black sand was more corrosive to one's true essence. Moreover, the divine sense and dharma power were restricted. The flying technique that cultivators usually relied on could not be used smoothly. Therefore, Xie Zhiqian had to be careful. Fortunately, Xie Zhiqian scanned his surroundings and released his divine sense to the maximum. Thus, he did not encounter any spirit beasts when he arrived at Mo Zhao's location. However, just as Xie Zhiqian was about to put Mo Zhao into his interspatial bag with a wave of his hand, he heard Chen Yi yelling from afar, "Fellow cultivator Xie, please wait a moment." Ah! Xie Zhiqian was stunned. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and took out his flying sword. He looked around. He saw that Chen Yi and Chang Yifeng were also cautious. They both took out their flying swords and looked into the distance. Xie Zhiqian followed their gazes and saw that behind the black hill in the distance, a human figure was flying and jumping on the black ground. It was gradually moving toward the three of them. Ah! Xiaohua! Xie Zhiqian was stunned. He exclaimed in disbelief, "This guy. How is he still alive? And he can find this place." That's right, the three of them came together. Because of Mo Bao, the secret path that Chen Yi knew about no longer existed. They had no choice but to force their way through and spent a tremendous amount of effort to reach this place. Along the way, they didn't mention Xiaohua at all. In their hearts, Xiaohua was most likely killed by Mo Bao. Even if there was an extremely small possibility that he escaped from Mo Bao's black forest, it was still impossible for him to reach this place. But the fact was that Xiaohua was thousands of feet away from them. At the same time, he saw Chen Yi and the others. He was excitedly waving his hand and even shouting loudly. "This guy. Does he want to die?" Chen Yi was shocked and angry. She immediately ordered Chang Yifeng, "Fellow cultivator Chang, go and pick him up. Don't let him shout like this." Chang Yifeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "If he wants to die, let him be. What does it have to do with us?" "You." Chen Yi was at a loss for words. She glared at Chang Yufeng, but she had nothing to say. This was not her burial flower manner, and her cultivation was not stronger than Chang Yufeng's. She was not the one in charge, so she had no reason to order Chang Yufeng to do anything. While Chen Hua and Chang Yifeng were on tenterhooks, Xiaohua's face was full of joy. He flew to Chen Yi and the others and said with a smile, "Manor Lord Chen, Senior Chang, Senior Xie, I finally found you again." Looking at Xiaohua's sorry state and pale complexion, Chen Yi said indifferently, "You really exceeded my expectations. You actually managed to find this place. We have been looking for you outside the Black Forest for a long time, but we couldn't find you. Manor Head Chen, this junior is truly in a perilous situation this time." Xiaohua's face was full of joy when he heard that. He said, "This junior obtained Senior Zhu's jade slip." Seeing Xiaohua's eyebrows raised and his happy appearance, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel vexed. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it, there's no need to say any more. You being able to escape is your good fortune." She then looked at Xie Zhiqian who had returned at the same time as Xiaohua and said, "Fellow cultivator Xie, take out Mo Zhao's corpse. We will divide it." "Yes." Xie Zhiqian waved his hand and took out the corpse. Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the hole on Mo Zhao's head and the faint fragrance coming from it. He was very surprised and even said with admiration, "Senior Xie. You are so powerful. You actually killed Mo Zhao. I would have run away if I had seen Mo Zhao like this." Xie Zhiqian rolled his eyes at him and said, "This old man picked it up. Then, he looked at Chen Yi and asked, "Manor Lord Chen, there are 4 of us now. How should we divide it?" This. Chen Yi was a little annoyed. If Mo Zhao was killed by the 3 of them, Xiao Hua would not have a share. However, Mo Zhao was picked up, and the 3 of them did not do anything. Furthermore, Xiao Hua happened to arrive at the scene. How could they not give him a share of the loot? Chapter 2007. Seeing Chen Yi's expression change slightly, Xiao Hua, who already knew Chen Yi's temperament, quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior Xia, don't count me in. I'm already lucky to be here. If you find the heavenly yin grass in the future, please help me." "Well, since Xiao Hua doesn't want it, let's split it quickly," Chen Yi urged, as if she was afraid that someone else would appear. "Xiao Hua doesn't want it, but we have to give it to him," Chang Yefeng said, dissatisfied with Chen Yi's stinginess. "What do you mean?" Chen Yi retorted and looked at Chang Yefeng. "He, what can I mean?" Chang Yefeng said with a smile, "Xiao Hua is a junior, but we are seniors. We can't lose the dignity of seniors because of our selfish desires." Xie Zhiqian looked at Chang Yefeng strangely. He didn't think Chang Yefeng was a righteous cultivator. Xiao Hua was even more surprised. He looked at the 2 of them and quickly said with a smile, "Senior Chang, thank you for your kindness. I don't know what use this Mo Zhao has. Let's do it this way. I only want a piece of Mo Zhao's skin." Xiao Hua roughly gestured with his hand. Chen Yi saw Xiao Hua's action and coldly looked into the distance, ignoring the 3 of them. When Chang Yefeng saw Chen Yi's reaction, he put his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua and Xie Zhiqian understood. Xiao Hua smiled shyly at Xie Zhiqian, looking quite embarrassed. Xie Zhiqian shook his head with a wry smile and took out a flying sword. He cut a piece of Mo Zhao's skin and handed it to Xiao Hua. Then he asked Xiao Hua to divide the Mo Zhao into 3 parts. Although Chen Yi looked away, she had been paying attention to what was going on. After Chang Yefeng finished dividing Mo Zhao, she straightened up and put her share into her storage bag without saying a word. Chang Yefeng snorted and put his share away as well. Obviously, he still had some opinions about Chen Yi. Xiao Hua was surprised when he saw Xie Zhiqian put away Mo Zhao's body. He couldn't figure out what had happened between the 3 of them after not seeing them for a few months. Not only was there some disharmony, but Zhu Qinghe was also not here. However, only Zhu Qinghe knew the location of the Sky Yin herb. If he wasn't here, what was the point of the 4 of them coming here? Moreover, Xiao Hua had already searched the surroundings before coming here, and did not find anything special. He knew that this was merely a meeting place, and not the place where the 4 of them were going to compete in Sword Immortals. Of course, Xiao Hua had already carefully read through the information given by Zhen Qing and knew that the place he was talking about was nearby. However, because he was afraid of missing out on Chen Yi and the others, he didn't dare to go and search for it. After the ink storm subsided, he immediately rushed over a few days later. "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Hua whispered, "What about Senior Zhu? Is he not here yet?" Zhu Qinghe was neither cold nor indifferent to Xiao Hua, but he obviously didn't have any other thoughts. Xiao Hua was indeed a little worried for him. How would this old man know? Xie Zhiqian looked around and whispered, "We were separated from the ink storm before, and we didn't get in touch with him. We thought he had already come here, but after waiting for a few days, we still didn't see any movement. I'm afraid this matter is a little strange." Chang Yefeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "The place where Daoist Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai fought is so secretive. How many cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent have searched this ink storm black forest to no avail? Fellow Daoist Zhu, how could he have encountered him? Moreover, he came out of that place safely. Humph, what's so strange about this?" Chen Yi sneered and glanced at Xiao Hua. Isn't Xiao Hua an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Didn't he safely escape from the ink storm and find this place safely? No matter what, Zhu Qinghe is an intermediate-stage gold core cultivator. Could it be that he can't compare to Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua laughed and didn't speak, but he secretly criticized Zhu Qinghe in his heart. At this time, Zhu Qinghe. I'm afraid he really can't compare to him. Chang Yefeng glanced at Chen Yi and didn't refute. He said, moreover, there was no news for 4 years last time. In these 4 years, what did fellow Taoist Zhu do? What can be compared to the 9 stars transit sword spirit? Sword spirit. Xiao Hua was stunned and immediately understood that the sword spirit was the thing that the 4 coveted. This. Xia Zhiqian nodded. I got the fire bat king of the flame forest swamp. I always thought I could come to the ink storm black forest immediately, so I was always puzzled. Also, Chang Yefeng said, our cultivation is inferior to fellow Taoist Zhu, but we escaped to the outside of the ink storm black forest after fellow Taoist Zhu. We all escaped, so where did he go? Moreover, we are already here, so why didn't he appear? Oh, could it be? Zhu Qinghe has already gone. Chen Yi was shocked and shouted, could it be that he has found a way to go there in these 4 years? Yes, it's possible. Xia Zhiqian was a little angry. However, I still hope that Zhu Qinghe has been buried in ink storm black forest. The problem is, if Senior Zhu could go there by himself, why didn't he go there by himself? Why did he invite the 3 seniors? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. I'm afraid he wants to use us as a shield. Chang Yefeng said fiercely. Chen Yi seemed to think of something and shook her head. I don't think so. Fellow Taoist Zhu told me that he had something to explain to me in the ink storm black forest. What? While Chen Yi was talking, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head. In the opposite direction of Xiao Hua, Zhu Qinghe's figure was flying slowly at a low altitude. He was very cautious and was flying towards them. Just in time. Fellow Taoist Zhu is here. I'll ask him about the situation later. Chen Yi stopped talking and said thoughtfully. Oh, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Zhu Qinghe cupped his hands and said before he flew near them, I was delayed by something. I'd like to atone for my mistake. Fellow Taoist Zhu. Chang Yefeng said with a smile, even with our cultivation, we came here early. What's the matter? Yes, fellow Taoist Zhu. We can't send a messaging charm out of the ink storm black forest. Chen Yi said with a smile. He. Zhu Qinghe said mysteriously, where do you think I've gone? However, as soon as Zhu Qinghe finished speaking, the 4 of them flew in another direction at the same time. It was the place where the golden armored centipedes had disappeared. Their expressions changed slightly. Almost at the same time, the 4 of them clapped their hands together and took out invisibility talismans from their storage bags. They slapped the talismans on their bodies and disappeared. Xiao Hua was naturally quick-witted. The time it took for the invisibility talismans to hit him was not much slower than the 4 of them. In just a moment, more than 10 golden armored centipedes flew over and landed at the place where Mo Zhao had been killed. They circled for a while, looking for Mo Zhao's body. Chapter 2008. But because they couldn't find the corpse, these golden silk armored centipedes became somewhat agitated, and some even flew into a rage. They searched for a long time in the vicinity, and even passed by Xiao Hua and the others several times. Then, they roared a few times at one of the golden silk armored centipedes. Like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, the golden silk armored centipede that was reprimanded also hung its head dejectedly and flew at the very back. But when the last golden silk armored centipede flew past Chen Yi, it suddenly stopped and looked in the direction where Chen Yi's figure was hiding. Its nose twitched, as if it had discovered something. Moreover, it hesitantly moved towards Chen Yi bit by bit. As the golden silk armored centipede got closer and closer, this spiritual beast became more and more excited. In the end, it actually started to squeak loudly. The other golden silk armored centipedes that had already left a long time ago were also attracted by this golden silk armored centipede. They stopped, and a few even flew back. Go, Zhu Qinghe growled. The four of them simultaneously appeared not far from the golden silk armored centipede and flew towards a direction at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, Xiaohua didn't seem to be fast, but in reality, he didn't fall behind by much and flew up as well. Squeak squeak, the golden silk armored centipedes were stunned for a moment. Then, they all flew up and chased after Chen Yi and the others. 3 days later, at the intersection of 3 mountain ranges, there was a place where the vegetation was slightly lush. It was abnormally quiet. Not only were there no sounds of birds or insects, there wasn't even the sound of the wind. The low shrubs were like black trees, pitch black like iron. The pitch-black weeds were in the shape of 3 leaves, slanting towards the sky, giving off a heavy feeling. The bottom of this valley was filled with black fog. The black fog was also like pitch-black mountain rocks. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't necessarily be able to see it. The top of the valley faced this side of the sky. But above the sky, there were layers of black clouds, like the clouds before a thunderstorm. However, these cumulus clouds were not as translucent as thunderclouds. Instead, they were pitch black. If one were to look closely, they would look like ferocious ghost faces. At a low altitude to the south, Zhu Qinghe and the other 3 suddenly appeared. As they struggled to fly in this direction, they looked back from time to time. When they were a few miles away, the 4 of them suddenly plummeted. Chen Yi and the other 2 were shocked, but Zhu Qinghe's face was filled with joy. He shouted, "Fellow Taoists, we are close to that place. Our Dharma power will be confined. Let's go down now. When we reach this place, neither the golden silk armor centipede nor Mo Zhao will dare to come here." Ah. And, here. Chen Yi was slightly stunned. She regained her balance and asked curiously, "How did fellow Taoist Zhu find this place?" "He, this is all fate." Zhu Qinghe smiled but did not answer. The 4 of them landed on the mountain path, looking very embarrassed. Xie Zhiqian still did not forget to look back. He frowned and said, "Xiaohua. I'm afraid he can't escape from the golden silk armor centipede. I've already said that his cultivation base is too shallow," Zhu Qinghe said coldly. "If he comes here, he'll only be a burden. He might even lose his life." Zhu Qinghe said coldly. But when he looked up, he was dumbfounded. In the distance, Xiaohua was slowly flying over. Although he looked like a baby learning to walk, he still flew over to them. "Damn it, this guy is simply a cockroach, an ant that can't be dragged down." Chang Yefeng shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Senior. Wait for me." Xiaohua was out of breath and raised his hand with a pale face. Then, his whole body swayed, and his expression was stunned. Then, he fell from the low altitude like a stone. "Ha ha ha." Chen Yi covered her mouth and laughed. "I forgot to remind him that his cultivation is shallow. He fell earlier than us." Then, the 4 of them did not say anything more. They sat cross-legged, took out spiritual pills from their storage bags, and took them to recover their magic power and physical strength. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaohua also arrived. Seeing the 4 of them meditating, he did not dare to disturb them. He sat a little farther away and took some spiritual pills himself. After another incense stick of time, Zhu Qinghe stood up first and looked around. "Fellow Zhu, how long until we reach that place?" Chen Yi asked behind him. Zhu Qinghe pointed to the front and said, "It's about 2 hours from here. Last time, I was near here. This mountain should be the right place." Then, Zhu Qinghe looked at Chen Yi and said in surprise, "Villa Master Chen, I'm a little confused. Your invisibility spiritual talisman. How could it be seen through by the golden silk armor centipede? Chen Yi also shook her head. To tell you the truth, I've been thinking about it for the past 3 days. We have been using our magic skills continuously. By right, we should have gotten rid of the golden silk armor centipede long ago. But every time, they seem to be able to find us accurately. It should be my position. I really don't understand. At this time, Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yifeng also stood up. After hearing Chen Yi's words, Chang Yifeng looked at Chen Yi thoughtfully for a while. Then, he said, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Fellow cultivator Chen, I'm afraid you don't know the way in the mountain. Why do you say that? Could it be that you found something? Chen Yi was even more curious. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, I'm not sure. But since Villa Master Chen asked, I'll tell you. Chen Yi was unhappy and was about to refute him. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, fellow cultivator Chang, if you know something, you'd better tell me earlier. Well, Villa Master Chen has lived in the burial flower villa for a long time and has always been friends with spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers. You must have the fragrance of flowers and plants. Chang Yifeng said with a smile. Oh, you're right. Chen Yi slapped her forehead. Although there was regret on her face, there was no regret in her eyes. Instead, she said with some pride, I neglected this matter. Although I've used a secret method, I can't completely remove the fragrance of spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs. I don't know if it will affect our plan. Fellow cultivator Chang, you're right. Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, but there are no golden armor centipedes in front of us, so it won't affect our plan. At this time, Xiaohua also stood up and stood quietly behind them. Chang Yifeng said with a smile, fellow cultivator Zhu, when Mo Bao appeared, we ran away in a hurry, but we couldn't find you. We even couldn't find you outside the Mo Bao Black Forest. We were very worried. Who knew that you could come here safely? It really made us happy. Zhu Qinghe heard Chang Yifeng ask this question again. How could he not know what Chang Yifeng was thinking? He said mysteriously, guess where I went? Where? Chen Yi was stunned. She looked at Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian and asked Zhu Qinghe. I'm still in the Mo Bao Black Forest. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, but I can't tell you where I went. Oh. Chen Yi and the others looked a little unnatural. But. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand, and a row of 3 intact Mo Bao corpses appeared in his storage bag. He said with a smile, I've gained something. Of course, I won't forget it. These are for you. Ah. Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised. She waved her hand and put the corpses into her storage bag. She said, it seems that fellow cultivator Zhu has gained a lot. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhu Qinghe smiled and didn't say much. Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian were also very happy. They had already put aside their questions. After all, this was Zhu Qinghe's privacy. As long as it didn't affect their plan, they were too lazy to ask more questions. Xiaohua frowned. He knew that it was not easy to get these Mo Bao corpses. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, damn it, is it possible that Zhu Qinghe used a secret method similar to the sky-stealing sun-swapping to hide his cultivation? Is he more powerful than I thought? However, Zhu Qinghe was so powerful that Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything. His goal was the heavenly yin grass. He didn't care about sword spirits, sword cultivators, or sword immortals. Let's go. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand with a smile. There are Li Shilbai's 9 sword spirits and immortal bright swords flying sword in front of us. If I'm not wrong, we will gain a lot here. These Mo Bao corpses are nothing. Great. Chen Yi and the other 2 clapped their hands and followed Zhu Qinghe along the mountain path, ignoring Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't say anything. He lowered his head and followed behind them. Although their magic power was restricted, they could still use their true yuan. Zhu Qinghe and the others were all gold core experts. It was easy for them to walk on the mountain path. Sure enough, after 2 hours, the mountain slowed down. The 5 of them arrived at the halfway point where the 3 mountain ranges intersected. Zhu Qinghe pointed at the thick black fog at the bottom of the valley and said with a smile, "It's here." Here. Chang Yefeng and the others were puzzled when they saw the black fog. He asked curiously, "Here, our divine sense and magic power are restricted. We gold core cultivators are no different from ordinary people. Even if Li Xiubai and Immortal Bright Sword are nascent soul seniors, how can they use their divine sense under such circumstances? How can they push their flying swords to the extreme? How can they fight well?" "He, this is what I said that day." Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, "I've always thought so. Their duel must be in a place where they can use their flying sword divine sense. However, this place has long been searched by the seniors, but they couldn't find any traces. It wasn't until I accidentally came here last time and saw this object in a pitch-black mountain rock that I realized." As he said this, Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and took out a sword orb with deep cracks. "Sword orb?" Chen Yi blurted out, "Is this the 9 stars transit sword orb?" As she said this, she reached out to take it. However, Zhu Qinghe pulled his hand back with a smile and said, "This item has a peculiar texture and is heavily damaged. The sword spirit inside is also very weak, so I can't determine if it's one of the sword pellets of 9 stars transit. However, after seeing the sword orb, I'm suddenly enlightened. Li Xiubai and Immortal Bright Sword swordsmanship has already reached a high level. The 2 of them must have had a duel in the White Sect, so there might not be any results. In order to compete, they chose a place where magic power, divine sense, or flying swords are not allowed. It's a pure duel of swordsmanship. Isn't that the best choice?" Chapter 2009. Sword Dao has no regrets. Chang Yefeng clapped his hands and said, "Didn't Immortal Bright Sword say that in his message? Why didn't fellow Zhu tell us about the sword pill earlier?" Chen Yi looked a little embarrassed and asked, "The black fog here is very dangerous. We don't have divine thought and dharma power, so how can we go deep? Besides, everything is just fellow Zhu's guess. We don't know what's inside. How can there be a sword spirit?" He, Zhu Qinghe laughed and said, "Nothing is absolute in this world. After all, I've never been inside. Fellow Taoists, you're not 3-year-old babies. I'm afraid I don't need to explain this, right? However, since there is a sword pill here, and a very strange one at that. To tell you the truth, in the past 4 years, I went to Huan country and found some sword cultivators. I asked Li Xiubai about the origin of the 9 stars soaring sun sword pill. I already know that the Changbai sect sword pill is somewhat different from others. This sword pill is the Changbai sect's disciples' sword pill. With such a clue, the answer is naturally obvious, right? This sword pill was deeply imprinted in the huge rock at that time. If I didn't fall, I might not have seen it. Well, the huge rock is over there. Fellow Taoists, you can go and take a look later." Zhu Qinghe was still smiling and said, "Where are the other 8 sword pills? If they're not damaged, in this place where divine thought and dharma power are confined, the possibility of the sword spirits of the 8 sword pills is very high, right? With such a guess, isn't it worth it for us to go in and take a look? Senior Zhu, where's the heavenly yin grass?" Xiao Hua seemed to have gathered his courage and asked. It's the same. This is a place where yin and yang converge, and it's full of extreme yin. If the heavenly yin grass doesn't grow here, where can it grow? Zhu Qinghe said confidently. Moreover, to be honest, the seniors of Su Yan's sect have been here before, but they didn't go deep. Therefore, I know some of the details. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to prepare those things. The heavenly Yin grass was there in the past, but whether it's there now or not, I can't guarantee with you. Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian thought for a while and nodded slightly. That's right. The guesses of the seniors of our humble sect should be similar to the ones near you. However, they probably didn't expect the two seniors of the Way of the Sword to abandon mana and spiritual will. How many people have failed to find this place? Even if they found it, they didn't think too much about it. They just missed the sword spirit and the other treasures for nothing. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He only looked at the black fog beneath his feet, deep in thought. This was where Zhen Qing's message was. However, when he saw that the sword pellet was different from his 9 sword pellets, he knew that his sword pellet was definitely not the sword pellet of 9 stars transit the sun. At that moment, he was thinking about how to pick the heavenly Yin grass and whether to find that thing that wasn't controlled by consciousness. That's strange. We can't use our divine sense and magic power here. How did Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's master know that the object wasn't controlled by divine sense? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. By the way, fellow Zhu, you said that you have something to explain to me. What is it? Chen Yi seemed to be half believing and half doubting. Not only do I have to explain to Villa Head Chen, but also to fellow Chang and fellow Xiao. Zhu Qinghe seemed to know that Chen Yi had asked this question. He clapped his hands and took out 3 jade slips, handing them to the 3 of them. He said with a smile, although this place restricts your divine sense, you can still read the jade slips. I won't say anything. Take a look and you will know. Okay. Chen Yi and the other 2 took the jade slips and immersed their divine senses in them. Zhu Qinghe stared at Chen Yi without blinking. Ah. Chen Yi's expression changed slightly. She raised her head and looked at Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, these are the jade slips. Villa Head Chen, you don't have to be too surprised. Yes, I know. Chen Yi's face showed a trace of suspicion. She looked at the jade slips again. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 3 of them withdrew their divine senses. Chang Yifeng said with a bitter smile, it turns out that the jade slips are so difficult. No wonder fellow Zhu came back empty-handed last time. If fellow Zhu didn't come back empty-handed, how could we have come this time? Xie Zhiqian said with a smile. Chen Yi also forced a smile. Fortunately, although the jade slips are difficult, with our previous preparations, we should be able to pass. Okay, let us prepare. After a while, the black mist will change and we will be able to enter. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, this place is very dangerous. We can't take care of you. It's not too late for you to change your mind. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said, thank you, Senior Zhu. Junior has decided to go down. And, since you have decided, this old man can't say anything. Zhu Qinghe nodded. Chen Yi glanced at Xiao Hua and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua still stood behind everyone and quietly looked at the black mist. Zhen Qing's jade slips didn't explain how to break through the black mist. Perhaps Zhen Qing didn't remember, or perhaps Zhen Qing's master, Daoist Master Lu Peng, didn't explain. The jade slips only said that there were 4 layers under the black mist. Daoist Master Lu Peng only reached the 4th layer. Seeing that the situation was dangerous, he didn't covet anything and returned to the top of the mountain. As for the sky Yin grass, Daoist Master Lu Peng didn't say anything. Or maybe Zhen Qing didn't write anything. After the time it took to eat a meal, a light breeze suddenly appeared in the silent mountain valley. Soon after, the wind stopped and gradually became stronger. But the strange thing was that the black mist wasn't affected by the wind at all. Not to mention that it was blown away, it didn't even seem to be blown away. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The wind blew everyone's robes. Chen Yi's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess flying in the sky. At this moment, the instant Chen Yi raised her head and stroked her beautiful hair, a thin crack suddenly appeared in the sky that was filled with red clouds. The golden sunlight was like a golden sword that cut through the dense black air of the ink cloud black forest and directly pierced the thick black mist under Xiaohua's feet. Immediately, the black mist was like melted black snow as it violently rolled. This rolling was like a boiling bubble that quickly complained to the surroundings of the black mist. Xiaohua could hear the sound in his ears. The black mist that didn't move at all in the wind was now being pushed by the wind. It was like a pitch-black door was being pushed open. A faintly shining mountain valley appeared in Xiaohua's vision. Quickly! Zhu Qinghe ordered, "Fellow Taoists, I've already explained everything in the jade slips. We don't have much time. While the black mist is being pushed away, let's quickly enter." Chapter 2010. As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed down the mountainside along the rugged path. Although immortal Lu Peng briefly described what he saw, Xiaohua, who rushed down the black fog with the others, was slightly startled when he saw the scene in front of him. Obviously, it was beyond his expectation. Below the black fog was not a common valley, nor was it the same as above the black fog. Rather than a valley, it was better to call it a cave or a space. Xiaohua looked around, only to see specks of light emerging from what looked like stone walls, but also seemed like thin mist. The light illuminated the surroundings. Moreover, extremely pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth lingered in the space. Because the black fog above was pushed away, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth flowed slightly and was about to blow above Xiaohua's head. However, it only flowed for a while and set off a slight wind, then stopped. Obviously, it was suppressed by something above his head. He, how is it? Fellow Taoists, this is considered a cave paradise, right? Zhu Qinghe looked at the stunned expressions of the crowd and chuckled. When I came here that year, I really wanted to stay and cultivate and never go out again. Sure enough, it is a cave paradise. Such pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth is rare in other places of the Dawn Rain continent, right? Chen Yi came to her senses and murmured, "The spiritual herbs here are growing so vigorously, but unfortunately, they are not very old. If my burial flower manor could move here, I would never want to go out in this lifetime." "Huh, Fairy Chen," Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, "this place looks peaceful, but it is full of dangers. Once the ink fog is sealed, there will be no chance of survival. Only those who have been exposed to the sunlight for several hours can enter this place. Your burial flower manor has come here, and all the spiritual herbs are flourishing. Everyone is. What's the use of that?" "I see." Chen Yi nodded. "That's what I thought. Since the black fog forest is so dangerous, how could the core area be so safe? This place is only close to the core area, but it is far from the core area." Zhu Qinghe shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that only spirit-severing stage seniors can enter the core area. Fellow Taoist Zhu, I don't understand." Xie Zhiqian coughed and said, "Ink sand corrodes true essence, and it also has the effect of blocking the world energy. Why is there such a rich world energy here? And not be corroded by the ink sand?" I don't know the exact reason. I think it's because Mo Zhao and the Dark Forest Group have blocked all the heaven and earth spiritual energy, so the heaven and earth spiritual energy is gathered here." Zhu Qinghe was a little impatient. He looked at Chen Yi and said, "Manor Lord Chen, you should first see if there are any spiritual herbs that you need. I will go with fellow Taoist Chang to see the place that leads to the lower level." Okay, since she couldn't use her divine sense here, Chen Yi naturally had to check the plants one by one. She agreed and skipped away happily. Xie Zhiqian was not interested in the spirit grass. He also followed Zhu Qinghe and Chang Yifeng to check along the stone wall. It seemed that he was looking for something. Xiaohua understood that this was the first level of the valley. It was separated from the second level by a natural restriction. It required a special method to weaken or break the restriction in order to enter the second level. It was the same for the later levels. But for some reason, Zhen Qing's Jade Slip didn't explain the key points in detail. It only gave a simple introduction. Xiaohua originally thought that the key point was very simple, so Zhen Qing didn't explain it. But now, seeing the serious look on the faces of the Golden Core cultivators, how could Xiaohua not know the importance of this key point? Naturally, Xiaohua also knew that Zhen Qing didn't expect him to come here when he was only in the foundation establishment stage. He also understood that the thing that wasn't controlled by divine sense was probably just an excuse for Zhen Qing. The experience of condensing the Golden Core was the real thing that Zhen Qing used to repay him. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua also went to check the spirit grass. After all, Zhu Qinghe didn't say which level the heavenly yin grass was on. However, he and Chen Yi went in the opposite direction. They started from the other side of the stone wall. The spirit grass here was just as Chen Yi said. Although they were flourishing and some of them were relatively rare, their age wasn't too old. From time to time, senior cultivators with profound cultivation would come here to pick them. Since Chen Yi didn't care, Xiaohua also didn't care. After searching for half a pack of cigarettes, Xiaohua had only found a few young spirit herbs that he didn't recognize and moved them into his space. At this time, just as Xiaohua straightened up and wanted to move forward, a faint light flashed from the side of a spirit grass seedling in front of him. If Xiaohua's six senses weren't far superior to ordinary cultivators, he might not have seen it. What is that? Xiaohua was slightly surprised and his heart trembled. Could it be a spirit beast that looks after the spirit grass? Immediately, Xiaohua became cautious and slowly walked over. However, when Xiaohua walked over, it was only an ordinary spirit grass. How could there be a spirit beast that looked after it? Xiaohua. Did you pick some special spirit grass? Not far ahead, Chen Yi unexpectedly walked over from the white mist and asked strangely. Can you fly here? Xiaohua didn't answer and looked at Chen Yi's feet and asked instead. This is a natural restriction. Cultivators won't fall down if they walk on it. Chen Yi pursed her lips and said with a smile, if you can fall down, would fellow Taoist Zhu still spend so much effort to find the key to go down? Junior's knowledge is shallow. I've really made Senior laugh. Xiaohua suddenly understood and pointed his finger again, saying, Junior just saw that there was a brilliance beside this spirit grass and thought it was some rare spirit grass that had a spirit beast looking after it. However, I came to take a look and found it to be very ordinary. I'm afraid Junior's eyes are playing tricks on me. Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Chen Yi raised her eyebrows and said with a nod, the spirit grass here is very ordinary. It's planted in my burial flower manor. Your heavenly yin grass definitely won't be here. You don't need to look carefully. Junior understands. Junior doesn't need Senior's help. I still want to find a few spirit grass that can be used for foundation establishment. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, without waiting for him to finish, Chen Yi waved her hand and said, I've already looked. These spirit grass are too young and can't be used for anything. You don't need to waste your time. Soon after, she raised her head and looked into the distance. She said, let's go. Fellow Taoist Zhu must have found the way down by now. We'd better go there as soon as possible. Don't delay. Your cultivation level is the lowest, so you'd better follow us closely. Junior understands. Xiaohua bowed and saluted, then followed Chen Yi in the direction Zhu Qinghe had gone. Although Xiaohua left, he was still muttering in his heart. He looked back slightly, but even after he walked far away, he still couldn't see anything unusual. This is a bit strange. Xiaohua didn't think his eyes were playing tricks on him and muttered in his heart. However, right at this moment, he heard Zhu Qinghe's laughter in front of him. As I said, the seniors of my Su Yen school have already been here before. The records in the ancient records are definitely correct. When Chen Yi heard this, she turned her head and glanced at Xiao Hua. She waved her hand and motioned for Xiao Hua to follow her while she quickly walked over. After walking for about 100 feet, Xiao Hua saw Zhu Qinghe and the others under a few inexplicable vines with misty spiritual aura lingering around them. It was a thick vine with big bumps on top of each other. There were some 3-inch long thorns on each of the bumps, which were shining with a strange red brilliance. Sky-piercing vine. When Chen Yi saw this thing, she was a little surprised and whispered, although this thing is called a vine, it's actually very fierce. It can devour people's essence and blood. It can even turn into a human after a long time. This thing, actually still exists in the world. Ah! When Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yefeng heard this, their bodies slightly shrank and they moved further away from the sky-piercing vine. They were afraid that the sky-piercing vine would suddenly attack them. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, this thing is still in its infancy. It's still far from being able to hurt people. Villa Head Chen is talking about the sky-piercing vine that is hundreds of thousands of years old. That kind of monster is against the natural order. It doesn't exist in the Xiaoyu continent now. He, fellow Taoist Zhu is right. That's right. Chen Yi covered her mouth and laughed, this sky-piercing vine has another advantage. As long as it has something to rely on, it can continue to grow, no matter how high it is. The word sky-piercing comes from this. A trace of gloominess flashed across Chang Yefeng's face. He stood aside coldly, as if he was embarrassed by Chen Yi's deliberate teasing. Zhu Qinghe acted as if he didn't see it and said with a smile, Villa Head Chen, now you know why I asked you to prepare the ice orchid bamboo. I understand. Chen Yi nodded and said, this ice orchid bamboo is condensed by the ice orchid insect, which is the natural enemy of the sky-piercing vine. Wherever the ice orchid insect is, there will be no sky-piercing vine. Why? Xie Zhiqian asked curiously, these two don't seem to have anything to do with each other. The ice orchid insect likes fragrant and wood-type spiritual qi the most. Although the sky-piercing vine is not as attractive to the ice orchid insect as the ice orchid bamboo, if the ice orchid insect smells the scent of the sky-piercing vine, it will certainly absorb it. Chen Yi explained with a smile, however, the sky-piercing vine is not as hard as the ice orchid bamboo. Once the ice orchid insect absorbs it, the sky-piercing vine will be corroded, and all the harmful things in the vine will be swallowed by the ice orchid insect. The sky-piercing vine will also die. In addition, even if the ice orchid insect dies, the things in its corpse will still be a threat to the sky-piercing vine, so the ice orchid bamboo is the best way to deal with the sky-piercing vine. As she spoke, Chen Yi smiled and took out a ice orchid bamboo that was more than a foot long from her storage bag and handed it to Xiao Hua, go, put this ice orchid bamboo on the sky-piercing vine. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but he had to bite the bullet and take the ice orchid bamboo. Xiao Hua, be careful. When you put the ice orchid bamboo in, it will definitely release the things in the sky-piercing vine. Don't touch those things. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua, it would definitely be Xie Zhiqian who did this. Therefore, Xie Zhiqian kindly reminded Xiao Hua. Chapter 2011. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Holding the bamboo in his hand, he walked to the side of the sky-soaring vine and looked it up and down. His eyes turned slightly, then he waved his hand. It looked very casual, but the angle of insertion was very precise. With a light, puff sound, the bamboo was easily inserted into the sky-soaring vine. Not a drop of poison seeped out. But at the same time, Chang Yefeng cried out in alarm and quickly dodged to the side. Xiao Hua looked back in shock and saw a peach-red liquid spurting out from the bamboo towards Chang Yefeng who was standing beside him. Oh, Senior Chang, Xiaohua saw this and his face was full of apology. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior made a mistake. Junior didn't expect this bamboo to be hollow." Chen Yi covered her mouth and laughed, "This bamboo is not hollow, but when it comes in contact with the juice of the sky-soaring vine, the texture in the center will quickly melt." Buzz, buzz. Just when Chang Yefeng was angry and wanted to hit Xiaohua with his hand, he heard a loud roar in the valley. Looking at the sky-soaring vine in front of Xiaohua, it began to gradually tremble, shaking the nearby stone wall. The bamboo that was inserted into the sky-soaring vine began to slowly melt and merge into the wound of the sky-soaring vine. "Let's hide aside." Zhu Qinghe didn't understand and hurriedly retreated to the side. The sky-soaring vine began to twist, like a snake's tail being stepped on. The peach-red juice of the sky-soaring vine also spilled out in the air. The sky-soaring vine swayed for a moment, then slowly twitched again and gradually shrank down along the stone wall. When the sky-soaring vine disappeared, revealing a hole the size of several people, Xiaohua immediately understood that Zhu Qinghe and the others were planning to do this. "Xiaohua, you go down first." Zhu Qinghe ordered without hesitation. "Yes, Junior will go down first." Xiaohua responded, walked to the hole, and poked his head out to take a look. This was the same stone wall as the first floor. There was nothing special about it. Xiaohua sized it up and jumped down. However, just as his figure landed on the precipitous part of the stone wall, he heard a gust of wind. A black shadow flashed past and whipped towards Xiaohua's head from the top. Xiaohua's transcendence energy is completely depleted, but he still has his fists and kicks. He waved his hand, wanting to block the shadow. But when he glanced over, he realized that the black shadow was actually the gigantic sky-reaching vine from before. Numerous sharp thorns were piercing towards him. Moreover, the whooshing sound of the wind indicated that the vines were extremely powerful. Xiaohua waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to take out the Great Wisdom Sword. However, his hand only moved slightly before stopping. His feet moved slightly as he used the ethereal steps. His figure flashed to the left and easily dodged the sky-soaring vine. Pang! The sky-reaching vines hit the stone wall. Dozens of tiny holes appeared on the hard stone wall. It was obviously the work of those thorns. The sky-reaching vine was actually extremely nimble. Using the counterattack force from the stone wall, it turned horizontally and struck towards Xiaohua's waist. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Without waiting for the vines to reach him, he jumped into the air and somersaulted just in time to dodge the vines. The shiny thorns barely scratched Xiaohua's waist. However, this wasn't the end of it. While Xiaohua's figure was still in the air, a dozen or so vines that were attached to the stone wall shook and swung towards Xiaohua from all directions. "Damn it!" Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He looked at the hole from the side. Zhu Qinghe and the other three did not appear. Clearly, they were waiting. "Forget it." Xiaohua sneered. His figure moved and he used the ethereal steps. It seemed that he did not use his magic power but relied on the strength of his body to escape into the distance. The second floor was somewhat different from the first floor. It seemed that the space was much larger. The natural restriction under Xiaohua's feet made it soft to step on. It was no different from stepping on grass. Following Xiaohua's escape, the sky-reaching vine was like a giant hand baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It chased after him and swayed. After half a cup of tea's time, Xie Zhiqian poked his head out of the hole. Seeing that there was no movement, he shouted, "Manor Lord Chen, wait for a while. Xiaohua has lured the sky-reaching vine away." Zhu Qinghe and the others jumped down. Looking at the nearby tranquility and listening to the sound of collision in the distance, the four of them were calm. "Actually, we should let Xiaohua know the situation," Chang Yefeng said in a low voice, "at least he can be prepared." Zhu Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, "This place is very dangerous. I have already told him. If he wants to come here, I can't do anything about it. But I only prepared 3 jade slips. With one more, there will be more danger of it being leaked. Could it be that the 3 of you are not afraid that the Changbai sect or the Flame Bamboo Sword sect will come after you? Don't say so many useless things." Chen Yi said calmly, "Let's quickly find the way to the 3rd floor. If Xiao Hua can come back safely, the sky-reaching grass is on the 3rd floor. Why don't we just let him pick it? Isn't this what he wants?" "Exactly." Zhu Qinghe nodded. He looked around and waved his hand. He quickly walked in a direction. Chen Yi and the others did not hesitate to follow. This time, no one looked in Xiao Hua's direction. As for Xiao Hua, his figure was fluttering as he fled. Once he was far away, he reckoned that Zhu Qinghe and the others wouldn't be able to see him. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom heavy sword appeared in his hand. His figure leapt up and casually swung it. With a light shwa sound, the sky-soaring vines were easily cut off by the heavy sword. With a pu sound, the peach-colored liquid sprayed out and filled the sky. Xiao Hua was not afraid at all. He had already calculated the angle. His figure flashed and dodged the juice. Then, he jumped up again and nimbly cut off several more vines. Woo-woo! Another gust of wind blew. The sky-soaring vines retreated. Although the remaining vines did not retreat, they still swayed in the distance and did not come closer. "Humph!" Xiao Hua coldly snorted. He raised his head and took a look. Then, with quick steps, he ran towards a small cave on the stone wall. After waiting for Xiao Hua's figure to disappear into the cave, those sky-soaring vines finally slowly retracted back, landing on some unknown stone wall. The sky-soaring vine was not weak. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely sharp and poisonous. It could even swallow a cultivator's liquid. This was especially true in this place where one's divine sense and dharma power were restricted. Regardless of whether it was Chang Yifeng, Chen Yi, or even Zhu Qinghe, they might not be able to dodge the sky-soaring vine so easily. Unfortunately, the sky-soaring vine met Xiao Hua, a strong martial artist. It had to be said that this was a tragedy for the sky-soaring vine and a comedy for Zhu Qinghe and the others. Chapter 2012. Humph, I'll rest here for a while first. Xiao Hua hid in the cave and laughed coldly. "It won't be too late for me to go after you found the path to the 3rd floor. Or perhaps, you all can go in first. I'll be a fisherman." But at this moment, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. How can I use my divine sense in the cave? Of course, the cave wasn't very deep. It was only about 10 feet deep. Xiao Hua was currently sitting in the middle of the cave. His divine sense was naturally probing the inside of the cave. Although his divine sense couldn't extend very far, it was clearly much stronger than when he was in the valley. This is Li Mian stone. Xiao Hua's divine sense landed on the stone wall, and he shockingly discovered that there was actually a piece of refining material inside. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed upon seeing this. He didn't care about meditating and cultivating qi. He jumped up from the ground and released his Buddhist sense, examining it bit by bit. After he finished looking, he unconsciously stretched out the stone and said to himself, "Good, this cave isn't long, but there are a lot of refining materials inside. Although they aren't too rare, if I were to search for them in the auction, wouldn't I have to spend a lot of spirit stones? Now I actually have all of them, it's really not bad." Xiao Hua immediately calmed down his angry thoughts. He picked up the great wisdom sword and became a miner, digging out the materials that he could see with his Buddhist sense one by one and storing them into his space. Alas, everything is good here, but unfortunately there's no Qian Mo stone. This place should be like what Zhu Qinghe said, it's the place where the spiritual energy of Ink Shadow Black Forest gathers. A lot of materials are formed because of the pressure of ink sand. It can be said that there are a lot of rare materials in the entire mountain range. Xiaohua thought as he put away all the materials he could get his hands on. He clapped his hands and sat down. But immediately after, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Damn it, this young master is stupid. This cave is probably where those nascent soul and even spirit-severing cultivators come to look for refining materials, right? The materials that I picked were probably left here by those seniors who disdain to use them, right? This is bad. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. Since there are so many caves here, then, perhaps the passage to the third floor is inside one of the caves. This young master only cares about resting here. If those shameless seniors think that this young master has died and enter the third level without waiting for this young master, then wouldn't this young master's heavenly yin grass be lost? Forget it. For Xue Xue's sake, I'll endure it for now. Xiaohua thought and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly ran out of the cave and returned along the route he had just escaped. Xiaohua ran for a moment, but he heard a soa soa sound not too far ahead. He could not help but be delighted. Senior Zhu, this kid is here. However, when he finished shouting, the soa soa sound in front of him disappeared again. No one answered him. Is it Senior Zhu? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom heavy sword appeared in his hand. Step by step, he walked forward. However, even when he walked to the front of a cave, he still did not see a single person. Strange, what's wrong with me today? Xiaohua scratched his head. Why am I always so suspicious? Just when Xiaohua was bewildered, a slightly thin sky-soaring vine shot out from under Xiaohua's feet. Like a poisonous snake, it coiled around Xiaohua. I was wondering. So it's just this thing. Xiaohua did not even think. With a wave of his hand, he actually chopped the sky-soaring vine into several pieces. Xiaohua himself also quickly dodged and hid in the cave. The sky-soaring vine seemed to be in pain. It swayed and actually rushed into the cave, wanting to swallow Xiaohua. Hee. It's really something delivered to my doorstep. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure quickly rushed to the entrance of the cave. With a light wave of his hand, he actually cut off the sky-soaring vine that was several feet long. Then, with a wave of his hand, he did not touch the sky-soaring vines and stored them into the space. Within the space, in an extremely distant place, other than the mountain of Mo Zhao's corpse, there was even more than these corpses. Black wood. These black wood were all extremely thick and long. Alas, not to mention the sky-yin grass, just these things alone made Xiaohua's trip to Mo Zhao's black forest worthwhile. The sky-soaring vine that had its vines chopped off by Xiaohua one after another was really scared at this time. With a rustling sound, it pulled back its vines and did not dare to show its face again. Xiaohua also casually dug out several pieces of refining materials before leisurely coming out of the cave. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua ran to the entrance of the cave from the first floor to the second floor and shouted. Unfortunately, no one responded. Damn it, Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He looked left and right, then his gaze fell on the ground and smiled. He saw that there were some spiritual herbs on the ground, but at this time, some of them had fallen. It was the traces of someone walking past. Although it was not obvious, Xiaohua could still distinguish it. These gold core cultivators. Xiaohua shook his head. Although they are very old and their cultivation is profound, they have been interacting with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth since they were young. They are associated with divine sense. Suddenly losing these divine abilities, they seem to be no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, Xiaohua thought again. In this place, this young master's strength directly suppressed the four of them. If this young master is angry, won't the four of them lose their lives? Why should this young master be so timid? Just directly subdue them and bring this young master to pick the heavenly yin grass. Or, let Chen Yi pick it for this young master. Wouldn't that be better? Hee, unless I kill them all here. Xiao Hua immediately put away this baseless thought. Otherwise, if this young master leaves the Yingxiao Black Forest, will this young master still be alive? Following the faint traces on the stone wall, Xiao Hua really found the front of a cave. However, this cave was obviously different from the other caves Xiao Hua had seen before. There was a thick fog in the cave, and he could not see clearly inside. Senior Zhu. Manor Lord Chen. Xiao Hua did not dare to release his divine sense, and also did not dare to rashly enter. He could only shout softly. Xiao Hua. You are still alive. Xie Zhiqian's voice sounded from the side of the cave. Yes, it is this junior. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Xie, have you not gone down yet? I am waiting. Xie Zhiqian's figure appeared from the fog with a short sword in his hand. The time is not right. The entrance to the third floor has not appeared yet. You came at the right time. You stay here and guard. I will go in and take a look. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and entered the cave. He stood at the place where Xie Zhiqian was guarding. Not long after, Zhu Qinghe walked out and sized up Xiao Hua. He frowned and said, Xiao Hua, how did you escape from the sky-soaring vine? How did you find this place? All right, I will let Senior Zhu know. Xiao Hua bowed and said, after this junior lured the sky-soaring vine away, I happened to find a cave on the stone wall and quickly hid inside. The cave was very long, and the sky-soaring vine could not penetrate it. This junior waited for a while, but there were no more sky-soaring vines, so I came out. You are quite clever. Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. There are many similar caves on the stone wall. How did you find them? After Xiao Hua explained the reason, Zhu Qinghe frowned again and looked at the ground outside the stone wall. It was as Xiao Hua said. Alas, the ancients are right. Pay attention to everything and learn. Zhu Qinghe shook his head and said, this old man calculated to cover up his tracks, but I never thought that I would make such a big mistake. Fortunately, there are few people here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered. Senior Zhu. Xiao Hua's heart moved and said, when this junior was on the first floor, I seem to have seen some brilliance, and I also seem to have heard some movement, but, what? Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and rushed out. He looked around for a long time, then frowned and asked, are you sure? Of course this junior can't be sure. Otherwise, I would have already told the seniors. Xiao Hua shook his head. Well, there is usually no one in the core area of the Inkcloud Black Forest. Moreover, the cultivators who come here are all nascent soul stage seniors. They won't be so sneaky. Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, the movements you mentioned are probably caused by the sky-climbing vine, right? This junior thinks so too. Because I was attacked by another vine, this junior had no choice but to hide in the cave again. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. At this moment, Chen Yi's voice sounded from inside the cave, fellow Taoist Zhu, there is movement. Come quickly. Xiao Hua, you come too. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and said, follow me to the third floor. There should be sky-yin grass there. You can pick it yourself. Thank you, Senior Zhu. Xiao Hua quickly bowed and carefully followed Zhu Qinghe into the cave. This cave was actually very long. Moreover, there were some natural bends inside. However, fortunately, there were no forks. Zhu Qinghe and Xiao Hua walked for a moment and reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave was a space of several zhang. At the bottom of the space was a clear spring. The spring was about 1 zhang wide. Around the spring, on the stone walls, there were many spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs were not pure white and looked like they were carved out of ice and jade. Before Xiaohua could get close, a chill rushed over him. Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver. This is a fire spirit pill. Take one. Zhu Qinghe didn't turn around. With a flick of his hand, a green bean-sized pill was thrown to Xiaohua. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua took the pill and hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and swallowing it. Sure enough, a stream of heat flowed out from his dantian as he swallowed the fire spirit pill. Soon after, it flowed through his limbs and bones, and the chill gradually faded away. How is the reaction of the ice spring? Zhu Qinghe asked in a low voice. There was a slight tremor just now. There was a ripple in the center of the ice spring. However, it only lasted for a moment before it calmed down. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Her gaze swept past Xiaohua's face. It's good that there was a tremor. The ancient records say that there are 9 tremors. After 9 tremors, we will have a chance. Zhu Qinghe turned to look at Xie Zhiqian. In a moment, I will have to ask fellow Daoists Xie to make a move. Chapter 2013. Well said. Xie Zhiqian nodded. I've been itching to try for a long time. Zhu Qinghe laughed and turned his attention back to the ice spring. Why can't I use my divine sense here? Xiaohua tried to use his Buddhist sense and divine sense, but they couldn't leave his body. It's completely different from the cave just now. Villa Master Chen, these spirit herbs, look very rare. Xiaohua looked at the spirit herbs above the ice spring and couldn't help but whisper. Humph, I also want to pick them. Chen Yi snorted unhappily. Unfortunately, we don't have divine sense or magic power, so we can't use the picking technique. These spirit herbs are born from the ice spring's extreme yin spiritual energy. If we touch them with our flesh and blood, not only will we be immediately contaminated, we won't be able to use them. If it's serious, we'll immediately turn into spiritual energy and our bodies will also be injured. She glanced at Xiaohua and teased, how about you go and pick them? Xiaohua heard and shook his head. Senior doesn't dare to take the risk, how can Junior dare? It's better to be honest. However, Xiaohua was calculating in his heart how to find a time when the 4 of them weren't paying attention and use his divine sense to take these spirit herbs into his space. After a few breaths, the center of the ice spring began to tremble slightly, as if a needle had pierced it. Ripples spread out in succession and quickly spread in all directions. Xiaohua saw it clearly and his eyes turned rapidly. This was really strange because there wasn't any movement nearby. Soon after, the trembling became even more intense, each time faster than the previous one. After the 9th time, the entire ice spring suddenly began to boil. One by one, thumb-sized bubbles formed in the middle of the ice spring and quickly spurted out. Waves of extremely cold air rushed into the air and landed on the white sparkling spirit grass on the stone wall. Right now. Hearing Zhu Qinghe's soft reprimand, Xie Zhiqian reached into his bosom and took out a fiery red pill. He raised his head and swallowed it. Then, a trace of dark red appeared on his face. Then, his left hand activated magic power and a spell was formed. Immediately after, Xie Zhiqian pulled his right hand again and untied the storage bag at his waist. With a shake of his hand, a fiery red flame flew out from the storage bag. It was a fist-sized fire bat king. When Xie Zhiqian saw the fire bat king come out, he struck the center of the cold spring with his left hand. Walala! The sound of ice sealing was heard, and a few wisps of white flames appeared above the cold spring. The fire bat king circled around Len Quan a few times in the air. It squeaked angrily and rushed towards Len Quan. The fire bat king's squeaking sound wasn't very loud, but in Xiaohua's ears, there was a burst of ringing in his ears. Even his brain felt waves of pain. This pain was extremely similar to the pain he had felt when refining the jade blood pill, but it was much lighter in comparison. Xiaohua only frowned slightly, not caring about it at all. Looking at the many bubbles above the cold spring, under the Fire Bat King's squeaking sounds, they all popped one after another. Even the dozen or so white spirit herbs on the stone wall began to crack. In the end, they gradually broke apart and fell into the cold spring. Just as the Fire Bat King was halfway there, at the center of the cold spring, where the bubble had burst, there was another vibration that was 10 times stronger than before. This time, it was even stronger, and it formed a deep concave shape. When the Fire Bat King rushed into the concave shape, 100 times stronger vibration was generated in the cold spring. Finally, with a bang, the entire cold spring suddenly disappeared. A hole about 10 feet wide appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others. Waves of cold air rushed out from the hole. "Let's go," Zhu Qinghe growled. He took the lead and jumped into the hole. Chen Yi and the others also followed without hesitation. On the other hand, Xiaohua hesitated slightly. He looked up at the few white spiritual herbs and sighed. He also jumped down, seemingly a little regretful. With a "chi" sound, Xiaohua only felt a slight blur in front of his eyes. Before he could see the situation in front of him clearly, his feet slipped, and his whole body suddenly fell down. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. He slapped his hand, wanting to use the force to reverse his body and maintain his balance. However, the place where his hand fell was strangely cold and smooth. It was as if there was no force at all. Thus, Xiaohua's whole body curled up and slid down along the smooth surface. At this time, Xiaohua could clearly see that this was a slanted slope. The slope was completely formed from transparent ice. This ice was incomparably hard and smooth. Not only was Xiaohua sliding down the slope, but the 4 people who had entered before were also sliding down. It was just that, they had slid down a bit further. Damn it! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Immortal Lu Ping didn't seem to have mentioned such a difficult place, right? Or Martial Uncle Zhen Qing didn't write it down. Although the slope was incomparably smooth, it wasn't long. Xiaohua quickly slid down to the bottom of the valley. Zhu Qinghe and the others had already climbed up and hid at the side. Seeing that everyone was in the same sorry state as him, Xiaohua secretly laughed. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He tidied up his Taoist robe and obediently stood at the side. However, Xiaohua's eyes didn't stay idle. They looked around randomly, trying to find the whereabouts of the heavenly yin grass. He saw that this was a narrow slanted valley. It was completely formed by transparent ice. He didn't know how thick the transparent ice was, but he could faintly see the reflection of everyone. In this frozen valley, he didn't see any greenery. Instead, there were some things that were similar to the spiritual herbs above the cold spring. They grew on the steep ice valley. It's easy to come down, but difficult to go up. Xiaohua sighed and looked at the slope that he came down from. In a situation where he didn't have any magic power, going up from here was really strenuous. However, since Zhu Qinghe and the others came prepared, Xiaohua didn't think too much. If they could go up, Xiaohua naturally could too. Wait a moment, let me take a look. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe's face was somewhat dignified. All 4 sides here are the same. It's very difficult to distinguish the direction. According to the sect's ancient records, it's very special. Oh, it's over there. Zhu Qinghe said as he looked around. It was unknown what he saw, but he pointed at an ice wall and said. Xiaohua was curious. He looked for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Zhu Qinghe led everyone towards the ice wall with great difficulty. They were really slipping 3 times with each step. They were in an extremely sorry state. The faces of these gold core and foundation establishment cultivators had already been smashed countless times here. Seeing the ice wall in front of them, the strange thing was that although it was clearly a solid ice wall, when they walked in front of it, it was actually just a shadow, a reflection of the ice wall on the other side. Chapter 2014. When Zhu Qinghe walked past the ice wall, Xiaohua was dumbstruck by the scene in front of him. On the other side of the ice wall was another slanted stone wall. However, it was covered in red lava. There was even dark red lava quietly flowing on it. This scene was no different from the Flame Forest Mountains. Looking at the middle of the two stone walls, there was an open area about 10 feet wide. It was flourishing with flowers and lush with spirit herbs. The verdant vegetation formed a green barrier, dividing the fiery red and snow white into two. Heavenly Yin grass. Xiaohua looked over and found the heavenly Yin grass in the center of the spiritual herbs. He couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't be anxious." Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice, "This is the intersection of Yin and Yang. Two different kinds of spiritual energy of heaven and earth are mixed here. It is very strange. According to the records of the sect, there is a two-headed spirit snake breeding here." Two-headed spirit snake. Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. The nature of the two-headed spirit snake was lustful. One of them was Yang while the other was Yin. The toxicity of the two snakes was naturally divided into Yin and Yang. If one was bitten by only one snake, it would be dangerous. If one was bitten by two snakes at the same time, the Yin and Yang snake venom would work together. Even a nascent soul and spirit-severing cultivator would have a hard time keeping their life. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing. This is a matter of life and death. Why didn't you record it down? Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. I promised Manor Lord Chen to let her pick a few more spiritual herbs. Therefore, I made some preparations. Zhu Qinghe said, however, my methods are not good enough. I can only confuse the two-headed snake for a few breaths. Xiaohua, if you want to pick the heavenly Yin grass, you have to be faster. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua let out a big breath. He was very glad that he was able to come. Otherwise, with Chen Yi's personality and temper, how could she waste time on spiritual herbs that were unrelated to her? Wait a moment. Wait for my command. Zhu Qinghe cautiously walked close to the green barrier and didn't dare to move forward. With a clap of his hand, he took out a crimson incense stick from his bosom. He twirled it with his two fingers and a thin wisp of smoke came out of it. The smoke was also strange. After rising about a foot into the air, it began to dissipate in circles. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand, and the incense stick landed in front of his feet, at the edge of the green barrier. Then, he reached into his robes and took out two bronze willow leaves. He carefully placed them near the incense stick. Then, Zhu Qinghe quietly walked to the other side of the incense stick, and Chen Yi and the others followed him. Shoo! Zhu Qinghe whispered, this celestial silkworm phase is made from a kind of fragrant silkworm excrement, which attracts poisonous insects the most. The thin silk leaves are also the favorite of the double-headed snake, thin silk gene. Chen Yi exclaimed in a low voice, fellow Taoist Zhu, is this the legendary thin thread gene that can paralyze Mo Zhao for 10 breaths? Yes, that's right, this is it. Zhu Qinghe lowered his voice and said, if we want to pass through here, we have to face the double-headed snake. If we had magical power, everything would be easy. But now, we can only do this. Then, he glanced at Xiaohua and said, although the thin silk leaves can paralyze Mo Zhao for 10 breaths, it may not be able to paralyze the double-headed snake for 10 breaths. But, I don't know how much it can paralyze the double-headed snake. Anyway, we don't need to pick up the spiritual herbs. We just need to pass through here, and a few breaths will be enough. Villa Master Chen and Xiaohua, you have to be careful. Shoo, over there, the double-headed snake is coming out. Zhu Qinghe stopped talking and pointed his finger. Sure enough, in the middle of the green barrier where Zhu Qinghe was, there was a rustling sound coming from the green grass, and the spiritual herbs swayed slightly. Then, a red and white snake, about a foot long and as thick as a chopstick, raised its head from the spiritual herbs. Sure enough, it had two heads. One of them was so white that it was almost transparent, while the other was as red as fire. The eyes on both heads were pitch black, and the two snake tongues were rapidly flicking in and out of the snakes' mouths. Moreover, the two tongues were looking in the direction of Zhu Qinghe and the others. They were even swimming toward Zhu Qinghe and the others. Hiss! Xie Zhiqian took a breath of cold air and moved back a little. Then, he saw Zhu Qinghe standing there motionlessly, and his face was slightly red. He saw the double-headed snake swim to the edge of the green barrier, and it seemed to be afraid of the ice on this side. It hesitated for a moment, then stopped and spat out its tongue at Zhu Qinghe and the others with a hissing sound. Zhu Qinghe only calmly watched and didn't move. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the double-headed snake suddenly turned its head, as if it had smelled the heavenly silkworm fragrance. It very excitedly twisted its two heads and swam over at an extremely fast speed. In about 5 breaths of time, it reached the side of the thin strands. 5 breaths of time. If the thin strands had 5 or even 8 breaths of time, they would have enough time to pick a few spiritual herbs. Xiaohua secretly calculated while watching. Facing the two thin strands, the double-headed snake actually had enough vigilance. It didn't immediately swallow the 2 leaves like Xiaohua had thought. Instead, it stretched out its snake head and carefully looked. It even turned its head and looked in the direction of Xiaohua and the others. Then, it swallowed the thin strands into its stomach. Let's go. Seeing that the double-headed snake had swallowed the thin thread, its upright snake head became slightly limp. Both snake heads crawled and its pitch-black snake eyes closed. Zhu Qinghe let out a low roar. He took the lead and strode into the green spirit grass. Then, he ran towards the opposite side of the spirit grass that was 1 zhang away. Xiaohua had already prepared his power. When he heard Zhu Qinghe's voice, he rushed towards the heavenly yin grass. Although he had already concealed it, the ethereal steps was unknowingly used. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he easily arrived in front of the heavenly yin grass. Then, with a wave of his hand, the devil spear's tip appeared in his hand. Swish swish swish. Not only was the heavenly yin grass uprooted, but the other spiritual herbs beside it were also pulled out along with the soil. Then, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spiritual herbs were stored into the space. At this time, Zhu Qinghe and the others had already run to the edge of the green barrier. Xiaohua slightly tilted his head. When he looked at the double-headed snake had already gradually stood upright and turned its head to look at them. "Io, it's actually only 4 breaths." Xiaohua was startled. He didn't have time to pick up the other spiritual herbs. His feet slipped, and he ran behind Zhu Qinghe and the others. Behind him, the double-headed snake was swimming rapidly among the spiritual herbs. It was really like lightning as it rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's ethereal steps was really powerful. Although he was still some distance away from the green barrier, his figure was like a wisp of smoke, swaying above the spiritual herbs. In a few breaths, he reached the edge. Just as his feet left the barrier, the double-headed snake pounced. The 2 snake heads stretched out and bit the place where Xiaohua's heels had just left. Good! Zhu Qinghe couldn't help but shout. Chen Yi, who was beside Xiaohua, was also gasping for breath as she escaped from the barrier at the same time as Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua was blocking in front of her, so the double-headed snake didn't attack Chen Yi. Phew! Xiaohua let out a long breath and patted his chest. Chen Yi's face was also deathly pale as she stroked her towering chest. "Xiaohua, your movement technique is somewhat strange. It seems, somewhat similar to the so-called innate martial Tao of the Dawn Rain continent. Zhu Qinghe asked with a slight frown. Good, I'll let Senior Zhu know. Xiao Hua said with a smile, before this junior refined qi, I had indeed practiced martial arts for a few days. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to use it here. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhu Qinghe nodded and seemed to be somewhat pensive. Humph, I didn't expect that you still had a trick up your sleeve. Chen Yi sneered at the side, I only picked a stalk of silver feather flower. Not only did you pick the sky yin grass, you even picked the harmony grass and the twin fruit. Your harvest is quite bountiful. Hee hee, Xiao Hua laughed and clapped his hands. He took out a spiritual herb that he didn't recognize and handed it to Chen Yi, saying, this junior was just passing by and gave it to Villa Master Chen. Many thanks to Villa Master Chen for giving this junior this opportunity. And, that's more like it. Chen Yi took the spiritual herb and said with a smile. Xiao Hua understands martial arts. This is actually good news. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, it will be of great use in a while. Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to a trace of a bad feeling. However, he could only brace himself and say, this junior's seniors have helped a lot. If I can help, this junior will do his best to help. Of course you have to do your best. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, we have been preparing for several years. You have benefited greatly by following us. How can you not do your best? Then, he turned to Chang Yefeng and said, fellow Taoist Chang, now that we are here, it should be time for you to receive it. Chang Yefeng nodded and glanced around the lava. He frowned and said, my fellow cultivator Zhu, you didn't say that we couldn't use our magic power and spiritual thoughts in this place. Therefore, I took the heavenly mirror without hesitation. However, this area is very wide. Without the support of magic power and divine sense, how can I find the hidden cave? Clear sky mirror. These three words were like thunder in Xiao Hua's ears. However, after the thunder passed, Xiao Hua's mind was blank again. It seemed that he couldn't remember anything at all. This young master seems to have a magic tool called the clear sky mirror before. This magic tool, is this young master's? Where did Chang Yefeng get this young master's magic tool? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Chang Yefeng. It seemed that Chang Yefeng was his enemy. He he. Zhu Qinghe heard Chang Yefeng's words and only laughed. He said, of course I know there are some difficulties. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found fellow Taoist Chang, right? In fact, there are many magic tools similar to the clear sky mirror on the Dawn Rain continent. Fellow Taoist Chang was the first person I thought of. Perhaps it's fate between fellow Taoist Chang and the sword spirit. Okay. Chang Yefeng clapped his hands and took out a square magic tool about 1 foot in size. He smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Zhu, you'd better find a smaller area, no problem. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. Zhu Qinghe said and led the group to the right. At this moment, there was a man and a woman standing beside the ice spring that Xiao Hua and the others used to enter the third level. Chapter 2015. There were 2 cultivators beside the cold spring. The man was tall and thin, with bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows. The lines on his face were as if they were carved by a knife. He was abnormally stern. The woman had a graceful figure, delicate features, and a heroic spirit. She was far from being comparable to Chen Yi's bearing. The 2 people stood there very straight. Although they were not on guard, there was a kind of coldness and a kind of sword intent on their bodies. They were like 2 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. It seemed that they were not inferior to the coldness that had rushed into the space. These 2 people were actually swordsmen Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao from the Huan country's Huan sword sect. However, at this time, the sword intent on their bodies was much more restrained than when they first came from the Huan country to the Meng country. It was obviously the result of their great improvement in cultivation. The two people seemed to have stood there for a long time. Wang Shuyao was a little impatient. She looked at the hole where the cold spring disappeared and said in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, I'm afraid they have already gone. They won't be guarding inside. We should go in early. Otherwise, if we lose track of them, we will have come in vain." "Junior Marshal Sister, don't be anxious." Duan Yiming stared at the coldness in the hole and frowned slightly. He said calmly, "When we entered the second layer just now, we were a little careless. We were actually discovered by that Foundation establishment brat. Although he didn't find our tracks, he must have already told those gold core cultivators. Although they didn't come out to look for us, I'm afraid they have already set up a trap under this hole and are waiting for us to fall. Let's wait a little longer." "Humph, we should have killed that little Foundation establishment stage cultivator with a single sword strike. He's just a shield. Just now, he lured the sky-piercing vine away and was lucky enough to escape. If we kill him, those golden core stage cultivators won't necessarily know." Wang Shuyao said coldly. "That little Foundation establishment brat's hands and feet are not weak. There is a hint of sword Dao. Our sword origin is restricted. If we are careless and leak our tracks, we will wake up those gold core cultivators. Wouldn't all our previous efforts be wasted?" Duan Yiming shook his head slightly. "Humph, they are just a few gold core cultivators. Just kill them all." Wang Shuyao was still unconvinced. "We've killed more than 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators in the past few years in the cultivation world. Now that we've entered the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, wouldn't killing a few Jindan stage cultivators be as easy as lifting a finger?" Duan Yiming stared at the spirit herbs in front of him thoughtfully, then he replied, sword cultivator, it's true that we improve through battles. If we were in Huan Kingdom, unless we were fighting with millions of Meng mountains, how could we improve our cultivation base so quickly? However, it is precisely because we have killed so many cultivators that I fear some nascent soul cultivators will want to kill us." "No way." Wang Shuyao was slightly taken aback. "We were extremely careful when we killed them. If they were from a big sect, we definitely wouldn't provoke them. Only small sects would make a move. Moreover, once we made a move, we definitely wouldn't leave anyone alive. It's impossible for them to have a hold on us. Besides, would those nascent soul cultivators dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid of incurring the enmity of us sword cultivators?" Wang Shuyao said disdainfully. "That's true." Duan Yiming laughed. "They're probably afraid of harming us." "Bah, you're the rat." Wang Shuyao spat and scolded jokingly. "Hee hee." A hint of sweetness appeared on Duan Yiming's face. He didn't retort, but explained again, "It's not that I don't want to kill those golden core cultivators. Look at this hole and the spirit herbs beside it. It must be some powerful restriction. We don't know anything about this place, but they've been preparing for several years. Why don't we let them lead the way? When they find Senior Li Shiobai's 9 stars transverse sun sword spirit, wouldn't it be better for us to be the mantises chasing after the cicadas? Bah, senior brother, why don't we be the Oriole?" Wang Shuyao spat a few more times and said. Duan Yiming smiled foolishly. "Junior sister, whatever you say." "Humph." Wang Shuyao looked at the hole under her feet and sneered again. "These cultivators are really delusional. Although we're all sword cultivators, how can the sword spirit of us sword cultivators compare to the flying swords of cultivators? They're indulging in fantasy. Can they practice flying swords just because they obtain the sword spirit? Can they have the attack of us sword cultivators? Can they compete with us sword cultivators?" "That's true." Duan Yiming smiled apologetically. "How would they know that the sword spirit is loyal to the person who nurtured it? It's useless for others to take it. The most precious thing that Senior Li Shiobai left here, isn't the 9 sword spirits, but his 9 stars transverse sun sword intent. Hee, cultivators only know about magic power, how would they know about sword intent? Even if they obtain Senior Li Shubai's sword pill, they can't get the sword intent in it. Wang Shuyao said coldly. They can only let the sword pill gather dust. Casting pearls before swine. That's right, that's right. Duan Yuming's handsome face was filled with respect. The seniors of Flame Bamboo Sword Sect searched for a long time in Meng, but they didn't expect Senior Li Shubai's sword pill to land in Shi. If not for us being lucky and hearing someone asking about the refinement of the sword pill, we wouldn't have been able to find out that these little golden core cultivators were actually coveting Senior Li Shubai's sword pill. The problem is that they really found the location of the sword pill. Wang Shuyao nodded. And the place that they found was exactly the same as the place that the seniors of Xian Sword Sect had predicted. Now that we've met them and followed them for so many years, we can't help but say that it's fate. It's Senior Li Shubai's spirit in heaven that protected us. Duan Yuming echoed. This 9 stars transverse sun sword intent still belongs to the sword cultivators of my Huan country. Naturally, if not for Senior Li Shubai's spirit in heaven, how would we have accidentally searched that Foundation establishment female cultivator's soul that day? Wang Xuyao's face showed a trace of excitement. If not for the soul search, how would we know that this cultivator called Zhu Qinghe was looking for the refinement method of the sword pill? If not for finding this Zhu Qinghe, how would we have followed him to Flame Bamboo Sword Sect? I believe that this guy still hasn't thought that the one who told him the refinement method of the sword pill was this sword's arrangement. Otherwise, how would a cultivator like him be able to find out the refinement method of the sword pill so easily? That's right, even if it was the secret place where they gathered, it was also hard for us to find it. This Zhu Qinghe has a lot of evasion spells, he almost escaped. Duan Yuming still agreed. This is also junior sister's intuition, I admire it very much. That's for sure. Wang Shuyao was a little proud. My intuition has always been shocking, it's not like I haven't told you before. The ink storm in the Black Forest lasted for almost a year, if not for me by your side, I'm afraid that you would have long given up, right? Yes, junior sister is right. Duan Yuming replied. The ink storm was so rampant, how could a few golden core cultivators survive? Moreover, because of this, we lost track of their whereabouts, in such a huge black forest, how could we find them? That day, I was indeed abnormally depressed. Chapter 2016. It's useless to be depressed and kill a few cultivators to vent your anger. Wang Shuyao smiled. Her curved eyes were like crescent moons. My intuition tells me that they'll definitely escape and enter again. And the place that I'm thinking of, isn't too far off, right? Duan Yuming gave her a thumbs up and praised, junior sister is indeed wise. That Zhu Qinghe is gone, but Chen Yi and the rest are still there. If we tail them, wouldn't it be the same as finding Zhu Qinghe? Speaking of this, Duan Yuming frowned again and said, but I still feel that something is wrong. Ah. Why? Wang Shuyao asked curiously. I don't feel it. Could it be that we've been discovered by them? That little Foundation establishment. Duan Yuming shook his head and said, the one called Xiaohua is a little strange. Mo Bao is so big, but he's completely fine. The sky-climbing vine is also very powerful. Even you and I have to retreat, but he still managed to escape. It's really strange. Senior brother, you're right. Wang Shuyao nodded, and a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. I also have a trace of doubt in my heart. However, Wang Shuyao immediately raised her head and proudly said, even if he's concealed his cultivation, he's nothing compared to the two of us sword cultivators who possess offensive power close to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Senior brother, don't worry. When we go in later, it's fine if he dies. If he dies, we can use the one-heart sword technique and kill him. When you and I find the sword intent of the 9 stars soaring sun, our cultivation will soon break through to sword transformation realm. It won't be a waste for us to stay in the cultivation world for so many years. Duan Yiming looked at Wang Shuyao with affection in his eyes. Sigh, it's a pity that there's no news of Yutong and Yu He. Wang Shuyao sighed and said, we only found Yutong's flying sword and nothing else. We can't explain it to the sword master. He, it doesn't matter. As long as we don't find their whereabouts, as long as we don't return to the Huan sword sect, we'll be a fugitive, Mandarin duck in the cultivation world. Duan Yiming gritted his teeth and seemed to say these words word by word. Wang Shuyao was obviously stunned. She stared at Duan Yiming for a long time, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her 2 small hands clenched tightly as she muttered, "Senior brother." These words. You finally said them. This little sister. I thought I would never hear them in this lifetime. He. Duan Yiming's face was flushed red again, as if he had drunk a lot of spirit wine. I was afraid that you would reject me. How could this little sister reject you? Wang Shuyao was also abnormally shy. She said in a low voice, this little sister was afraid that senior brother would make things difficult for you, so I didn't dare, when you and I obtained sword intent and cultivate to the sword transformation stage. Duan Yiming suddenly realized something when he spoke up to hear. Wang Shuyao also realized something, and a happy smile appeared in her eyes. She pointed her finger and said, Senior martial brother, let's not talk about it anymore. We should go down earlier and see if those golden core cultivators have already found Senior Li Shiubai's 9 stars transit of the sun. Yes, junior sister, come with me. As he spoke, Duan Yiming stretched out his hand. Wang Shuyao hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand. The two shook hands. In front of the lava, Xiao Hua and the rest followed Zhu Qinghe around a corner. It was as if they were walking on the rugged bottom of a valley, and they came to a place where there were no bumps and depressions. Zhu Qinghe stood there and stared at it for a long time. Then, he shook his head and walked to another place. He looked again and still shook his head. After a few times, Xie Zhiqian asked in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Zhu, is there no suitable place? I won't hide it from fellow Daoists Xie. How could it be so easy to find the place where Li Shiubai and Daoist Master Bright Sword fought? Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. This is just my own guess. If it could be found so quickly, I'm afraid that the previous seniors would have already found it. Xie Zhiqian said no more. He knew that Zhu Qinghe was telling the truth. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Qinghe was somewhat dejected. He clenched his teeth and said, I really can't find any trace of it. As for the clear sky mirror, it seems that I can only let fellow Daoist Chang use it once. I have no choice but to risk my life. As he spoke, Zhu Qinghe took out a palm-sized, purple-colored octagonal disc from his bosom. He said, I obtained this from the Huan country. It is said that it can be used to detect sword essence. However, I don't have sword essence, so I can't use it. I can only use my blood to activate it, and the range is limited. When Chang Yefeng and the others heard this, their faces unconsciously showed respect. They all nodded and said, Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhu. Okay. Zhu Qinghe took out a scarlet spirit pill from his bosom and put it into his mouth without hesitation. His face quickly turned dark red. Zhu Qinghe threw the octagonal disc into the air. Zhu Qinghe spat out a mouthful of blood onto the disc. When the disc was stained with blood, it immediately emitted a layer of light. This light was different from the light of ordinary magic treasures. It was like a fluorescent light, like flowing water. Moreover, there was a threatening coldness that was like a sharp sword piercing through his skin. Zhu Qinghe immediately took out a sword-shaped talisman from his bosom. He used his left hand to force out the magic power from the spirit pill, and the talisman shone brightly, transforming into the shape of a small sword. Go. Zhu Qinghe scolded softly. The small sword in his hand flew out and entered the octagonal plate. Woo-woo, a buzzing sound came from the octagonal plate, and the brilliance of the octagonal plate became more and more dazzling. Then, Zhu Qinghe spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood onto the octagonal disc. Zhu Qinghe's face was pale, and the octagonal disc turned purple. Buzz, with a buzzing sound, the light on the octagonal disc suddenly disappeared. A little sword light appeared from the center of the octagonal disc. The sword light instantly increased in size and turned into the shape of the small sword that just fell into the octagonal disc. At this time, Zhu Qinghe's body was slightly trembling. His hand that was holding the octagonal disc seemed to be holding a boulder as it slightly tilted down. Ka! Another sound was heard. Like a sword being unsheathed, the small sword finally flew out from the octagonal disc. The tail of the small sword still had a trace of brilliance that was connected to the octagonal disc. Quick! Follow the small sword. Zhu Qinghe saw the small sword rush out and fly to the other side of the lava. He quickly caught up and ordered Xiaohua. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His feet moved, and sure enough, he was a step faster than Xie Zhiqian and the others. He was the first to grab the lava, but that small sword was even faster. It streaked across the air with a crimson brilliance and disappeared into a crack. Although Xiaohua was a bit slower, he still saw the place where the small sword disappeared. When he arrived at the crack, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was where the 2 streams of lava intersected. The gap was about the width of a finger, and it led straight to the top of the stone wall. Vaguely, there was some light shining through it, but there was nothing special about it at all. After Xiaohua looked around, Chen Yi and the others caught up. Zhu Qinghe was actually the last. It's here. Chen Yi didn't seem to believe it. After all, it was really a crack. Yes, I saw the small sword fly in here. Xiaohua nodded. However, I don't know where it landed. Good. Zhu Qinghe praised. He put the octagonal disc into his arms and said to Chang Yefeng with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Chang, your clear sky mirror should be able to cover this area, right?" "It should be able to." Chang Yefeng nodded. He also took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. As the pill's efficacy increased, Chang Yefeng tossed the supreme sky mirror into the air. It let out a clear ring and flashed with a swamp light. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the magic treasure. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Similarly, Chang Yefeng was also chanting. His hands were constantly making complicated seals, and he hit the clear sky mirror one after another. As the seals were hit, the clear sky mirror's brilliance didn't increase. Instead, it became dimmer and dimmer. Even the edges of the mirror began to disappear. The surface of the mirror was originally clear and there was no image. Now, it was slowly reflecting the surrounding scenery. Oh no! Seeing that Chang Yefeng's seals were getting slower and slower, and the clear sky mirror was still not completely hidden. The scenery on the mirror was still very clear. Chang Yefeng gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the clear sky mirror. Buzz buzz, a loud sound was heard. It was louder than the sound of the octagonal disc. The entire clear sky mirror emitted a dazzling clear light. In the clear light, the clear sky mirror's shape completely disappeared, leaving only a round mirror surface. The mirror surface reflected the surrounding scarlet lava. Oh, I understand. Seeing the scarlet surface of the clear sky mirror, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the clear sky mirror was the same as his Dharma eyes. It should be able to see the fluctuations of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. That was why it could see the location of the duel between Li Xiubai and immortal Ming Jian. Chang Yefeng waved his hand weakly, and the mirror surface of the clear sky mirror flew into his hand. Chang Yefeng pushed his hand. Through the fiery red mirror surface, a round object about the height of a person appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quick! Just as Zhu Qinghe and the others were delighted, Chang Yefeng forcefully shouted again. A faint, indistinct green light was emitted from the mirror surface and hit the round object. Swish! Like rainwater rushing through the lava in front of them, ripples flashed on the lava. In a moment, a cave identical to the one on the clear sky mirror appeared in front of everyone. Great! Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, "The clear sky mirror is so magical. I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chang would save my Dharma Chi." Cough cough. Chang Yefeng put away the clear sky mirror and said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhu has already spent a lot of effort just now. This time, it's my turn to help. Otherwise, I won't have the face to take the sword pill." Hearing this, Xie Zhiqian's face was slightly unnatural. Chapter 2017. Let's go, we'll go in. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and glanced at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, we're a bit exhausted right now, so our physical strength can't compare to yours. You lead the way. If there's an extra sword spirit, I'll give you one. How about it?" Xiaohua shook his head with a bitter smile. "Senior, thank you for your kindness. I can lead the way, but I don't want that sword spirit boy. After all, I don't know how to use a flying sword." "Okay, go ahead. I'll compensate you." Chen Yi nodded. "We Jindan stage seniors won't let you suffer losses." "Yes." Xiaohua bowed and was about to enter the cave. "Xiaohua, where's the otherworldly item you got from the Feather Immortal Assembly?" Chen Yi suddenly asked. "Ah." Xiaohua was taken aback. Then, he smiled apologetically. "I'll let Villa Master Chen know. That thing is really too heavy. I can't put it in my storage bag. Moreover, I can't carry it with me. Therefore, I put it in the Myriad Thunder Valley." And Chen Yi's beautiful eyes looked at Xiaohua, not saying anything. On the other hand, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had told Chen Yi many things, but he hadn't said anything important. Xiaohua had a guilty conscience about the great wisdom heavy sword, so he hadn't said anything. However, he didn't expect that Chen Yi actually knew about it. At this moment, Xiaohua was a bit regretful. Thinking about the Feather Immortal Assembly, the Great Wisdom Sword, and the matter of Fairy Hongxia. Damn it! Xiaohua's scalp went numb when he thought about it. The Feather Immortal Assembly is held once every 10 years. The 3 cultivation kingdoms of the Dawn Rain continent have held it countless times. Could it be that Chen Yi really went to inquire about it? Alas, I really can't lie too much. Every time I lie, I have to use 10 or even 100 lies to cover it up. If this continues, this lie will eventually be exposed. Forget it. Seeing that Chen Yi didn't ask any more questions, Xiaohua braced himself and walked inside. Zhu Qinghe frowned and turned to look at Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi ignored him. Zhu Qinghe had no choice but to ignore her. After Xie Zhiqian and Xiaohua, the group of 5 entered the cave. The inside of the cave was very tranquil, and a slight heat was surging in. His divine sense still couldn't be used, but a faint light penetrated from the distance. Xiaohua walked cautiously, and he didn't encounter any danger. Of course, in such a dangerous place, how could Xiaohua not open his left hand's delirium eyes? In his transcendence vision, everything outside the cave was fiery red, but there was nothing wrong with the inside of the cave. Just like the soft footsteps in his ears, everything was normal. As they walked to the center of the cave, faint rumbling sounds could be heard from the end of the cave. Xiaohua was startled and raised his head. At the same time, he also raised his transcendence vision. He saw that not far away, at the end of the cave, there were flashes of red light falling down. "That's it!" Zhu Qinghe exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, including Xiao Hua, quickened their steps. When they reached the end and looked to the left, everyone was overjoyed. At the end of the cave was lava. Looking to the left, there was a huge space. Inside the space, there was a faint sky light coming from somewhere, illuminating the entire space. Sword case. Zhu Qinghe blurted out and pointed. Sure enough, in the center of the space, there was a 3 feet long and 3 inches wide sword case on top of a bulging rock. Sword pill. Chang Yifeng also laughed. Beside the sword case, there were several sword pills with cracks on them. These sword pills were different in size, and they were exactly the same as the one Xiao Hua was refining. 8. It's really 8. Chen Yi was beaming with joy. If we add fellow Taoist Jews, it'll be 9. These 8 sword pills are just as we planned, 2 for each of us. That's strange. Where's that buzzing sound just now? Xiao Hua asked in surprise. These sword pellets had a sword spirit. Xiao Hua had long wanted to find a sword spirit and see what it was. These sword pellets were definitely a great temptation to him. However, he still didn't dare to be too impatient. Wait. Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice. He looked around and said in a low voice, it's a bit strange. Why is there no protection in such an important place? However, everyone stood outside the space for a moment. The entire space was quiet. Where was the buzzing sound? Xiao Hua, I asked you just now. Are you willing to help us? Zhu Qinghe said solemnly, as you can see, we've been preparing for several years. We've spent a lot of spirit stones and energy. If you can bring those sword pills over, this penniless Taoist will give them to you. Furthermore, this penniless Taoist will give you the sword pill and also give you the manual to cultivate the flying sword. This. Xiao Hua looked hesitant and pretended to hesitate. Xiao Hua, if we don't get those sword pills, we won't go out. Chen Yi said with a smile. You can choose not to help, or you can have other plans. But if we all die here, can you afford to leave? Moreover, if you don't go. Chen Yi said no more, but the threat was self-evident. Hearing Chen Yi's threat, Xiao Hua was unhappy. He looked at the 4 people and muttered. If he relied on his physical body, he could probably resist 2 or 4 people. However, he didn't have the kind of spirit pill that Zhu Qinghe took. If 2 of them took a spirit pill that stimulated magic power at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be their opponent. Xiao Hua, my vitality has been greatly injured. Otherwise, I would have gone this time. Chang Yifeng stepped forward and said with a smile, actually, fellow Taoist Xiao invited your sex master Jin Yi that day to use the speed of your sex lightning escape technique to get those sword pills. And, this junior understands. Xiao Hua frowned, then turned to Zhu Qinghe and said, Junior can go and give it a try. However, I would like to ask Senior to tell me about the danger in detail. Otherwise, Junior will be confused and might lose his life. Cough cough. Zhu Qinghe knew what Xiao Hua was referring to. He coughed twice and said, Xiao Hua, you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Your status is different from ours. Although your cultivation is low, we have to be on guard against you. Perhaps you can understand everything that happened before. As for the danger now. Zhu Qinghe pointed at the sword pills and sword sheath and said, these are probably Master Bright Sword's flying swords and Senior Li Xiubai's sword pills. Since they are placed there, there must be a restriction around them. We don't have divine sense, and our magic power can only be activated for a moment. Right now, there isn't much difference between you and us. If you can take those sword pills, I can also give them to you. Manor Lord Chen and the others will be convinced, don't you think? Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the stone. He seemed to be thinking about it, but in reality, he had already opened his Dharma eyes and carefully examined the side of the stone. Then, he sighed and said, all right, since all of you think so highly of this junior, then this junior, can only help all of you. However, senior must give the sword orb to this junior. Chapter 2018. Hehe, since you're so worried, I'll give it to you now. Zhu Qinghe took out the sword pill from his bosom and threw it to Xiaohua. Oh. Xiaohua didn't expect Zhu Qinghe to be so forthright, but his heart was at ease. After all, from what he saw with his Dharma eye, there was nothing beside the stone, and there were no restrictions. He only needed to go over and pick up the sword pellet, there was no danger at all. On the contrary, the 8 small and sharp lights inside the sword pellet and the red flying sword lights inside the sword sheath made Xiaohua really happy. Zhu Qinghe was right. These were the flying swords and sword pills left behind by Master Bright Sword and Li Xiubai. This is the sword pill. Xiaohua took it and pretended to be curious. Zhu Qinghe said unhappily, Xiaohua, you should go over and try it. You can't expect me to give you the sword art right now, right? Hehe, there's no need. Xiaohua smiled and put the sword pill into his bosom. He said with a smile, Senior knows how to give Junior a medicinal pill that promotes magic power. Junior will use the flying technique to give those sword pills to Senior. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. That's for gold core cultivators to use. Your meridians are weak, so you can't use it. Chenyi glanced at Zhu Qinghe and clapped her hands. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohua. She said, this is the bamboo marrow of Yulon bamboo. Although it can't be compared to the spirit pill you want, it's better in terms of its calmness. You can use it with your foundation establishment cultivation. Hehe, just keep it in your mouth and swallow it when you need it. I hope you won't need it. Many thanks, Manor Head Chen. Xiaohua received it with a smile. Then, he held the jade bottle in his hand and a drop of the jade-like liquid emitting a faint bamboo fragrance dripped into his mouth. Then, Xiaohua stepped towards the sword pill on the stone and held the jade bottle in his hand. He was still waiting to take the sword pill and put the bamboo marrow into the jade bottle. Moreover, Xiaohua even muttered in his heart. Should he take away all the sword pills and not leave a single one for Zhu Qinghe and the others? After all, with this drop of bamboo marrow, Xiaohua had enough confidence to kill these 4 people. Seeing Xiaohua carefully walk into the stone, Zhu Qinghe and the other 3's faces showed nervousness. However, unlike Chang Yifeng and Xie Zhiqian's nervousness, Zhu Qinghe and Chenyi's eyes still had some anxiety. The 2 of them even tilted their heads slightly and looked at each other. However, when Xiaohua walked to the edge of the rock, there was still no movement. Xiaohua stopped and stretched out his left hand. After looking at it for a moment, he turned his head and said with a smile, Senior Zhu, I'm afraid this junior will have to take advantage of you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to take the sword pellets, while Chenyi's face revealed a trace of disappointment. But it just so happened that right at this moment, the buzzing sound that everyone heard just now suddenly rang out. Xiaohua was stunned, and he hurriedly raised his left hand to meet the eye. An extremely brilliant red light flashed past, and even his eye couldn't help but close. Ah! Hearing the exclamations of Zhu Qinghe and the rest, Xiaohua immediately knew that the situation was bad. A crimson-red sword light was born from the sword sheath beside the sword pellet, and a fierce sharpness and intimidating aura instantly enveloped Xiaohua. Shit! Xiaohua didn't expect that the flying sword from the sword sheath would suddenly attack. While he was greatly alarmed, he immediately swallowed the jade essence into the air. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his meridians like true essence. Xiaohua urged his magic power without hesitation and immediately used the bright thunder escape. In addition to the misty steps under his feet, his entire body flew to the side. However, Xiaohua had just urged his magic power, and his body had only moved 3 feet when the true essence formed by the jade essence suddenly disappeared. His magic power flowed out, and Xiaohua's body naturally stagnated for a moment. At this moment, the sword light that was more than 3 feet long chopped at the top of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed, and his feet staggered in succession, wanting to block this mountain-like sword light. Unfortunately, that sword light was set up by Taoist Master Bright Sword. That was a flying sword of a nascent soul cultivator, and it was the work of great magic power. If Xiao Hua had the bright thunder escape, he might still have a chance. But now, how could he dodge it by relying on misty steps, this kind of extreme movement technique? Seeing the incomparable sword light chopping down at a speed that Xiao Hua couldn't think of, Xiao Hua held the great wisdom sword in his hand without hesitation and raised it up, wanting to block the flying sword. But with a loud dang, the sword light above Xiao Hua's head was blocked. A huge force was transmitted to Xiao Hua's body, and then to his feet. A shining crack appeared under Xiao Hua's feet. At the same time, the tip of the red sword light suddenly bent down like a soft sword, and the speed at which it chopped down was twice as fast as before. Xiao Hua simply didn't have time to dodge. With a pu sound, it neatly chopped his back. A burst of brilliance flashed, and Xiao Hua's protective spirit armor was only able to resist for a moment before it was split into two by that incomparable sword light. Xiao Hua let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his entire body fell into the brilliance that appeared under his feet. Ah! The unforeseen event that Xiao Hua encountered was really too fast. That sword light flashed and disappeared. Although Xiao Hua flew for a distance, in the eyes of Zhu Qinghe and the others, it was only an instant. The brilliance of Xiao Hua's spirit armor was annihilated, and they saw it with their own eyes. Xiao Hua's heart-wrenching scream was also heard by them. Although Xiao Hua's body fell into the brilliance, they knew that Xiao Hua's body must have been split open by that incomparably sharp sword light. When his body landed on the ground, it would definitely split into two halves. After a moment, Xie Zhiqian took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with joy. Indeed, if Xiao Hua hadn't come here, the one who would have been split into two halves by that sword light would have definitely been him. Fellow Taoist Xie. Zhu Qinghe's voice sounded by his ear again. According to our agreement, this time it should be fellow Taoist Xie's turn to step forward. This. Xie Zhiqian was a little surprised. It's fine. Chen Yi said with a smile, as long as it's an ownerless flying sword, it only has the power for one attack. Xiao Hua is dead, so naturally there won't be any danger. Don't be afraid. All right. Xie Zhiqian understood that he was similar to Xiao Hua. That is, the Fire Bat King was his effort, and everything else was arranged by Zhu Qinghe. If he didn't go, who else would go? Xie Zhiqian took out a scarlet spirit pill and put it in his mouth. Then, like Xiao Hua, he cautiously approached the sword pellet. At this moment, Xie Zhiqian didn't look at anything else but the sword case. He was prepared to wait for the sword case to change, then he would leave and flee. Fortunately, until Xie Zhiqian touched the sword pellet, the sword case didn't have any movement. That terrifying buzzing sound just now also didn't come out in the slightest. Great! Xie Zhiqian picked up a sword pellet and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Zhu, it's fine. These 8 sword pellets are now ours. Ha ha ha. Chang Yefeng laughed and walked to Xie Zhiqian's side. He reached out and grabbed the 2 largest sword pellets and said, there are exactly 8 of them. We each have 2, and this trip is complete. That's right, it's complete. This is the completion of our Huan country's sword cultivation. 2 cold voices came from behind Zhu Qinghe. A rainbow-like sword light and a sword light like a fish in the sea flew out at the same time. They drew a dazzling brilliance in the air and pierced toward Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yefeng. Ah! Xie Zhiqian was shocked. He didn't have time to touch the sword pellet. He swallowed the spirit pill in his mouth and waved his hand. A meteor-like flying sword met Duan Yuming's rainbow sword. He also slapped his hand and took out a shield-like magic treasure from his storage bag. Clang! Xia Zhiqian's flying sword collided with the rainbow sword, and was immediately annihilated by the rainbow sword's sword light. Immediately after, it was knocked into the air, and the brilliance on the sword disappeared. Like a piece of scrap metal, it hit the stone wall and fell to the ground. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, save me." This was Chang Yifeng's cry for help. He had just forcefully used the clear sky mirror and his vitality was damaged. It was too late for him to take out a spirit pill. Seeing countless colorful fish surrounding him and about to drown him, he couldn't help but cry out. But just as his voice sounded, the colorful fish immediately opened their mouths and pounced on Chang Yifeng's body. Chang Yifeng's body flashed with brilliance. It was the protective brilliance and the protection of Chang Yifeng's magic treasure. Unfortunately, Wang Xuyao's attack power was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Although her sword origin was restrained, it was not something Chang Yifeng could resist. Puff! 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 Dozens of places on Chang Yifeng's body were ruptured and blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, Duan Yiming's rainbow sword suddenly trembled. Like a seven-colored satin, it quickly wrapped around Xia Zhiqian from the bottom to the top. With a muffled sound, Xia Zhiqian's scream could not be heard. Blood spurted out from his neck. Xia Zhiqian's head was chopped off by the rainbow sword. Villa Head Chen. Let's hurry, we definitely can't let these two sword cultivators get the sword orb. The sword cultivators' attacks were really powerful. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zhu Qinghe only had time to give Chen Yi an order before Chang Yifeng and Xia Zhiqian were already dead. Yes. Chen Yi heard him and her body floated up, pouncing on the sword pill. Zhu Qinghe naturally moved in another direction. Wang Xuyao and Duan Yiming sneered and also pounced on the sword pill. The two flying swords were also driven by them and suddenly turned around. But, just as the two of them flew into the air and the flying swords turned around, Zhu Qinghe and Chen Yi suddenly turned around at the same time. They actually went back to the whole of the revolving space. Duan Yiming was stunned and whispered, "Junior sister, go and kill these two people. I'll take Senior's sword pill." "Yes, Senior brother." Wang Xuyao responded and suddenly turned around. The sword light that was like a fish also followed her and chased after Zhu Qinghe and Chen Yi. "Let's go." Zhu Qinghe and Chen Yi's figures landed at the entrance of the cave. They whispered and quickly ran out of the cave. Unfortunately, even though the two of them had prepared elixirs in advance, the amount of spiritual power they could mobilize was still limited. They had just flown less than 10 feet when Wang Xuyao had already caught up. Seeing the layers of fish fiercely pouncing over, Zhu Qinghe was greatly shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Envoy, save me." Ha ha ha. A rough laugh sounded from outside the cave, and a voice came, "Martial nephew Zhu has worked hard to lure these two cunning sword cultivators here. How can we bear to let you lose your life?" Chapter 2019. Who is it? Wang Xuyao was shocked. Just as she was about to retrieve the swimming fish sword, two large hands flew in from outside the cave. One of the large hands slapped down with lightning speed, holding the swimming fish sword in its hand. With a slight force, all the fish were annihilated, leaving only the flying sword in the large hand, which was overflowing with brilliance. Ah! Nascent soul cultivator. Wang Xuyao was shocked. She knew that she had fallen into someone's trap. She couldn't care less about her flying sword being retrieved and turned to escape into the cave. However, the other large hand had already slapped down on Wang Xuyao's head. A fierce aura came from the large hand and shackled Wang Xuyao's body. If she had the swimming fish sword at this time, Wang Xuyao might not be powerless to fight back. She might even be able to break through the big hand. However, now that two nascent soul cultivators were attacking her at the same time, the swimming fish sword was already restrained. All her cultivation was on the flying sword. Under the big hand, she was indeed somewhat helpless. But seeing the large hand about to reach her head, Wang Xuyao's face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and opened her cherry lips slightly. A mouthful of sword essence was spat out and attacked the large hand. At this moment, the other large hand clenched slightly and Wang Xuyao's flying sword was caught by the large hand. The entire flying sword was actually melted into the shape of a ball. Ah! A scream came from Wang Xuyao's mouth. Her sword essence also dimmed. Taking advantage of this moment, the large hand that was covering Wang Xuyao suddenly slapped down. Wang Xuyao no longer had any power to fight back and her body was slapped to the ground, junior sister. Hearing Wang Xuyao's scream, Duan Yiming rushed out. Seeing Wang Xuyao being slapped to the ground by the large hand of a nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the rainbow sword turned into a 7-colored rainbow and rushed towards the large hand. Go! A soft shout came from the cave. The large hand picked up from the ground again and clenched into a fist to hit the rainbow sword. Poof! The rainbow sword pierced the giant hand. The giant hand shook as if it was about to collapse. Just as the giant hand flashed with brilliance, another giant hand took the opportunity to pounce from the side, and with a slap, easily covered Duan Yiming. Duan Yiming felt an unparalleled power of imprisonment. He had never thought that after scheming for so many years and following Zhu Qinghe for so many years, he would become the mantis in the end. What made his heart ache the most was that he had just confided in Wang Xuyao, and their relationship had just undergone a fundamental change, but his Wang Xuyao had already died in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. God, why are you so unfair? Duan Yiming couldn't help but shout. The heavens are naturally fair. A tall and thin early nascent soul cultivator emerged from the cave. It was none other than the cultivator who had chased after Xiaohua in the Inkcloud Black Forest. The nascent soul cultivator sneered, "Do you know how many cultivators you've killed in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Although you've carefully chosen the cultivators you've killed, they are still cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How can we let you do whatever you want? Humph, don't talk so much with him. This guy is too cunning. We have searched for him many times but couldn't catch him. Now that he is here to catch a turtle in a jar, don't let him escape again." The other nascent soul cultivator's hand also flew into the air and firmly covered Duan Yiming. How can you cultivators know the divine abilities of us sword cultivators? Duan Yiming sneered and waved his hand. 8 sword balls flew into the air at the same time. At the same time, Duan Yiming opened his mouth and spat out a stream of life essence. In an instant, 8 streams of life essence rushed into the 8 sword balls. "Senior, don't let this guy control the sword balls." Zhu Qinghe shouted anxiously. "Let me slap him to death." The cultivator who covered Duan Yiming sneered and pressed his hand down. He wanted to slap Duan Yiming as if he wanted to slap Wang Xuyao to death. However, the 8 sword balls above Duan Yiming's head suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The 8 sword beams flew straight up and pierced through the big hand. With a loud boom, the nascent soul cultivator's big hand collapsed. Following the collapse of the nascent soul cultivator's big hand, the 8 sword beams also dimmed. At the same time, the other nascent soul cultivator roared, "Go!" The other big hand slapped down. Duan Yiming's eyes flashed with determination. Looking at the badly mutilated Wang Xuyao, he slapped his forehead. A faint light overflowed from the top of his head. However, just as this light appeared, the nascent soul cultivator's big hand had already slapped down. Duan Yiming was slapped under the big hand without any suspense. "Ha ha ha!" The nascent soul cultivator laughed and said, "The emissary always said that this sword cultivator is powerful. In I's opinion, he is only a so-so. Fellow Taoist, be careful." Before the nascent soul cultivator finished speaking, the other nascent soul cultivator hurriedly shouted. The nascent soul cultivator was startled. Under his big hand, the 9 sword beams flashed and actually rushed towards Chen Yi and Zhu Qinghe. What was special was that one of the sword beams actually landed on the rainbow sword that had just fallen to the ground. The rainbow sword also flew up and was actually only half a step slower than the other 8 sword beams. Senior. Chen Yi turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. Don't be afraid. The 2 nascent soul cultivators who were already standing beside Chen Yi and Zhu Qinghe were extremely calm. They casually rubbed their hands together, and a few faint beams of light appeared in front of the 4 of them. Puff! 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 A series of noises could be heard as the 9 sword beams pierced through the beams of light. However, the beams of light only flickered, and were unable to pierce through them. The 9 streaks of sword light seemed to be exhausted as they fell from the sky. However, just as they fell half an inch, the 8 streaks of sword light once again emitted extremely brilliant sword light. Like poisonous snakes that had their tails stepped on, they rushed towards the 2 nascent soul cultivators to bite them. When the 2 nascent soul cultivators saw this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Both of them reached out their hands at the same time, as if trying to capture the sword lights. However, the 8 sword lights only paused in mid-air for a moment before rushing back into their hands. Damn it! The tall and thin nascent soul cultivator was slightly angered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence. It transformed into a 1-foot square shield in front of him. 4 of the flying swords actually destroyed the shield and stopped in midair like a dead fish. This is bad, Senior. That rainbow sword. Just as the tall and thin cultivator snorted coldly, he heard Chen Yi's scream. When he looked up, he didn't know when, but the rainbow sword had already flown more than 10 feet away from the ground. Still want to run? The tall and skinny cultivator slapped his forehead, and another large hand was about to appear. However, the rainbow sword suddenly emitted a terrifying blood-red light, and its speed suddenly increased. Before the large hand could appear, it had already rushed out of the cave. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.